Beginning our exploration, you find yourself standing at the edge of a vast, still lake just before dawn. The air is cool, perhaps a hint of mist hangs low over the water, clinging gently to the reeds at the shoreline. Everything is quiet, utterly silent, yet within that silence you feel an immense, unvoiced potential. The surface of the water perfectly mirrors the charcoal sky, an upside-down world of soft, muted grays and nascent purples, almost indistinguishable from the one above. There is no wind, no ripple, only this profound, unmoving calm. You feel a gentle, almost imperceptible pull, an unspoken invitation not to step into the cool water but into the stillness itself, to let your awareness expand to meet the immense, unformed possibility of the moment before anything begins. It is the breath before the first light, the quiet hum before the first note. This quiet opening, this profound moment of pure potential, is how we often begin a new journey, an exploration not just of the world outside us, but of the immense landscapes within. It's the very first breath of a new understanding, a conscious stepping into the vastness of what might be, before any preconceived notion or expectation has had a chance to take root. It's a moment of delicate suspension, a quiet anticipation of the unknown that is about to unfold. There is a sense of spaciousness, a feeling that anything is possible, simply because nothing has yet been defined. This initial state, before action, before thought takes full, rigid hold, resonates deeply with ideas found in many contemplative and mindfulness practices. It echoes the concept of the beginner's mind, or Shashin in Zen Buddhism, where one is encouraged to approach a subject with an open mind, free from the weight of past experiences or a desire to immediately categorize. It is about shedding the perceived burden of prior knowledge or even anticipated outcomes to truly see what is present, what is emerging in its raw, uncolored form. This state can be elusive in our busy lives, often overshadowed by our brain's natural tendency towards predictive processing, where it constantly tries to anticipate, label, and categorize based on prior experiences. This is a subtle cognitive bias that can make genuine new exploration challenging, as our minds seek to fit new information into old frameworks. The quiet urgency here, the gentle invitation of the lake, is to override that automatic tendency, to release the grip of what you think you know, even for a few quiet moments. Think of the feeling just before you open a completely blank page or stare at an empty canvas, the overwhelming desire to fill the space, to define it, to impose order. Or perhaps the quiet anxiety that precedes a first date, or the start of a new and unfamiliar class, where the sheer unknown hangs in the air, unshaped by expectation, filled only with possibility. You might find yourself scrolling endlessly through social media feeds, consuming content, allowing your mind to be filled with the already defined, yet missing the profound stillness that precedes true creation or genuine engagement. This quiet beginning isn't about avoiding the work or the challenges that will surely come, but about honoring the pristine, untouched space where the work truly begins to take shape, where intentions are born, where ideas first whisper. It's the deep, centering breath before the plunge, the moment where the architect stands before the empty lot, feeling the nascent structure in the air, or the musician before the silent instrument, feeling the nascent melody within their own heart before a single note is played. What if the true starting point, the most fertile ground for anything new, isn't a grand, decisive gesture, but this profound stillness, this internal quiet before any external sound, before any defined action? What if the most profound explorations, the most meaningful discoveries, begin not with a hurried leap, but with a simple, quiet pause, allowing the vast, unwritten landscape of awareness to simply be before you even attempt to navigate it? How much of your daily beginning is truly new, truly unburdened by the echoes of yesterday's tasks or tomorrow's worries? How much space do you allow for the quiet, unformed potential of the now before rushing to fill it? And as you breathe, Notice how the very act of noticing this quiet moment, this gentle awareness of pure potential, becomes a doorway, a soft, continuous opening to the quiet unfolding of everything. A subtle, soft hum, just at the edge of hearing, inviting you deeper into the quiet exploration of simply being, a quiet, eternal beginning. The nature of our perception. Imagine you're standing in a vibrant garden, alive with the riot of color and the sweet, complex scent of blooming flowers. You reach out to touch a velvety rose petal, feeling its delicate texture, tracing the quiet curve of its edge, inhaling its deep, sweet perfume. It feels utterly real, utterly present. Yet someone else, standing right beside you, their hand perhaps reaching for the same bloom, might perceive the exact same rose in a profoundly different way as merely a collection of molecules, a botanical specimen with a specific Latin name, or perhaps even a poignant symbol of fleeting beauty and transient life. The rose itself remains outwardly unchanged, an object in space, but the experience, the felt reality of it, shifts profoundly with each unique observer. This subtle difference in experience, this quiet divergence in interpretation, whispers to us about the profound nature of our perception. It suggests that the world we inhabit is not merely an external given, a set of fixed, objective facts to be absorbed, but rather a deeply personal and active construction, shaped intricately by the unique lens through which we view it. It's as if each of us walks through life carrying a unique filter, designed by our own inner landscape, through which all incoming information must pass. Our perception, therefore, is not a direct, unbiased recording of reality, like a camera capturing an image. Rather, it's an active, interpretive, and profoundly subjective process. It is heavily influenced by a complex interplay of our prior experiences, deeply held beliefs, current emotional states, and even our physiological condition. This is a core tenet of cognitive psychology. For instance, the concept of perceptual sets beautifully illustrates how our expectations, our internal readiness, can prime us to see or hear certain things, sometimes even overriding conflicting sensory data. Think of how a sudden loud noise might be instantly interpreted as a grave threat if you're already feeling anxious and on edge, but merely as a momentary surprise if you're relaxed and at peace. This subjective construction of what we call reality is profound and ceaseless. Philosophers from ancient times, like Immanuel Kant, delved deeply into how our minds actively impose categories and structures on raw sensory data, transforming the undifferentiated stuff of phenomena into something knowable, something that makes sense to us. The very colors you see, the sounds you hear, are not inherent, fixed properties of objects. They are the brain's magnificent and immediate interpretation of light waves and sound vibrations, translated into a meaningful experience. Consider two people watching the exact same news report, perhaps about a global event. One might genuinely see a heroic act of resilience and international cooperation unfolding, while the other perceives it as a grim demonstration of systemic failure and political opportunism. The external information presented is identical, yet the meaning extracted, the felt reality, diverges widely. Or perhaps you scroll through a social media feed, observing someone seemingly perfectly curated life, their achievements, their happiness. You might perceive it as aspirational and flawless, a standard to strive for, while another might see the underlying anxieties, the subtle performance, or the hidden effort behind the facade. In relationships, a quiet moment from a partner might be perceived as loving presence and comfort by one person, and as emotional distance or disengagement by another, purely based on their internal models, their past relational patterns, and their current needs. Even in professional settings, the same piece of feedback, delivered objectively, can be perceived as constructive criticism and a valuable learning opportunity by one colleague, and as an unfair attack or personal slight by another, depending entirely on their self-perception, their relationship with the feedback giver, and their immediate emotional state. What if the world you experience, the solid ground beneath your feet, is not the world in its singular, objective form, but profoundly your world, a unique, intricate tapestry woven moment by moment from the threads of your consciousness, your memories, your desires, and your fears. How much of what you deeply believe to be objectively true, universally valid, is actually a subtle internal projection of your unique inner landscape, your personal story? Could softening your grip on your own perceived reality, even just slightly, open you to entirely new ways of seeing, new possibilities of connection, where others' perceptions are not wrong or distorted, but simply different echoes of the same underlying multifaceted truth, like different facets of a gem? What if the richness of life lies not in a single, fixed reality, but in the infinite ways it can be perceived? And as you let your awareness settle gently on this quiet understanding, imagine the soft, continuous unfolding of all the countless worlds contained within this one, each perceived through its own unique, shimmering lens, all dissolving gently into the vast, open, and accepting space of simply observing, simply being, what we call reality. You are drifting in a dream, vivid and compelling, the profoundly real. The sky, utterly feeling the wind against your skin, or encountering someone long gone, their voice clear, their touch tangible. You might be solving a complex, intricate puzzle, feeling the quiet satisfaction of insight. The emotions are real, the sensations palpable, the narrative utterly convincing. Then, suddenly, with a quiet jolt, you wake up. The intricate dream world dissolves, evaporates into the thin air, and the real world rushes in the comforting weight of the blanket, the familiar scent of your room, the gentle sound of birds beginning to chirp outside your window. With a quiet jolt, more moments before, intricate that dream, emotional something co-resonance, reality, real reality has been a world source of endless rushes in the fascination and experienced weight deep full. The familiar scent of your room, shift, the gentle sound of birds beginning to chirp outside your window. Imperceptible you might be boundary between soaring whacking and effortlessly dreaming through the sky. Ponder what we feeling the truly wind against your mean when we speak of reality. As is someone it a long gone fixed, their touch tangible, intricate puzzle, all in the same feeling way, the quiet satisfaction of insight. Or is it something far more fluid, more malleable, more deeply personal than we often assume, something co-created moment by moment? The very concept of reality has been a source of endless fascination and deep puzzlement for philosophers for millennia. From Plato's timeless allegory of the cave, where prisoners mistake the dancing shadows on a wall for the true reality, to the dizzying modern discussions of simulated universes and virtual realities, the fundamental question persists. What is truly, fundamentally real? Our brains, those magnificent architects of experience, are constantly creating intricate models of the world based on the ceaseless stream of sensory input. And crucially, these models feel real to us. But consider the powerful impact of optical illusions, which demonstrably distort our perception of what is there, or the profound placebo effect, where belief itself can subtly alter physiological reality, manifesting tangible physical changes. Cognitive psychology consistently shows us how our brain actively fills in gaps, makes predictions, and constructs our moment-to-moment experience, rather than passively receiving it. Take, for instance, the groundbreaking work of Barry Schwartz on the paradox of choice, where he suggests that an overwhelming abundance of options, while seemingly better objectively, can paradoxically lead to decision paralysis, greater dissatisfaction, and even anxiety. This deeply implies that our subjective experience of what is good or real is not simply about external facts, but about how we process, engage with, and even limit those facts. Even our most cherished memories, which we often rely on as objective, unassailable records of the past, are reconstructive, shaped by our present perspectives, our current emotional states, and even new information, as pioneering research by Elizabeth Loftus on false memories has vividly shown. Our past is not a fixed, unchanging landscape, but a subtly shifting story we tell ourselves. Think of how two fervent sports fans experience the very same game. One might perceive their team's reality of the game as being filled with unfair referee calls, heroic, valiant efforts against overwhelming odds, and a deserving victory denied. Simultaneously, the opposing team's fan sees clear, undeniable fouls by the first team, thoroughly deserved victories, and objective, correct calls. The external event, the game itself, is identical, yet the felt reality, the emotional truth, is entirely distinct for each. Or consider the collective reality created within certain online communities, where shared beliefs, narratives, and interpretations can become so solidified that they feel entirely tangible and true to their members, even when they contradict external, verifiable evidence. You might experience a moment of profound joy or sorrow, a peak or a valley experience that feels more real, more impactful, more true than any factual event documented objectively in a ledger. The specific career path you chose, or felt compelled to choose, might have felt like the only reality, the single constrained truth at one point, bounded by certain beliefs or external pressures. Only years later might you quietly realize that countless other realities or paths existed, only previously invisible, unperceivable, or simply unthinkable to you. If dreams can feel so incredibly real, and if our waking perceptions are so prone to interpretation, to construction, to subjective filtering, then where does the truly objective, singular reality ultimately reside? What if reality is less a singular, solid, immutable thing, like a concrete block, and more a vast, shifting, liquid landscape, continuously co-created by our individual and collective consciousness? A tapestry woven from countless threads of perception. How much of your current reality, the challenges you face, the opportunities you see, the limits you perceive is built upon assumptions, stories, or frameworks that, upon closer inspection, might simply dissolve into the quiet air, revealing a new, unwritten possibility. And as you rest with this quiet, profound thought, feel the edges of what you call real soften, gently blurring into the vast, open potential of everything. A quiet, shimmering invitation to simply be, to simply observe within the infinite possibilities of what is and what might be. Beyond the obvious surface, you're quietly observing a still pond on a calm, sun-dappled day. The surface is perfectly smooth, a flawless dark mirror reflecting the sky above and the ancient trees that stand sentinel around its edges with crystal clarity. It presents an image of serene simplicity, an almost perfect, unblemished calm. But beneath that tranquil, reflective mirror, unseen currents gently swirl, silent fish glide through the cool, dark waters, and microscopic life teems in vibrant, intricate complexity. A hidden universe. The surface tells one quiet story, beautiful and placid, while the depths hold an entirely different, hidden world of intricate motion, ceaseless life, and profound mystery. This quiet contrast, this rich hiddenness beneath what appears simple and easily understood, understanding often dark, lies far beyond the water's obvious surface. It's an invitation to look deeper, to perceive the many layers of meaning and existence that are not immediately apparent, that do not reveal themselves at first glance. It suggests that there is always more than meets the eye, a discovered when we pause and hidden truly universe seek. Our story minds, efficiency, and while the clarity and observable, what can be quickly categorized and understood under. This tendency is deeply rooted in our cognitive architecture, a survival mechanism designed to make rapid sense of the world. We instinctively use heuristics, or mental shortcuts, to quickly process vast amounts of information, often relying on superficial cues or initial impressions. This is related to the availability heuristic, where we tend to rely on information that comes to mind most easily, rather than seeking out deeper, more complex, and sometimes more challenging truths. However, true, Nuanced understanding rarely yields to such quick glances. It often demands a more patient, more probing, and more complex approach. Think of the meticulous process of the scientific method, which deliberately probes beyond observable phenomena to uncover underlying principles and unseen forces. Or consider the profound insights offered by psychoanalytic theory, which posits that much of our behavior, our motivations, and our emotional patterns are driven by powerful unconscious forces, residing far beneath the surface of conscious awareness, like the greater mass of an iceberg. The visible action of a person, a single word or gesture, is often merely the tip of this vast, submerged structure, with motivations, past experiences, and unspoken desires hidden deep beneath. This calls for what educational psychologist Carol Dweck terms a growth mindset, moving beyond fixed, initial perceptions of abilities or situations to explore underlying potential, unseen possibilities, and inherent complexity, believing that things can evolve and deepen. Think of someone you know, perhaps an acquaintance you follow on social media, who presents a perfectly curated life, a highly successful career, a seemingly idyllic family, exotic travels, constant happiness. The obvious surface suggests effortless perfection, a life devoid of struggle. Yet beneath that polished exterior, there might be unseen struggles, quiet anxieties, or profound loneliness that are carefully kept from view. Or consider a common conflict in a relationship. The surface argument might revolve around a seemingly trivial issue, like a forgotten chore or a misplaced item, but the deeper currents might involve unmet needs for appreciation, unacknowledged fears of neglect, or a long-standing pattern of miscommunication. In a professional context, a team project might appear stalled or failing due to a single, visible issue, such as a technical bug or a resource constraint. But the deeper, more profound problem might be a breakdown in fundamental communication, unaddressed interpersonal dynamics, or a lack of shared vision. Even a simple smile from a stranger can carry a hidden, complex story, genuine warmth, a polite mask, or a subtle sign of inner turmoil that only careful, compassionate observation might begin to reveal. What if the most profound truths, the deepest wellsprings of wisdom, the most significant insights, are rarely found in the immediate, the apparent, the easily digestible, or the first thing that presents itself? What if the surface is not the destination, but merely an invitation, a gentle nudge, a quiet suggestion to dive beneath, to explore the unseen currents, the quiet ecosystems, the hidden motivations that lie just beyond the edge of your initial glance, beyond the first impression? How much richness, how much understanding, how much deeper connection do you inadvertently miss by only skimming the surface of people, of situations, of problems, or even of your own fleeting emotions, rather than allowing yourself to linger, to probe, to feel your way into their unseen depths? And as you let your awareness settle gently into this quiet contemplation, feel the soft, continuous invitation to look not just at things, but through them, to perceive the layers, to understand the currents, into the vast, shimmering depths where true understanding begins to softly unfold, like ripples emanating from a hidden, unseeable stone dropped into a deep, quiet pool, inviting you to simply be and to simply see. Introducing the quiet contradiction. You find yourself standing on a bustling city street, vibrant with the energy of human life. Around you, there's a cacophony of sounds: the distant hum of traffic, the sharp honking of car horns, the urgent wail of a distant siren, the murmur of countless conversations, the rhythmic beat of street music, the general hum of constant movement. It is a symphony of noise and ceaseless activity, overwhelming the senses. Yet, in the midst of it all, if you close your eyes for just a moment, even for a single fleeting breath, you can feel an undeniable stillness within yourself, a calm, untouched core, a quiet center that remains completely separate from the external chaos. The profound noise and the profound quiet exist simultaneously, side by side. A subtle paradox held within a single, suspended moment. This immediate experience of internal peace amidst external turbulence, this quiet and often unnoticed coexistence, gently introduces us to the idea of the quiet contradiction. If you close your stillness eyes for just a moment, presence and profound fleeting breath absence, you can feel an unwavering certainty and gentle undeniable doubt, a calm. Instead, they can coexist, often defining each other, illuminating each other, and sometimes even revealing a deeper, more encompassing truth that transcends their individual definitions. This notion of contradiction not as a logical flaw but as a source of deeper, more nuanced truth is central to many philosophical traditions around the world. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus famously spoke of the unity of opposites, suggesting that everything is in a state of flux, always changing, and that change itself is profoundly composed of these very opposing forces. In modern psychology, this understanding can be beautifully seen in concepts like dialectical thinking, which involves the sophisticated ability to hold two seemingly opposing ideas or truths in mind simultaneously, seeking not to eliminate one, but to find synthesis, a deeper understanding, or a more complete perspective, rather than being paralyzed by the apparent contradiction. Effective emotional regulation, for instance, often involves the courageous acknowledgement and gentle acceptance of conflicting emotions, feeling both profound joy and a quiet sadness, both surging hope and an underlying fear, rather than trying to suppress or deny one emotion in favor of the other. This is not about logical fallacy or incoherence, but about embracing the inherent, nuanced complexity of human experience and the natural world itself. The discomfort of cognitive dissonance, while often unsettling and difficult, can paradoxically be a powerful catalyst for profound growth, forcing us to reconcile conflicting beliefs, values, or actions, often leading to a transformative shift in our perspective, an expansion of our understanding. Think of how immense, breakthrough creativity can often be born from a period of intense, almost suffocating boredom, or how profound clarity and insight can emerge unexpectedly from a time of deep confusion or bewildering uncertainty. The feeling of being most profoundly connected to others might surprisingly arise when you spend quiet, undistracted time utterly alone, reflecting and recharging. A social media trend that passionately celebrates individuality and unique self-expression often, paradoxically, leads to a quiet, almost uniform expression of that individuality, where unique becomes a new kind of conformity. In deeply personal relationships, the greatest strength, the most profound resilience, can often be found not in steadfast rigidity, but in vulnerability, in the willingness to be open and expose the very opposite of what might conventionally seem strong. Or consider a career path. True, lasting security might be found not in clinging desperately to the known, the predictable, but in courageously embracing the inherent uncertainty and change that life brings, a quiet contradiction that challenges conventional wisdom about what stability truly means. The very act of letting go, which often feels like a terrifying loss of control, an active surrender, paradoxically often grants a deeper sense of inner peace, profound freedom, and true mastery over oneself. What if the most profound insights, the deepest wellsprings of wisdom, are often quietly nestled in the exact space where opposites meet, where their edges blur, and where two seemingly irreconcilable truths stand side by side, illuminating each other in a new light? Could leaning into these quiet contradictions, rather than immediately trying to resolve them, to choose one over the other, unlock new, unexpected layers of understanding about yourself, about others, and about the world? What if the very thing you seek, like profound peace, is not found by aggressively eliminating its opposite, the noise, the chaos, but by gently recognizing its quiet, unwavering presence within that noise, a silent anchor in a turbulent sea? And as you rest in this quiet, profound understanding, Feel how the gentle tension of opposites subtly resolves into a deeper, more encompassing whole, like two notes forming a harmonious chord. It is a soft, unwavering rhythm that holds everything, that defines everything, inviting you to simply be, suspended gently within the intricate dance of life's quiet contradictions. The comfort of opposites. Imagine a profound silence enveloping you, the kind that exists deep in the heart of an ancient forest at night, where the leaves hold their breath, or perhaps in a vast, snow-covered landscape where the flakes absorb every stray sound. It's a silence so immense, so complete, so utterly still, that it somehow makes the faintest whisper of wind rustling through pine needles or the distant hoot of an owl incredibly distinct, almost luminous in its presence, even strangely comforting. Without the vast, defining silence, the sound wouldn't possess such clarity, such an acute presence. And without the quiet presence of the sound, the silence itself wouldn't feel so profound, so palpable. They define each other, illuminate each other, creating a richer, more textured experience, a deeper appreciation for both. A deeper appreciation for both, this delicate, intricate interplay, where one quiet extreme highlights and even brings solace through its subtle counterpart, leads us gently to the idea of the comfort of opposites. It suggests that what often seems contradictory, challenging, or even antithetical often provides the necessary backdrop, the vital contrast for appreciation, for deeper understanding, and even for a profound sense of peace. It's the knowledge that one cannot truly exist or be truly understood without the other. This concept of complementary opposites is deeply embedded in philosophical thought across various cultures. From ancient Taoist principles of yin and yang, where seemingly contrary forces are in fact complementary, interconnected, and interdependent, flowing into and defining each other, to existentialist ideas that suggest meaning often arises from bravely facing the absurd, the void, or the inherent challenges of existence. Psychologically, this touches profoundly on the concept of contrast sensitivity, our perception of anything, whether a color, a sound, or an emotion, is often heightened and made more vivid by its opposite. We understand the profound joy of light only because we have known the deep mystery of darkness. We appreciate genuine happiness because we have experienced the quiet ache of sorrow. We recognize growth because we have felt the subtle resistance of stagnation or difficulty. The very act of overcoming adversity, of moving through a challenge, builds an enduring resilience. The discomfort of effort, the quiet struggle, leads to the profound satisfaction and deep pride of achievement. This isn't about actively seeking out pain or hardship, but recognizing that the full, vibrant spectrum of human experience, including its challenging, difficult, or uncomfortable facets, contributes fundamentally to a richer, more nuanced, and ultimately more complete understanding of life itself. Viktor Frankl, in his seminal work Man's Search for Meaning, powerfully articulated how individuals found profound meaning even in the most extreme suffering of the concentration camps, highlighting how the darkest, most desolate moments can paradoxically illuminate the most profound truths about human spirit and purpose. Think of the deep, almost exquisite relaxation you feel after a period of intense physical exertion, a long run or a demanding workout, the quiet joy of stillness after effort, or the profound appreciation for the warmth and familiarity of home after a long, arduous journey filled with unknowns. The quiet comfort of deep companionship is often amplified and made more precious by necessary moments of solitude and quiet reflection. The sweetness and joy of success, of achieving a deeply held goal, is rarely as rich or as deeply felt without the memory of past struggles, the quiet moments of doubt, or the sting of failures that preceded it. You might, surprisingly, experience the most profound insights or breakthroughs during a period of intense uncertainty or confusion, as your mind grapples with the unknown, forced to expand beyond its familiar boundaries. Even the seemingly negative experiences on social media, the fleeting, often superficial comparisons, the curated presentation of perfect lives can, paradoxically, lead to a deeper, more authentic appreciation for the unfiltered, genuine moments in your own life, encouraging a turn inward. The challenging feedback you received at work, initially uncomfortable and perhaps even painful, might have been the very catalyst for significant personal and professional growth, for seeing things differently, for a deeper understanding of yourself and your path. What if the moments of quiet discomfort, the periods of darkness, the experiences of loss or challenge, are not meant to be simply endured, avoided, or wished away, but rather seen as essential, quiet counterpoints that allow the light, the joy, the presence, the comfort to truly shine, to be fully appreciated in their brilliance? What if the profound comfort you seek is not found in the absence of challenge or difficulty, but in the harmonious interplay with it, a delicate, continuous dance of give and take, of light and shadow? What if the peace you crave is not a static state, but a dynamic balance between all the opposites? And as you breathe, imagine a gentle, unhurried pendulum swinging from one quiet extreme to its quiet opposite, each defining the other, each enriching the other, each bringing a subtle, deep comfort to the vast, open space of simply being, a continuous, soft embrace of all that is, in its beautiful, paradoxical entirety, day and night as one cycle. Imagine the sun slowly, imperceptibly, coming of the day dipping below the distant horizon, painting the sky in a breathtaking symphony of fiery oranges, soft purples, and fading rose hues. Light of almost day gently fades imperceptibly. Distant horizon stars begin to prickle the deepening blue, one by one, breathtaking like symphony of fiery quiet oranges whispers, and the world below gradually quiets, hues preparing for the profound stillness of sleep. All activity seems to slow, to hush, to yield. Yet you know, with an unspoken, intuitive certainty, that this gathering darkness is not a final end, not a cessation, but merely a pause, a necessary phase, a quiet turning point before the gentle, inevitable re-emergence of dawn. The very act of night falling, in its quiet surrender, ensures the coming of the day. They are not separate events, but two essential parts of a single, continuous, and unending breath. This seamless, inevitable transition, where the apparent ending of one state is the precise and necessary condition for the quiet beginning of the next, speaks profoundly to the idea of day and night as one continuous, unbroken cycle. It serves as a powerful, silent metaphor for the cyclical nature of life itself, a reminder that endings are always, in a deeper sense, also quiet beginnings, and that all beginnings, in turn, contain their own quiet, nascent endings within them, setting the stage for what comes next. Nothing truly ends, it merely transforms. This idea of cyclical time and deep interconnectedness is a cornerstone of many ancient wisdom traditions, standing in subtle contrast to a purely linear, progressive view of time. Consider the profound concept of karma in Eastern philosophies, where actions and their consequences flow in a continuous, intricate cycle, shaping future experiences not as punishment, but as natural unfolding. In developmental psychology, we observe inevitable stages of growth, maturation, and sometimes even regression, where old patterns, old ways of being, must gently dissolve or be shed for new ones to emerge and flourish. Even in the realm of physics, processes like the water cycle, where water evaporates, condenses, and falls again, or the carbon cycle, illustrate beautifully how seemingly distinct states are in fact integral parts of a larger, unified, and continuous flow of energy and matter. This cyclical perspective helps us to move beyond rigid, often limiting binary thinking such as good-bad, success-failure, begin-and-end, and embrace a more fluid, adaptive, and accepting mindset. The philosopher Karl Popper, renowned for his work on the philosophy of science and the concept of falsifiability, powerfully emphasized that knowledge itself is not a static, fixed truth, but a continuous, dynamic process of conjecture and refutation, constantly evolving, refining, and deepening, rather than reaching a final, unchangeable state. Life, too, is a series of quiet iterations, each building upon the last, each learning from the last, even through moments of seeming dissolution or apparent setback. Think of a long-term project at work finally reaching its completion, a quiet ending, yes, a chapter closing, but often it is also a new beginning for subsequent ventures, a repository of new learnings, new insights, and fresh opportunities for growth. Or consider a relationship changing its form, perhaps shifting from one phase to another, or even ending entirely. The quiet conclusion of one kind of connection often becomes the quiet opening for a different kind of bond, or for profound personal growth in solitude, a journey inward that was previously unavailable. The unexpected loss of a job, a moment of profound ending that can feel utterly disorienting, can paradoxically be the very catalyst for discovering a new, unexpected passion, or a more fulfilling, aligned path that was previously unimaginable. Even the natural shedding of leaves in autumn, which appears to be a definitive death of the foliage, is a vital, necessary part of the cycle that nourishes the soil for spring's vibrant rebirth, a quiet promise of renewal. The frustration you might quietly feel with a repetitive task, a seeming dead end in your daily routine, often subtly leads to the quiet innovation that breaks the cycle, bringing new efficiency, new understanding, or a deeper appreciation for the simple act itself. What if the endings you quietly fear, the transitions that feel like losses, are not true, absolute conclusions, but merely the gentle turning points in an ongoing, quiet, and eternal dance? What if every moment of seeming stillness, every period of darkness, every stretch of uncertainty is simply the earth rotating, silently preparing the ground for a new dawn, a new unfolding, a new phase of existence? Could gently releasing the desperate need to hold on to what is, to resist the natural flow, allow you to flow more gently, more gracefully, more peacefully with the quiet, undeniable rhythm of becoming, of continuous transformation? What if the very act of surrender to the end is the ultimate act of faith in the beginning? And as you breathe, imagine the soft, seamless merging of light and shadow, of day and night, a quiet, continuous breath of the universe flowing gently through you, holding you in the vast, open embrace of this endless, beautiful cycle of simply being, the stillness within motion. You are watching a skilled dancer, perhaps in a quiet studio or on a grand stage. Their body is a blur of intricate, powerful movements, soaring leaps that defy gravity, graceful, fluid spins that create a vortex of energy, rapid, precise turns that seem to happen in an instant. Yet within every dynamic pose, every fluid transition, every exhilarating surge of energy, there is a profound, undeniable center. It is a point of balance, an unwavering core of stillness from which all the magnificent motion originates, and to which it always, inevitably, returns. Without this internal stillness, this quiet anchor, the external motion would be chaotic, without purpose, merely flailing, lacking the precision and grace that captivates you. The stillness is not the absence of movement, but its very source. Without purpose, underlying quiet lacking the core, reveals the profound idea of the stillness within motion. Not the absence of movement, suggests that even in the midst of our busiest lives, our most complex challenges, or the constant, relentless flow of external change, an unwavering center of quiet presence can always be found, cultivated, and returned to. It's the eye of the storm, the calm beneath the waves. Many contemplative traditions across the globe have long emphasized this profound paradox. In ancient martial arts like Tai Chi, for example, the power and effectiveness of the movements come not from brute physical force or rigid muscularity, but from a deeply grounded, centered stillness that allows for fluid, responsive, and incredibly powerful movement. Philosophically, Thinkers like the ancient Chinese sage Lao Tzu spoke of the Tao as the unchanging, eternal source within constant, ceaseless change, the quiet ground of being from which all phenomena arise and into which they dissolve. Psychologically, this concept deeply relates to effective emotional regulation, the remarkable ability to maintain inner calm, clarity, and perspective even when external circumstances are turbulent, uncertain, or when internal emotions are intense and overwhelming. It's about developing an internal locus of control, a deep sense of agency, and an unshakable groundedness that isn't dependent on the whims of external conditions or fleeting feelings. Even in the realm of complex decision-making, the most insightful and impactful choices often come not from frantic activity, from rushing or overthinking, but from a quiet moment of reflection, a pause that allows intuition and deeper understanding to surface from within. The work of neuroscientist Antonio Damasio on the role of emotion in reason suggests that our rational thought is often profoundly informed by a felt sense, an embodied understanding that originates from a deeper, quieter core, a non-cognitive knowing that guides us even in logical processes. Think of a parent navigating the ceaseless demands of a chaotic household with young children, their inner calm allowing them to respond thoughtfully, patiently, and wisely, rather than reacting impulsively to every cry or demand. Or imagine a skilled surgeon performing a complex, life-saving operation. Their hands move with incredible precision, speed, and focus. Yet their mind holds a profound, unwavering stillness, an intense, quiet concentration that directs every delicate movement. You might experience this inner stillness when you're deeply absorbed in a creative pursuit. Your hands might be moving quickly, your mind racing with ideas and possibilities, yet an underlying, quiet, timeless focus prevails, a state of flow that transcends external distractions. Even in the constant, overwhelming stream of social media, scrolling through endless updates and information, you can consciously choose to find a moment of internal stillness, to simply observe without judgment, to breathe deeply, rather than being swept away by the external currents of comparison or anxiety. The seemingly overwhelming demands and pressures of a demanding career can be met not by frantic, faster action, but by cultivating quiet moments of focused attention, by making space for stillness amidst the action, allowing for more deliberate and effective engagement. What if the most effective, most graceful way to navigate the constant currents of life, with all its challenges and demands, is not to fight against them, to resist the flow, but to cultivate a deeper, quieter center within yourself, a source of unwavering calm, of clear intention, that allows you to move with greater purpose, precision, and grace, rather than simply reacting? What if true rest, true rejuvenation, is not simply the absence of activity, of doing nothing, but the profound presence of this deep, abiding stillness, even within activity itself, even within the most bustling moments? Could leaning into this internal quiet, this inner anchor, allow you to move through your days with a deeper sense of authenticity, purpose, and quiet ease? And as you let your awareness settle gently, imagine a vast, still pool reflecting the sky above with perfect clarity, even as a gentle, unseen current moves quietly beneath its surface, stirring the depths. It is a quiet, continuous dance of stillness and motion, effortlessly holding you gently in the vast, open space of simply being, simply flowing, simply at peace, understanding our place. You are gazing up at the night sky, a velvet expanse of unimaginable depth. It is studded with countless pinpricks of light, distant stars, swirling galaxies, vibrant nebulae, each existing on a scale that defies easy comprehension. You feel incredibly small, an infinitesimally tiny speck on a tiny plane, orbiting a single star, in one arm of a single galaxy among billions. Yet simultaneously within that vastness, within that humbling sense of scale, there is a profound, undeniable sense of belonging, a quiet recognition that you are inextricably beautifully part of this immense, unfolding cosmos made of the very same ancient stardust. The same elements that form the furthest star also course through your veins. Both a quiet, utterly recognition minute that, and you are utterly connected inextricably. This dual feeling of being both infinitesimally small and profoundly made of the very same ancient understanding our place in the stardust universe. It suggests that our place is not a fixed, rigid location, a static point on a map, but rather a fluid, dynamic, and ever-evolving relationship within a grand, intricate, and interconnected tapestry of existence, a living, breathing whole of which we are an integral thread. This paradox of individual significance within cosmic insignificance is a rich theme explored throughout the history of human thought, particularly in existential philosophy. Think of Blaise Pascal's evocative image of humanity as a thinking reed, fragile and vulnerable, yet profoundly aware of the vast, indifferent universe that surrounds it, a unique capacity for consciousness in a boundless expanse. In psychology, this relates deeply to concepts like self-transcendence, a journey beyond egoic concerns and narrow self-interest to find meaning, purpose, and connection in something larger than oneself. It's about finding a delicate, crucial balance between individuation, asserting one's unique identity, gifts, and path, and deep connection, recognizing one's place within a community, an ecosystem, or the boundless universe itself. This expansive perspective challenges the common cognitive bias of egocentrism, where we naturally tend to view the world and all its phenomena primarily through the narrow lens of our own personal perspective, our own needs and desires. Understanding our true place involves consciously expanding that perspective, softening the boundaries of the self to encompass a wider reality. The ecological concept of interconnectedness, as articulated by movements like deep ecology, profoundly highlights that we are not separate from nature or above it, but an integral, interdependent part of it, and that our individual well-being is inextricably linked to the well-being of the whole living planet. We are not just in the world, we are the world in a very real sense. Consider the quiet satisfaction that arises when you contribute your efforts to a large, collective project at work, where your individual effort, while important, subtly blends into something far greater, something more impactful than what you could ever achieve alone. Or the feeling of profound peace, of quiet rightness, that settles upon you when you genuinely help someone in need, realizing that your own well-being and sense of purpose are intrinsically tied to the well-being and flourishing of others, of the collective. You might feel this deep, elemental connection to your place during a quiet walk in nature, observing the intricate web of life around you, the mycelial networks beneath the soil, the complex interactions of plants and animals, and recognizing your own small, vital place within that grand design. On social media, you can often feel overwhelmed by the sheer scale of information, the seemingly endless stream of updates, and the vastness of human connection. Yet, finding a small community within that immense, understanding that your digital ocean can offer personnel a profound struggle sense of belonging, of quiet purpose, moments of and of being doubt are not seen. The quiet, understanding that your digital ocean can offer personnel a profound struggle set, your private anxieties, moments of and of being doubt are not seen unique to you, but are part of the shared, universal human experience, can be incredibly liberating, reminding you that you are never truly alone in your challenges, but connected to the vast tapestry of human existence, both past and present. What if true, deep understanding of your place isn't about finding a singular, definitive answer, a fixed point to which you belong, but about embracing the continuous, gentle dance between your unique individual story, your personal journey, and the grand, interwoven, ancient narrative of all existence? What if feeling small, feeling like a tiny speck, is not a diminishment of your worth or significance, but an opening to the immense, quiet wonder of being part of something so vast, so ancient, so utterly beautiful, so intricately connected. What if your true power lies not in asserting your individual will against the universe, but in gently aligning yourself with its grand, cosmic flow, finding your unique rhythm within its timeless dance? And as you rest with this quiet, profound thought, feel the gentle hum of the cosmos within your very being, a soft, unwavering knowing that you are precisely where you are meant to be. At this moment, in this vast, interconnected web, held gently and eternally in the immense, open embrace of simply being and belonging, the flow of time's river. Imagine standing quietly on the bank of a wide, slow-moving river. You see the water flowing steadily past you, always moving, never pausing, never returning. You dip your hand in, feeling the cool current, the smooth rush against your skin. And though the water itself is transient, a ceaseless procession of molecules, the riverbed, the banks, the very act of flowing remain. It is always moving, always changing, always in motion, yet it is always, in a deeper, more profound sense, simply being the river. Its identity is in its flow, not in any single drop. This enduring motion, this constant, gentle transformation within an unchanging essence, introduces us to the profound idea of the flow of time's river. In a deeper, more profound disconnected sense in moments, beads on its identity string is in its flow, not in any continuous, interwoven current where past, present, and future are deeply connected, subtly shaping and being shaped by each other in a quiet, relentless, and beautiful unfolding. It's a tapestry woven with threads from all moments, continuously being restitched. The very nature of time has captivated philosophers, poets, and physicists alike for millennia, leading to endless speculation and profound insight. While our everyday experience often perceives time as a linear arrow, relentlessly moving from a fixed past towards a predetermined future, many contemplative traditions, particularly in Buddhist philosophy, emphasize the paramount importance of the present moment, recognizing that all of time memories of the past, anticipations of the future is ultimately experienced now, in this single, fleeting, eternal point of existence. The ancient Greek concepts of chronos linear, sequential, measurable time, like seconds and minutes versus kairos opportune, qualitative time, the right moment, the felt time beautifully highlight this distinction, suggesting that time has dimensions beyond mere measurement. Psychologically, our perception of time is exquisitely subjective, highly influenced by our emotional states, our level of focus, and our engagement. A minute of profound boredom can stretch interminably, feeling like an hour, while an hour of deep, joyful engagement can compress, feeling like mere minutes or even vanish entirely. This speaks not to a flaw in our internal clock, but to the inherent fluidity of our relationship to time, rather than time as an immutable, external, fixed force. The influential physicist John Archibald Wheeler, in his concept of the participatory universe, provocatively suggested that our very act of observation, our conscious engagement, plays a subtle but fundamental role in shaping reality, subtly implying that time, too, is not just something we passively pass through, but something we actively, even unknowingly, participate in creating moment by moment. Think of a powerful memory from your childhood. It lives not just in a distant past, but influences your present actions, subtly colors your current emotional landscape, shapes your beliefs, and affects your reactions. Or consider a future goal, a quiet aspiration you hold. It exists as an idea now, a nascent seed, actively shaping the quiet decisions you make today, drawing you forward. You might sometimes feel stuck in a repetitive cycle at work, experiencing time as a monotonous loop, a treadmill of sameness. Yet the subtle shifts in your perspective, the small changes in your approach, the quiet, almost imperceptible variations in your daily routine, though seemingly insignificant, can slowly, gently redirect the current, altering the flow of that very experience. Even the ephemeral nature of social media trends, seeming to vanish quickly into the digital ether, often leave quiet echoes, subtle influences that shape future patterns of communication, connection, and cultural evolution, demonstrating that nothing truly disappears without a trace. The quiet, compassionate acceptance of past regrets, instead of resisting them, allows them to become less of a heavy anchor that drags you backward, and more of a gentle current, a subtle wisdom, guiding you forward, transforming their meaning within the continuous flowing river of your life, making peace with what has been. What if the past is not truly, irrevocably gone, lost behind you, and the future is not truly, definitively yet to come, a fixed destination ahead, but both are quietly, gently, continuously contained within the ever-flowing, luminous present moment? What if true mastery, true understanding of time is not about trying to control its speed or to force its direction, but about learning to gently float with its current, finding a profound stillness and sense of peace within its ceaseless motion, a quiet surrender to its rhythm? How much freedom, how much lightness of being could you find in releasing your anxious grip on what was, and what will be, and simply resting softly, effortlessly in the quiet, unfolding now? And as you breathe, imagine the soft, continuous murmur of the river, flowing through timeless landscapes, carrying everything and leaving nothing, always moving, always being, holding you gently and eternally in the vast, open embrace of this endless flow of simply being here now. Past, present, futures intertwine. You're standing on a silent bridge high above a wide, slow-moving river. Below, the water flows ceaselessly, a shimmering ribbon under the pale moonlight. You watch a single fallen leaf carried by the current. It came from upstream, a place you cannot see, a memory perhaps representing the past. Lie, and the future isn't merely not yet here, unlit shore in this very moment, fabric of the present. And then it drifts away, towards a horizon you cannot perceive, shaping it into the future. You giving are its static on the meaning bridge, drawing it forward, yet the river moves, and in its movement all three moments, what was, what is, and what will be, flow into one another, inseparable, a quiet, continuous whisper. This isn't merely a sequence. It's a profound intertwining, a subtle tapestry woven with invisible threads. The past isn't simply gone like a discarded skin, and the future is, and merely not yet here, a distant, unlit shore. They are threaded through the very fabric of your present moment, shaping it, giving it meaning, and subtly drawing it forward. Think of how a forgotten melody from childhood can suddenly flood your present with a specific light, a particular scent, a feeling that is utterly now, yet a rooted profound deeply in then. Intertwining, or how the quiet anticipation of a future journey can infuse your current mundane tasks with a sense of purpose, a gentle hum beneath the surface of the everyday. Consider how your mind navigates these temporal landscapes. The echoes of your past are not just dusty memories, they are active forces. Cognitive biases such as the hindsight bias can make past choices seem inevitable, coloring your present understanding of how you arrived here. Similarly, the planning fallacy might lead you to underestimate future challenges, born from an overconfident reading of past successes. Your very sense of self is a continuous narrative. This concept, often explored in narrative identity psychology, suggests that you construct your understanding of who you are by weaving together past experiences, present realities, and future aspirations into a cohesive, if constantly evolving, story. The philosopher Henry Bergson, for instance, spoke of duration not as a series of discrete points in time, but as a continuous flowing stream where past, present, and future are not separable, but rather constitute a dynamic whole, a constant becoming. He urged us to feel time, not just measure it. You might find yourself right now, replaying a past conversation, dissecting words, re-examining tones. That past moment, though physically over, continues to evoke a flush of embarrassment, a surge of gratitude, or a quiet lingering question in your very present body. The emotional regulation you employ in this moment is shaped by patterns learned long ago. Or imagine you are preparing for a significant career transition. The skills you've honed over years, the knowledge you've accumulated your past, are actively present in your current decision-making. And the vision you hold for your life 5 years from now, the person you aspire to be your future, is a silent guide influencing which path you choose today, right here, right now. Even in the simple act of preparing a meal, the memory of a grandmother's recipe, her gentle hands, her quiet hum the past, guides your hands as you chop and stir the present. And the anticipation of sharing the warm dish with loved ones, the future fills the kitchen with a certain aroma, a quiet expectation that transcends the mere ingredients. What if the very regrets you carry are not rigid shackles, but soft, permeable threads connecting you to who you were, gently informing who you are becoming? What if the dreams you chase are not just distant stars, but a silent gravity pulling your present steps forward, aligning your present energy? Could it be that embracing the fluidity of time, rather than attempting to segment it into rigid boxes, allows for a deeper, more peaceful sense of continuity within yourself, a quiet understanding of your own unfolding? To truly exist in the now, in this moment, must you not also acknowledge the echoes that led you here, and the soft whispers that gently beckon you forward, all part of the same river? The river flows endlessly, each droplet carrying a fragment of the upstream, mingling with the now, already reaching for the downstream. You are not merely a point on that river, a static observer. You are the river itself. The memory of sunlight on yesterday's water, the shimmering reflection of today's moon, the quiet promise of tomorrow's downstream bend. All are simply variations of the same water, the same river, the same continuous, gentle unfolding of your very being, forever moving, forever one. The endless now. You're sitting by an open window, perhaps hearing the distant hum of a city or the soft rustle of leaves in a quiet garden. A gentle breeze drifts in, caressing your skin, carrying a faint scent of rain or blossoming trees. You take a slow, deep breath, feeling the air fill your lungs, then release it, watching it dissolve into the vastness of the room. This breath, single breath, this quiet, momentary observation sensation, is complete in itself. It isn't a fleeting inhalation, exhalation. It microscopic simply is, vanishes as singular instance of being, and the future is an anticipation in this now, and nowhere else. This moment, this breath, this quiet observation, is the essence of the endless now. It isn't a fleeting point, a microscopic slice of time that vanishes as soon as it arrives. Instead, it's a vast, continuous expanse, always present, always available. The past is a memory in this now, and the future is an anticipation in this now. Everything you perceive, think, feel, or do is happening in this boundless present which quietly unfolds, moment after moment, endlessly. The paradox lies in its simultaneous transience and eternality. Each now is unique, yet the now itself is perpetual. Psychologically, this understanding challenges common patterns of thought. Often, your mind is caught in what is known as rumination, dwelling on past events, or catastrophizing, projecting anxieties into the future. Both pull your attention away from the rich texture of the present. The practice of mindfulness, for instance, is fundamentally about cultivating a non-judgmental awareness of the present moment, recognizing that this now is where all life truly happens. This isn't about ignoring the past or future, but about grounding your experience in the only real moment there is. Consider the insights of figures like Eckhart Tolle, who emphasizes the transformative power of living in the power of now, or the Stoic philosophers who taught the importance of focusing on what is within your control in the present, releasing attachment to what has been or might be. They understood that suffering often arises not from events themselves, but from your interpretation and resistance to what is right now. Think of an everyday experience. You might be drinking a warm cup of tea. If your mind is racing, planning tomorrow's tasks or replaying a conversation from earlier, the warmth of the mug in your hands, the delicate aroma, the subtle taste, All these sensory details of the present moment are lost. You are physically here but experientially absent. Or perhaps you are walking in nature. If you are constantly checking your phone or mentally drafting an email, the unique quality of the light, the particular song of a bird, the exact texture of the path beneath your feet, all become invisible. These are not just missed opportunities for enjoyment. They are missed opportunities for truly being. Even in moments of connection, if you are distracted by thoughts of what you'll say next or how a past interaction went, you miss the nuanced expressions, the subtle shifts in tone, the profound presence of another being in this shared now. What if the greatest freedom lies not in escaping time, but in fully inhabiting each moment as it arrives? What if the constant striving for a future state of happiness blinds you to the quiet joy available in this very breath? Could it be that the perceived burdens of your past only hold power when you drag them, heavy and raw, into the pristine space of the present? To truly live, do you not have to surrender to the unfolding of what is, without constant resistance or premature grasping? What if the very fabric of peace is woven from a deep and gentle acceptance of this timeless, unfolding now? The wind sighs gently through the window, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant, blooming jasmine. The light outside softens, deepening into twilight. There is no urgency in this moment, no need to rush, no destination to reach beyond the simple act of being here. The past has receded, the future has not yet arrived. All that remains is the quiet pulse of your own breath, the subtle awareness of your own existence, unfolding in this vast, unending quiet now. This single, luminous, ever-present moment, waiting to be truly felt, the unchanging nature of change. You're observing a tree outside your window, a quiet sentinel against the changing sky. In spring, you saw tiny buds swell into vibrant green leaves. In summer they deepened, offering cool, dense shade. Now perhaps you see them turning golden, crimson, then slowly falling one by one to blanket the earth below. Soon the branches will stand bare, etching stark patterns against the winter light. Every season brings a profound transformation to this tree, a cycle of growth, flourishing, release, and dormancy. Yet throughout all these visible shifts, there is an underlying constant, the unwavering presence of the tree itself, and the unchanging law of its change. Every constant is that seasoned things are always a-changing. This isn't a paradox of opposites, are interdependence. Change isn't an anomaly or an interruption. It is the very fabric of existence, the fundamental rhythm of life. The paradox lies in understanding that this ceaseless flow, this perpetual motion, is itself an immutable truth. Fact that everything throughout all these changes is the one visible thing that never shifts changes. Change isn't an anomaly or an interruption remaining the same, but about the process of transformation being the enduring reality. Understanding offers of the profound paradox sense of lies in liberation, understanding that this ceaseless flow is itself and releasing you from the immutable truth attempt to grasp and hold onto what is inherently impermanent. From a psychological perspective, much of your internal suffering stems from a resistance to this fundamental truth. You cling to comforts, to relationships, to identities, even to ideas, attempting to freeze them in time. This clinging, often fueled by loss aversion or a desire for cognitive consistency, creates friction when the inevitable shifts occur. The concept of growth mindset, popularized by Carol Dweck, highlights the importance of embracing change as an opportunity for learning and development, rather than a threat. Dweck's work suggests that those who view abilities as fixed often resist challenges, fearing failure, while those with a growth mindset see challenges as pathways to improvement. Similarly, Buddhist philosophy, with its emphasis on anicca impermanence, teaches that all compounded phenomena are in a constant state of flux. Recognizing this truth is seen as a key to inner peace, as it dissolves the attachment that causes suffering. Heraclitus, the ancient Greek philosopher, famously stated, "No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river and he's not the same man." This captures the essence of the unchanging nature of change. The river is always flowing, always becoming something new, and so are you. Consider a career path. You might start in a particular role, gain specific skills, and envision a clear trajectory. But industries shift, technologies evolve, your own interests mature. If you rigidly cling to the initial vision, resisting new learning or different opportunities, you might experience significant internal conflict or miss out on unexpected growth. The most successful careers often belong to those who gracefully adapt, embracing new challenges as a natural part of their professional journey. Or think about a personal relationship. It evolves over time, shared experiences, individual growth, changing life circumstances. The you and the other from 5 years ago are not precisely the you and other of today. If you expect the relationship to remain perfectly static, ignoring the natural shifts in needs, communication, or intimacy, frustration is inevitable. Instead, recognizing that the essence of a healthy relationship lies in its capacity to adapt and grow allows for deeper, more resilient connection. Even your own body is a testament to this constant change: cells regenerating, systems adapting, perceptions shifting, a silent, relentless process of becoming. What if your greatest strength lies not in your ability to control the external world, but in your capacity to flow with its inherent mutability? What if the discomfort you feel in times of transition is not a sign of weakness, but an invitation to soften, to release, to trust the process? Could it be that the very act of trying to stop the current of life is what exhausts you, while surrendering to its flow brings a profound sense of ease? To truly thrive, do you not have to learn to dance with the inevitable currents of change, rather than fighting against them? The tree stands, now bare, its branches reaching towards the silent stars. It does not resist the cold, nor yearn for its vanished leaves. It simply is, a testament to the quiet strength found in accepting its own cyclical nature. And in that acceptance, in that unyielding embrace of constant transformation, lies its enduring grace, its timeless beauty. Just like the tree, you are always changing, always becoming, always simply unfolding, in a quiet, beautiful dance with the unchanging nature of change itself. Whispers of infinity. You're lying on your back, perhaps on cool grass or a soft blanket, gazing up at the night sky. The air is still, carrying the faint scent of earth or distant wood smoke. Above you, countless stars prickle the darkness, some bright and unwavering, others faint like scattered dust. You trace imaginary lines between them, feeling the immense, silent void that stretches out beyond anything you can comprehend. There's a sensation that rises from deep within you, a quiet awe, a profound sense of smallness, yet also an inexplicable connection to something vast, something without beginning or end. A quiet awe, smallness, infinity, and all around you. And it hints at what lies beyond the limits of perception and even conception. It's an experience that dissolves the edges of your everyday perception. In thy very moment, large number of the sensation, that boundary between your breath and the rises from deep within you. Boundless and you potential. This exists beyond your finite, isn't inexplicable, just a connection to visual something vast, spectacle, understanding. And it hints at what lies beyond the limits of perception and even conception. The paradox is that while your mind struggles to grasp it, your spirit often recognizes and resonates with it, feeling a deep, innate pull towards something immeasurable, something eternal. These whispers are not audible sounds but subtle intuitions, a feeling of connection to something immensely greater than your individual self. Psychologically, this encounter with the infinite can trigger a unique form of introspection. It can induce a sense of awe, an emotion characterized by a feeling of wonder and insignificance in the face of something vast. Researchers like Dasher Keltner have explored how experiences of awe can diminish the ego, increase prosocial behavior, and foster a greater sense of connection to the world. It shifts your perspective from self-centered concerns to a broader appreciation of existence. Philosophically, the idea of infinity has captivated thinkers for millennia. The ancient Greek mathematician Euclid dealt with the infinitude of prime numbers, while later thinkers like Georg Cantor explored different sizes of infinity, pushing the boundaries of logical thought. The existentialists, while often focusing on the finitude of human life, nonetheless grappled with the vastness of an indifferent universe, leading to questions of meaning in the face of such immensity. The whispers of infinity remind you of the profound mystery that underlies all reality, a mystery that cannot be fully solved but can be deeply felt. Think of a time you stood at the edge of a vast ocean, watching waves endlessly break upon the shore, each one unique, yet part of an unending rhythm. The sheer volume of water, the depths unexplored, the horizon stretching boundlessly, all hint at a scale beyond your immediate grasp. Or perhaps you've listened to a piece of music that seemed to unfold endlessly, weaving intricate patterns without ever truly resolving, leaving you suspended in a beautiful, timeless flow. Even in your own body, the countless cells, the intricate neural pathways, the complex biological processes that operate without your conscious thought, hint at an astonishing, nearly infinite complexity within what appears to be a singular, contained form. When you reflect on the long sweep of history, the countless generations, the rise and fall of civilizations, you are touching upon a temporal infinity that stretches far beyond your personal lifespan, yet you are a momentary ripple in its vast current. What if the quiet longing you sometimes feel is not for something you lack, but for a deeper connection to this boundless aspect of existence? What if the very act of acknowledging your smallness in the face of infinity is precisely what allows you to expand beyond your perceived limits? Could it be that your capacity to feel awe, to be moved by beauty, is a direct portal to these silent, eternal truths? To truly understand your place, do you not have to sometimes step beyond the mundane and allow the grand scale of the cosmos to gently embrace your awareness? The stars pulse, tiny pinpricks of light in the vast velvet above. They have been there for unimaginable eons and will continue to be, long after your brief moment on this planet. Yet in this quiet contemplation you are not separate from them. You are a part of that same dust, that same ancient starlight, that same endless unfolding. The air you breathe is recycled from ancient times and will journey into futures unseen. The whispers of infinity are not external sounds, but echoes within your own deepest self, reminding you that you are both a finite spark and an inseparable part of something immeasurable, something eternal, forever connected to the silent, boundless hum of all that is. Finite moments in infinite space. You're sitting quietly in your room, the walls around you defining a space that feels familiar and contained. Perhaps a soft lamp casts a warm glow, or moonlight filters gently through the window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. You reach out, your fingers tracing the edge of a table, feeling its solid, finite form. You are here in this specific chair at this precise moment, a single point of consciousness in a room, in a building, on a planet. Yet, if you close your eyes and simply feel your breath, expanding and contracting, you become aware of the vastness even within this enclosed space. The air you breathe stretches far beyond the room, beyond the building, into the boundless atmosphere, and beyond that, into the immeasurable expanse of the cosmos. This finite moment, this contained you, is utterly immersed in an infinite, quiet ocean of space. This isn't a contradiction, it's a fundamental condition of existence. This contained you, immersed in an infinite experiencing finite moments of specific breath. This particular isn't a thought, a unique interaction. Each moment has a beginning and an end, a defined boundary. Yet it's a vacuum, condition they are of occurring within existence, a space that, to your current understanding, appears to have no boundaries, no ultimate end. The paradox is that the very limits of your personal experience are constantly held within a framework that is limitless. It's like a single raindrop, perfect and complete in itself, yet part of an ocean without shores. Psychologically, Your finite nature often leads to feelings of limitation, of being confined by circumstances or time. This can manifest as fear of missing out FOMO, a pervasive anxiety driven by the belief that opportunities are scarce and time is running out. Or it might fuel perfectionism, an attempt to exert control over every finite detail in a world that is largely uncontrollable. Yet, recognizing your finite nature within infinite space can also be incredibly liberating. It highlights the preciousness of each moment, while simultaneously reducing the pressure to control every outcome. Think of the scientific understanding of the universe from the incredibly small, like quantum particles existing in a probability field, to the unimaginably large, like galaxies stretching across billions of light years. Both the micro and macro realms hint at a scale that dwarfs human comprehension, yet you are intricately part of it all. The philosopher Baruch Spinoza spoke of finite modes existing within the infinite substance of God or nature, suggesting that your individual existence, though bounded, is a manifestation of an endless reality. Consider a simple, everyday example. You are working on a creative project. The specific lines you draw, the words you choose, the colors you select, these are all finite decisions within a finite time frame. Yet the inspiration for that project, the boundless realm of ideas from which it emerged, and the potential impact it might have on others extending into an unknown future space are all aspects of the infinite. Or think of sharing a meal with loved ones. The specific conversation, the food on the table, the laughter, these are finite, tangible elements of a particular moment. But the love that flows between you, the history shared, the silent understanding, these are qualities that resonate beyond the immediate confines of time and space, touching upon something boundless. Even your own body, while having clear boundaries, is a complex ecosystem of trillions of cells, constantly interacting, hinting at an internal vastness that mirrors the external. What if the quiet anxiety about time passing or opportunities fading can be softened by the realization that you are held within something eternally vast? What if your finite actions, however small, ripple outwards into a space that has no end? Could it be that true peace comes from honoring the boundaries of your present moment, while simultaneously acknowledging your inseparable connection to the boundless unknown? To truly live, do you not have to learn to embrace both your delicate, limited form and the infinite, expansive canvas upon which you are painted? The air around you is still, silent. You breathe in, a finite intake, and breathe out, a finite release. Yet the air itself is endless, flowing through civilizations past, present, and future, stretching into the furthest reaches of the atmosphere. Your body is a temporary vessel, a collection of moments. But the consciousness that perceives these moments, that feels the gentle weight of your own existence, that reaches out into thought and wonder, this consciousness hints at a realm without limits. You are a single, luminous candle flame, burning brightly in the heart of an infinite, quiet night, each flicker a precious, perfect moment held within the boundless dark, the smallest point's vastness. You're holding a single grain of sand in the palm of your hand. It's so tiny, almost imperceptible, a minuscule speck against the vastness of your skin. You might dismiss it as insignificant, just one among billions on a beach. But if you were to look closer, to magnify it, to peer into its very essence, what would you find? Perhaps tiny crystalline structures, smallest intricate patterns, irreducible reflections of point light from ancient often suns came. This connections and smallest information point, but teeming with activity, a holding within it miniature, a true universe, a vast complexity contained within an almost invisible boundary. Scale. Richness of this idea is reality at every level. The paradox is that what appears to be the smallest, most irreducible point often contains an astonishing depth, an intricate web of connections and information. It's not empty, but teeming with activity, holding within it a universe of potential. This challenges your everyday perception, which often dismisses the small as unimportant, focusing instead on the grand and obvious. yet a vast complexity contained within an almost invisible boundary. Scientific perspective, richness of this idea is reality at every level fundamental. Atom, which smallest often point. Small as now you know it's a complex system of unimportant subatomic particles, on the grand and themselves obvious governed by fundamental forces, hinting at even deeper, more mysterious realities. Quantum physics reveals that even empty space is not truly empty, but a bubbling quantum foam of virtual particles, a vibrant, unseen vastness. Philosophically, thinkers like Leibniz with his concept of monads suggested that the universe is composed of countless individual, indivisible substances, each reflecting the whole universe within itself, like tiny mirrors. Each monad, though simple, contains a representation of the entire cosmos. Psychologically, this concept can be seen in the profound impact of seemingly minor actions or thoughts. A tiny seed of an idea, a brief moment of kindness, a single decision made in quiet solitude, these seemingly small points can ripple outwards, creating vast and unforeseen changes. This challenges the fundamental attribution error, where you might overemphasize broad character traits and overlook the subtle, specific situational factors or internal moments that drive behavior. Consider a single word. On its own, it might seem a small, isolated unit of meaning. But in language, a word carries a vast history of usage, subtle connotations, emotional weight, and the potential to combine with other words to form boundless narratives, poems, and philosophies. The smallest yes or no can alter the trajectory of a relationship or a life, creating a vast network of consequences. Or think of a single cell in your body. It's a microscopic entity, yet within it, millions of complex chemical reactions are occurring every second. Genetic information is stored and expressed, and intricate structures work in perfect harmony to sustain life. This one cell is a universe of biological activity, contributing to the vast complexity of your entire being. Even a single breath, that smallest point of your conscious existence, connects you to the entire atmosphere, to the vast cycle of life on the planet. What if the answers you seek are not always in the grand gestures or the overwhelming scale, but in the subtle nuances, the quiet details, the seemingly insignificant moments? What if the very act of truly seeing the smallest thing, truly listening to the softest whisper, reveals an unexpected depth, a surprising beauty? Could it be that the profound is often hidden in plain sight, disguised as the mundane? To truly understand the whole, do you not have to learn to appreciate the intricate vastness contained within each tiny, precious part? The grain of sand rests in your palm, silent and unassuming, but within its tiny form lies the memory of mountains, the echo of oceans, the dance of atoms, and the quiet, complex beauty of its own existence. It is not small because it lacks. It is profound because it holds so much. And in recognizing its vastness, you begin to see the quiet, boundless richness held within every point of your own life, within every quiet thought, every gentle breath, every fleeting, precious moment. The largest expanse is simplicity. You're standing on a vast, flat plain, perhaps under an immense, cloudless sky. The horizon stretches endlessly in every direction, a faint line where earth meets sky, unbroken by trees or mountains. There's a profound sense of openness, of unhindered space. In this immense expanse, your gaze can travel unhindered for miles. There are no intricate details to decipher, no complex structures to navigate, no hidden corners to explore. It is simply, profoundly, a vast and quiet space. Its very grandeur lies not in complexity, but in its breathtaking, tranquil simplicity. This isn't about emptiness, but about the purity of scale. Largest, simplicity, but about the purity of scale. Elegant invites you to look beyond the immediate principles clutter and perceive the fundamental patterns that govern the largest systems. What seems overwhelmingly vast can. This is a recurring theme, understood through the study of the largest, surprisingly possible simple laws, or observed in a scales of the profound universe, unadorned state. Elegant invites you to look beyond the immediate principles clutter and perceive the fundamental patterns that govern the largest systems. Paradoxically, this is a recurring theme. Cosmology, unadorned state, often relies on a few fundamental forces and simple equations to describe the behavior of galaxies, dark matter, and the expansion of space itself. While the universe is unimaginably complex in its manifestations, the underlying physics that govern it are often expressed with a surprising elegance and simplicity. Think of Isaac Newton's laws of motion, which, with a few simple principles, describe the movement of everything from an apple to a planet. Or consider Einstein's famous equation, mc2, which, in its stark simplicity, encapsulates a profound truth about energy and matter that reshaped human understanding of the cosmos. This contrasts with information overload or analysis paralysis, psychological states where the sheer volume of data prevents clarity. Instead, finding simplicity in complexity allows for a deeper, more intuitive grasp. The philosophical concept of Occam's razor, suggesting that the simplest explanation is often the best, speaks to this inherent elegance in fundamental truths. Consider the vastness of the ocean. While its depths hide countless species and intricate ecosystems, its surface, when calm, presents an immense, unbroken sheet of blue, reflecting the sky. Its beauty lies in its unadorned expanse, its profound simplicity. Or think of the silence of a desert. It stretches for miles, seemingly barren, yet its very vastness and quietude reveal the stark, elemental beauty of sand, rock, and sky, unburdened by distraction. In human experience, think of a moment of deep peace or meditation. Often it's not a state of complex thought or intricate feeling, but rather a spaciousness of mind, a release from the many layers of thought, a return to a fundamental, simple awareness. The chaotic details of daily life fall away, and what remains is a vast, calm inner expanse, unburdened by specifics. What if the very answers you seek, the deep wisdom you long for, lies not in accumulating more complexity, but in gently peeling back the layers to reveal a fundamental, elegant simplicity? What if true freedom is found not in mastering every detail, but in understanding the overarching, simple principles that govern the grandest expanses? Could it be that your mind often overcomplicates what at its core is beautifully straightforward? To truly navigate the vastness of life, do you not have to learn to trust the simple, underlying currents, rather than becoming entangled in every small wave? The plain stretches out, vast and still, under the silent, limitless sky. There is no urgency here, no need for frantic analysis. Only the gentle sweep of the horizon, the quiet breath of the wind, and the profound, undeniable simplicity of being. The grandest perspectives often reveal the most elegant truths. And in this immense, quiet simplicity, there is a deep sense of belonging, a quiet knowing that all is fundamentally in order, a vast canvas awaiting your gentle presence, unburdened by unnecessary complexity, simply there, simply whole. The idea of wholeness. You're looking at a single, perfect drop of dew clinging to the tip of a blade of grass at dawn. It shimmers, catching the first light of the sun, reflecting the entire world in its tiny, spherical surface, the vast sky, the distant trees, the faint outlines of clouds, even your own reflection, slightly distorted but undeniably present. This single drop, though small and seemingly isolated, holds a complete, miniature cosmos within itself. It is not just a part of the morning, it is a profound reflection of the whole, a self-contained universe of light and form. This isn't about being complete in the sense of having no needs, but about recognizing the inherent interconnectedness and intrinsic integrity of all things. Aspect itself, every single part, system it a self-see belongs to. The paradox is that, while you often perceive things as fragmented and separate, a deeper gaze reveals an underlying unity, a fundamental integrity that holds everything together in a harmonious, self-contained truth. Part of two, intrinsically whole, things as outside. Needs psychologically, desires for an integration and intrinsic fundamental meaning. You might struggle with feelings of disintegration or fragmentation, feeling pulled in different directions, or believing that parts of yourself are bad or unacceptable. The concept of self-compassion, explored by researchers like Kristen Neff, encourages embracing all aspects of yourself, even the perceived flaws, as part of your complete, worthy being. Carl Jung's concept of individuation speaks to a lifelong process of integrating the conscious and unconscious aspects of the psyche, bringing together disparate parts of the personality to form a more complete and coherent self. Gestalt psychology, too, emphasizes that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and that meaning emerges from perceiving complete forms rather than isolated fragments. This understanding challenges the splitting defense mechanism, where you categorize experiences or people as all good or all bad, failing to see their complex, unified nature. Consider a beautiful melody. Each note is a distinct, finite sound, but it's only when those notes are strung together in a specific rhythm and harmony that the full, coherent melody emerges. The melody is more than just a collection of notes. It's a unified experience, a whole that resonates deeply within you. Or think of an ecosystem. A single tree, a particular species of bird, a small stream, each is a distinct entity. But it is their intricate interactions, their interdependence, that form the vast, self-regulating whole of the forest. Remove one part and the whole is affected. Your own body provides another powerful example. Your heart, lungs, brain, and limbs are distinct organs, each performing specialized functions. Yet it is their coordinated, harmonious operation that creates the living, breathing, sensing, thinking whole that is you. Each part contributes to the integrity of the total system. What if the sense of something missing that sometimes whispers within you is not about an external lack, but about a forgotten recognition of your own inherent completeness? What if the path to inner peace is not about adding more pieces, but about gently integrating the parts of yourself that feel fractured or exiled? Could it be that healing comes from embracing all your experiences, all your emotions, all your past selves, as vital threads in the tapestry of who you are right now? To truly understand, do you not have to look beyond the surface differences and perceive the quiet, unifying current that flows through everything? The dewdrop still shimmers, holding its tiny, perfect world. It asks for nothing, seeks nothing, simply reflects what is, utterly whole in its momentary existence. You too are like that dewdrop, a unique, precious reflection of the vast, interconnected world, intrinsically complete in your own being. The sky, the earth, the light, the very essence of life, all are contained within your quiet, breathing form. You are not a fragment yearning for completion, but a whole, unfolding mystery, always already complete, always simply being. Parts and the whole's harmony. You're observing a complex machine, perhaps a grandfather clock with its intricate gears, springs, and pendulums. Each part is distinct, a tiny cog, a delicate spring, a polished brass weight. Alone, each piece is just metal or wood, inert and without purpose. But when they are precisely aligned, working in concert, each fulfilling its unique function in relation to the others, a magnificent harmony emerges. The clock comes alive, keeping perfect time, each tick a testament to the elegant dance of its many parts, all contributing to the singular, purposeful movement of the whole. Whole, each but about their full. The harmony of parts and the whole speaks to a dynamic interplay where each individual component, through its unique contribution and careful interaction, gives rise to a greater, unified coherence. Harmony, each tick a testament to the elegant dance of its many parts, movement of the whole, unified coherence, entirely new and more profound. It's about finding the balance between individual expression and collective integration. Psychologically, this dynamic is evident in your own internal landscape and in social systems. Consider the concept of internal family systems (IFS), which views the psyche not as a monolithic entity, but as comprised of various parts, e.g., a critical part, a playful part, a wounded part. Harmony within the self is achieved not by eliminating unwanted parts, but by understanding their roles, validating their intentions, and fostering cooperation guided by your compassionate self. In a social context, this relates to group dynamics and the concept of reciprocity, where individual contributions and mutual exchanges lead to a well-functioning team or community. Abraham Maslow, while known for his hierarchy of needs, also explored the concept of self-actualization, which involves integrating all aspects of the self and contributing one's unique gifts to the larger whole. This perspective challenges the idea of rigid individualism or conformity, instead promoting a vibrant interdependence. Think of an orchestra. Each musician plays a distinct instrument: a violin, a flute, a drum. Each has a specific score to follow, a unique sound to produce. But it is when all these diverse instruments play together, listening to each other, responding to the conductor, that a magnificent symphony emerges. The individual parts, through their harmonious collaboration, create a breathtaking whole. Or consider a bustling city. Millions of individuals, each with their own lives, professions, and desires, move through the streets. Yet, through countless unseen interactions, traffic signals, shared infrastructure, economic exchanges, a functional, living city takes shape. Each person, a tiny part, contributes to the pulsating rhythm of the urban whole. Even the simplest meal, a salad perhaps, is a testament to this harmony. Crisp lettuce, ripe tomatoes, savory dressing, each a distinct ingredient, yet together creating a satisfying, unified taste and texture. What if the quiet discomfort you sometimes feel within yourself or in your relationships stems from certain parts not being heard or from a disharmony in their interplay? What if true strength, both internally and externally, lies not in exerting rigid control, but in cultivating a compassionate understanding of how each individual component contributes to the larger balance? Could it be that your unique gifts are not meant to be isolated, but to find their greatest expression when they gently weave into the fabric of a greater purpose, a wider community? To truly flourish, do you not have to learn the delicate dance between your individual spark and the resonant hum of the collective whole? The clock ticks on, a steady, rhythmic pulse in the quiet room. Each gear turns, each spring coils and releases, each part working in perfect synchronicity, unseen yet essential. And in that quiet, elegant movement, the whole clock moves forward effortlessly, beautifully. Just like the clock, you are a symphony of many parts: your thoughts, emotions, memories, aspirations, all seeking to find their own unique rhythm, and then to blend into the larger, beautiful melody of your unfolding life, creating a quiet, profound harmony with all that is. The illusion of separation. You're watching a single wave roll gently onto the shore. It rises from the vast, deep ocean, crests, then curls and breaks, becoming a shimmering sheet that spreads across the sand before receding back into the larger body of water. For a brief moment, it appears distinct, an individual entity separate from the rest of the sea. Yet you know that this wave is not truly separate from the ocean. It is simply a momentary manifestation, a movement of the ocean itself. Its individuality is an illusion, a temporary form taken by the continuous, boundless water. This isn't about denying your unique identity, but about understanding its deeper context. The illusion of separation is the powerful belief that you are fundamentally distinct, isolated, disconnected from a other's movement of the ocean itself, from alone or nature, existence. This individual, but about understanding its individuality, arises from, and is deeper context, sustained, profound, intricate web of interdependence. Nod is an enlarger illusion, fabric ultimate of truth. But about understanding its individuality arises from, and is deeper context, sustained, profound, intricate web of interdependence, unifying current that binds all things. From a psychological perspective, the belief in separation can fuel profound suffering. It can manifest as loneliness, a deep sense of isolation even when surrounded by others, or as competitive behavior, viewing others as rivals rather than collaborators. It can also contribute to egocentric bias, where your own perspective becomes the sole lens through which reality is interpreted, blinding you to shared experiences and common humanity. Many wisdom traditions, from Buddhism to indigenous spiritualities, emphasize the interconnectedness of all life. Buddhist teachings on anatta non-self, or interbeing, challenge the notion of a fixed, separate self, asserting that identity arises in relation to everything else. Carl Rogers' humanistic psychology, with its emphasis on unconditional positive regard and empathy, highlights the fundamental human need for connection and belonging, which challenges the walls of separation. Consider the air you breathe. You inhale oxygen, a tiny portion of the atmosphere, and exhale carbon dioxide. That carbon dioxide is then taken in by plants, which, in turn, release oxygen for you to breathe again. There is no true separation between your breath and the vast, living ecosystem of the planet. You are in constant, intimate exchange. Or think of your emotions. When you witness another person's joy or sorrow, you often feel a sympathetic resonance within yourself, a flicker of that same emotion. This empathy reveals that your inner worlds are not entirely closed off, but share a common ground of human experience. Even in your most solitary moments, the food you eat, the water you drink, the light that illuminates your room, all are gifts from a vast, interconnected network of life that sustains your very being. You are not a self-sufficient island, but a vibrant knot in an endless, intricate tapestry. What if the quiet yearning for belonging you sometimes feel is not a weakness, but a natural longing to reconnect with the deeper truth of your inherent unity with all things? What if the perceived barriers between you and others are not solid walls, but permeable membranes, allowing for a gentle flow of understanding and compassion? Could it be that the greatest healing begins when you gently dissolve the illusion of separation and allow yourself to feel the subtle pulse of your own belonging? To truly know peace, do you not have to learn to see yourself not as an isolated fragment, but as an integral, cherished part of the boundless whole? The wave recedes, dissolving seamlessly back into the quiet, vast ocean. It never truly left. It was always the ocean, simply taking a momentary, beautiful form. And you, too, are like that wave, a unique, precious manifestation of the boundless sea of existence. Your distinctness is beautiful, but it does not sever your fundamental connection. The air you breathe, the ground beneath you, the beating of your heart, the silent presence of all life around you, all are part of the same grand, unifying symphony. You are never truly alone, never truly separate, simply a unique, luminous ripple in the endless, quiet expanse of all that is. The fullness of emptiness. You find yourself standing in a vast, empty room, not barren or desolate, but simply empty. The walls are a soft, neutral color. There is no furniture, no art, no distractions. No art, unease might no stir within you, a quiet whisper of what resonates not in your missing ears. A slight pressure builds in your chest space, holding the potential for everything, anything, the steady. But then, sound of your as you own breath stand there filling the quietude, this unfocused begins. Silence isn't empty just in room absence of sound. It becomes a presence, a soft hum that resonates not in your ears but deep within you. The space isn't just a lack of objects, it becomes a container holding the potential for everything. To gentle fine patterns, it becomes a container, anything ithing, the steady sound of your as you own breath stand there filling the quietude. This unfocused emptiness isn't a void to be filled, begins but a canvas awaiting your unique brushstrokes, or perhaps a deep well where something profound already resides. It's an invitation, not a dismissal. A gentle breath fills the space. A quiet knowing begins to settle. This sensation, this quiet paradox, hints at an ancient understanding, the fullness that can be found within what appears to be empty. It speaks to the idea that the absence of clutter, the release of attachment, or even moments of profound solitude are not deficits, but rather states rich with potential and deep peace. It's about recognizing that nothing can sometimes be the most potent something, a source of unburdened spaciousness where true presence can emerge. It suggests that our relentless pursuit of more often obscures the inherent richness of less. This concept touches upon ideas explored in various wisdom traditions across centuries. Think of the Buddhist concept of shunyata, often translated as emptiness, but referring to the absence of inherent, independent existence, thereby allowing for interconnectedness and constant flux. It's not about nothingness, but about the ungraspable nature of reality that makes all things possible. Or consider the Taoist principle of wu-wei, which suggests effortless action by aligning with the natural flow, often through non-doing or the acceptance of space. Psychologically, this relates to our cognitive bias of filling the void, where we often feel compelled to consume, acquire, or be perpetually busy, fearing stillness or absence. We are conditioned to equate productivity with constant activity, silence with awkwardness, and solitude with loneliness. Yet, it's in these empty spaces that true reflection, creativity, and inner peace can emerge. The work of thinkers like Viktor Frankl, who explored the search for meaning even in the most desolate circumstances, subtly echoes this idea that profound personal meaning and resilience can arise from the barest, most challenging forms of existence, where external comforts are stripped away. It's about finding sustenance not in what's added, but in what remains when all else is gone. This isn't a call for asceticism, but for an appreciation of spaciousness, a gentle understanding that space itself can be pregnant with possibility. Think of your digital life. The constant notifications, the endless scroll, the pressure to always be on and connected. This digital noise often fills every available moment, leaving no room for quiet thought. When you consciously choose to empty this space by turning off notifications, taking a digital detox, or simply not checking your phone for an hour, that initial feeling of deprivation can quickly transform into a sense of liberation. You might find ideas surfacing that were previously drowned out, or a clarity that was obscured by the constant influx of information. Or consider a relationship that feels strained by constant demands and expectations, a need to always be doing something together, talking, planning. Sometimes stepping back, creating space, or allowing for moments of silence can paradoxically allow the connection to breathe and grow stronger, revealing an underlying bond that was suffocated by too much doing or saying. In your work, when you're overwhelmed by tasks, the most productive response isn't always to do more, but to empty your schedule for a brief period, allowing for a strategic pause that clarifies priorities and reveals a more efficient path forward. The blank page before a writer, the empty stage before a performer, these are not voids of nothingness, but pregnant with possibility, brimming with the potential of what is yet to manifest. The unplayed note in music, the unspoken word in poetry, often hold the deepest resonance. What if the spaces you perceive as empty are actually brimming with unacknowledged potential? What if the quiet moments you try to fill are precisely where profound insights and genuine rest await? Could it be that your resistance to emptiness is, in a way, a resistance to your own creative capacity, or to the quiet whispers of your deeper self, which can only be heard when the external noise subsides? When you allow yourself to truly be with nothing, with the absence of busyness and distraction, what begins to surface from within? Is it discomfort, or is it a deep wellspring of peace and clarity that was always there, waiting for the external clamor to subside? The very fabric of the universe contains vast, dark stretches, yet these are the nurseries of stars and galaxies. It is in the cosmic emptiness that new worlds are forged, new possibilities born from what appears to be nothing. A seed needs not only earth and water but also the empty space around it to grow. So, perhaps, as you drift into this quiet awareness, you might simply rest in the spaciousness of this thought, that the pause itself holds a melody, the silence itself a resonance. That in letting go of the frantic need to fill every moment, every space, you allow something vaster, something inherently complete to gently unfold within you. To simply be, and to find that in this soft, unfolding quiet there is a boundless, subtle presence, a profound stillness that holds everything. Silence and the echo of sound. Imagine you are standing on a deserted beach at the deepest hour of night. The moon, a mere sliver, offers only the faintest glow. There is no wind, no distant hum of cars, no chatter, no music, no waves crashing. Just an absolute, profound silence. Your ears strain, searching for any whisper, any rustle, any sign of life. At first it feels almost oppressive, a weight pressing down, highlighting the absence. But then, as you breathe with it, as your senses adjust, that silent sea begins to transform. It's no longer merely an absence. It becomes a canvas upon which you start to hear the subtlest echoes of what was, or what could be. It distant feels almost gull's cry, a whisper of the weight tide, quiet et thrumming of earth. Empty. Sound defining it, giving it shape and meaning. It holds the echo of all sounds and the promise of new ones. It's a soft, gentle awareness of the space between notes, the pause that gives music its power. Absolute, you're merely an ear's absence, notes. The other, any rustle, far from being a void, is often the very ground from which sound gains its meaning and impact. It's about understanding that the gaps, the pauses, the moments of stillness are not simply nothing, but active participants in the symphony of life, allowing us to truly perceive and appreciate the vibrant echoes that follow. Philosophically, this echoes ancient wisdom traditions, like the importance of Ma in Japanese aesthetics, which refers to the conscious appreciation of empty space, or silence, as integral to the whole. It is the vital interval that allows for flow and beauty. In Western thought, composers from John Cage, who famously explored the concept of silence as composition in his piece 433, to classical masters who understood the power of a dramatic pause, have long recognized silence not just as an absence, but as a deliberate, structural element that shapes perception. Psychologically, this relates to the idea of auditory processing, but more deeply, to our capacity for attentional focus. In a world saturated with noise, notifications, media, constant chatter, our minds are perpetually engaged in filtering and processing. Yet, it's often in moments of quiet contemplation, when external sounds recede, that our internal landscape becomes clearer. The psychologist Daniel Kahneman's work on System 1 and System 2 thinking highlights how our intuitive, fast-thinking System 1 can be overwhelmed by constant stimuli, while the more deliberate, reflective thinking System 2 often requires periods of quiet. Silence offers the space for System 2 to engage, to truly hear the echoes of our own thoughts, feelings, and memories, rather than just reacting to external stimuli. It's a recalibration of our internal acoustics. Consider your daily life. The constant background hum of a busy city, the endless stream of podcasts or music. When do you truly allow for silence? Perhaps you've experienced the sudden quiet after a long, intense conversation, and in that quiet, you suddenly grasp the deeper meaning of what was said, the unspoken nuances. Or perhaps, after a loud, bustling family gathering, retreating to a silent room allows you to truly process the laughter, the stories, the energy, and the quiet satisfaction that lingers. In social media, the constant stream of voices and opinions can become overwhelming noise. Stepping back, creating a deliberate silence from the feed, allows the echo of your own authentic thoughts and feelings to surface, undistorted by the external chorus. When you practice a skill, whether it's playing an instrument or learning a new language, the pauses, the silent contemplation between practice sessions, are just as vital as the active engagement. These moments of quiet allow for integration, for the echoes of what you've learned to solidify into deeper understanding. Even in a simple walk, if you quiet your mind, the absence of chatter allows you to hear the subtle rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, sounds that were always there but obscured by the mental noise you carried. The blank spaces on a page give definition to the words. The quiet moments in a relationship give depth to shared experiences. What if the very noise you seek to fill your moments with is preventing you from hearing the profound echoes that silence holds? What if true listening begins not with a sound, but with an invitation to quietude? Could it be that the moments you avoid silence are the very moments your soul yearns for the space to truly resonate with itself? When you allow yourself to sink into quiet, what unexpected melodies or lingering harmonies begin to surface from within? Is it just emptiness, or is it a rich tapestry woven from the memories of sound, awaiting new patterns? The vastness of the universe is largely silent, yet within that silence, stars burn, planets orbit, and life unfolds, each motion an echo, a resonance in the grand cosmic quiet. The space between the stars is not empty. It is teeming with unseen forces with potential. So perhaps, as you drift deeper into this tranquil awareness, you might simply rest in the gentle interplay of absence and presence. That the quiet moments are not voids, but profound spaces where the echoes of what was, and the whispers of what is yet to be, gracefully reside. To listen not just for sound, but for the silence that gives it meaning. To let the soft, deep quiet embrace you, and to discover within it a subtle, resonant harmony, light-defying shadow. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a deep, ancient forest at dusk. The sun, a low, fiery orb, casts long, stretching fingers of light between the towering trees. But with each beam of light that pierces the canopy, an equally profound shadow is born, stretching, deepening, twisting across the forest floor. Creates stretching fingers of light between the towering trees. One defines the other, gives the other shape, texture, deepening. Darkness, light, or difficulty in our depth, but an essential element that gives form, context. They reveal contours, create depth, and whisper secrets that the raw, unfiltered light might hide. It's a dance, an inseparable embrace, where the very act of illumination carves out the ape of obscurity. This immediate, visceral experience hints at a profound truth, that light and shadow are not opposing forces in a battle, but interdependent aspects of a unified reality. Absence and forest floor but an essential element that gives form, unfiltered light might hide, light and its joy. Shadow, the light would have no dimension, no story, where the very act of no way to truly illumination reveal its own carves brilliance. It is in the shaping of one by the other that beauty and understanding emerge. Philosophically, this concept is central to many dualistic traditions, yet it subtly reinterprets them from opposition to interdependence. Yin and Yang in Taoist philosophy perfectly embody this, showing that opposing forces are actually complementary and necessary for balance. One contains a seed of the other, illustrating their interconnectedness. In psychology, Carl Jung explored the concept of the shadow self, not as inherently evil, but as the unconscious, often repressed aspects of our personality, our fears, insecurities, but also our hidden strengths and potentials. He posited that true integration and wholeness, what he called individuation, involves acknowledging and understanding these shadow aspects, rather than simply trying to banish them. Trying to live solely in the light of positivity or external validation leads to a psychological flatness, a lack of depth. Just as a photograph needs contrast to reveal its subject, our psychological landscape needs the interplay of acknowledged light and shadow to be fully perceived. The work of thinkers like Carol Dweck, while focused on growth mindset, implicitly touches on this, that challenges and perceived failures, our shadows, are not ends, but opportunities for growth, defining and enhancing our eventual successes, our lights. Without the challenge, the triumph feels less earned, less defined. Consider your own journey. Perhaps there was a period of intense struggle, a time when you felt lost in a metaphorical darkness. In retrospect, you might see how that challenging period, that shadow, was precisely what highlighted your resilience, clarified your true values, or led you to a path of greater authenticity. Without that perceived shadow, the subsequent light of clarity or growth might not have felt as profound or meaningful. Think of how success feels after a period of immense effort and setbacks. The taste of victory is sharper, clearer, because it is defined by the memory of the struggle. Or in art, a skilled painter doesn't just add light. They deliberately place shadows to create depth, form, and emotion. The shadow of a character's internal conflict in a story makes their eventual resolution or heroism far more resonant. In relationships, the difficult conversations, the moments of disagreement, the challenges you navigate together. These are the shadows that often deepen intimacy and reveal the strength of the bond, making the moments of shared joy and understanding even brighter. What if the very moments you wish to erase, the experiences you label as dark, are actually the architects of your unique internal landscape? What if embracing the full spectrum of your experiences, the light and the shadow alike, is the pathway to a more complete and authentic existence? Could it be that your attempts to avoid the shadows are inadvertently diminishing the brilliance of your own light? When you allow yourself to truly be with both, to see how one shapes the other, what new contours of understanding emerge within you? The moon itself has a dark side, always facing away from the sun, yet it is that very turning that defines its illuminated crescent in the night sky. The Earth's rotation creates day and night, an unending dance of illumination and obscuration, each defining the other, making life possible. So, perhaps, as you drift into this deep, calm awareness, you might simply rest in the gentle acceptance of this profound interplay, that just as the sun needs the earth to cast a shadow and reveal its own power, your journey needs both light and shadow to reveal its true depth and beauty. To understand that even in the softest moments of peace, that just as the sun needs the earth to cast of a shadow and reveal its own power, the memory of struggle gives it an added layer of sweetness. And that in this gentle, continuous dance, you are whole always. Being and non-being's dance. Imagine a single dew-kissed leaf trembling delicately on a branch in the soft morning breeze. You observe its vibrant green, its intricate veins, its gentle sway. It is undeniably there, it is. But then dissolves its current, you consider form, to become moment before it something else unfurled from the bud. Or the inevitable moment, when it will dry, detach, and return to the earth, seemingly not being in its current form. Yet even in its decomposition it transforms, becoming nourishment for new life, a part of the soil, a seed for future being. It never truly vanishes into absolute non-existence, but rather changes states, dissolves its current form to become something else, something new. Its soil, it is flowing dance of undeniably there trance, it never truly disappearing, revealing and concealing. A but quiet rather hum of presence, interwoven with an equally quiet hum of becoming. This delicate observation hints at a fundamental philosophical idea, the ceaseless, fluid relationship between existence and non-existence, or more precisely, between being and non-being. It suggests that nothing is truly static, fully is or entirely is not, but rather everything is in a constant state of flux, a perpetual unfolding and receding, a soft, eternal dance of becoming and unbecoming. It's about recognizing that the transitions, the moments of apparent absence, are not voids to be feared, but essential parts of the vibrant tapestry of existence itself. Philosophically, this concept resonates deeply with pre-Socratic thinkers like Heraclitus, who famously declared, "No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river and he's not the same man." He emphasized the ceaseless flow and change in the cosmos, where everything is constantly becoming, rather than simply being. This stands in contrast to Parmenides, who argued for a static, unchanging being. Many Eastern philosophies, particularly Buddhism with its doctrine of anatta, no self, and impermanence, emphasize that all phenomena, including ourselves, lack a fixed, inherent being, and are instead dynamic processes, arising and ceasing in every moment. Psychologically, this touches upon our fundamental human struggle with change and impermanence. We often cling to states of being a particular identity, a relationship, a job, and resist their inevitable non-being or transformation. This resistance often leads to suffering, as noted by figures like Siddhartha Gautama. The concept of acceptance and commitment therapy (ACT) implicitly acknowledges this, encouraging individuals to accept what is outside of their control, including the impermanence of states of being, and commit to values-driven actions. Understanding that even our inner experiences are not fixed beings, but transient non-beings that flow through us. It's about cultivating psychological flexibility to dance with the ebb and flow of life. Consider everyday examples. The breath you just took was a moment ago. Now it is not as you exhale, making way for the next inhale, which is. Your thoughts arise, being for a fleeting moment, then dissolve into non-being, creating space for the next thought. You don't hold onto every thought. You let them pass, understanding their transient nature. Think of a friendship that changes, evolves. The being of the early, intense connection might transform into a non-being of that specific form, but it then becomes a deeper, perhaps quieter understanding or a cherished memory. It doesn't vanish entirely, it transforms, or consider a creative project. It is not when it's merely an idea. It becomes as you work on it, step by step, enduring phases where it feels like it is not working, only to eventually be a finished piece, ready to dissolve into the experience of an audience. Your physical self, too, is in this constant dance. Cells die and are reborn, an ongoing process of being and non-being that sustains your life. Even something as solid as a mountain is slowly, imperceptibly, undergoing this dance through erosion and geological forces, a slow ballet of becoming something new. What if your greatest anxieties arise from clinging to a fixed idea of being, of who you are, of what life should be, and resisting the natural current of non-being that constantly reshapes everything? What if surrendering to this dance, this continuous unfolding and receding, is the pathway to true peace and freedom? Could it be that the moments of loss, the experiences of non-being, are not endpoints but vital transitions that enrich the fabric of what is yet to come? When you allow yourself to flow with this rhythm, what new forms of presence, new capacities for joy and understanding begin to emerge? The universe itself began from a point of infinitesimal non-being and expands into a grand, ever-changing being, each star and galaxy a fleeting expression within an endless cosmic becoming. So perhaps, as you drift into this deep, calming awareness, you might simply rest in the gentle rhythm of presence and absence, of arrival and departure. That life is not a static state, but an exquisite, continuous dance between what is and what is not, always becoming. To find comfort in the fluidity of existence, knowing that in every ending, a new beginning subtly unfurls, and in every moment of being, the whispers of what is yet to be are already present. To simply flow, the gentle mystery of existence. You are lying in an open field, gazing up at the night sky. It's a crisp, clear night, and the stars are countless, a shimmering dust scattered across the velvet blackness. You pick out constellations, trace imaginary lines between them, and feel the immense, silent void above. Unfurls in your clear night mind. Stars are not with urgency, but with a soft, persistent wonder. Why is there anything at all rather than nothing? Why this vast, intricate cosmos, these silent, burning suns, this delicate blue planet, and this very consciousness within you that perceives it all? There is no immediate answer, no sudden burst of understanding. The universe, all imaginary, settles over you, an acceptance of the immense burst of beautiful and utterly undeniable fact that you simply exist, and the universe simply exists, without a discernible reason or a neat explanation. It is a mystery, not frightening or frustrating, but gentle, inviting and infinitely deep. This feeling, this quiet contemplation of the fundamental question of existence, reveals a core truth that life, the universe, and our very consciousness are imbued with an inherent, unresolvable mystery. It suggests that there isn't always a definitive answer, a final why, and that sometimes the most profound wisdom lies not in knowing all the answers, but in resting peacefully within the question itself, allowing wonder to be its own revelation. It's about embracing the awe that arises from not knowing, rather than demanding a logical conclusion. Philosophically, this touches upon what philosophers call the problem of existence, or the ontological question. Thinkers from Leibniz, who famously asked why is there something rather than nothing, to Martin Heidegger, who emphasized the throneless Dürfenheit of human existence, the fact that we find ourselves simply thrown into being without choosing it. This mystery isn't meant to induce existential dread, but rather a profound sense of wonder and humility. Psychologically, our minds are naturally wired to seek patterns, causes, and explanations. This is known as a fundamental cognitive bias called causal attribution. We crave narratives and logical frameworks. However, when faced with the ultimate mystery of existence, this bias can lead to frustration or the creation of simplistic, often comforting but ultimately incomplete answers. Yet, as Carl Jung suggested through his concept of the numinous, there are experiences that transcend rational explanation, evoking a sense of awe, mystery, and sacredness. These experiences often connect us to something larger than ourselves, offering a profound sense of meaning even without a definitive logical explanation. Embracing this gentle mystery is an exercise in intellectual humility and emotional openness, allowing for a deeper form of connection to the world around us. It's not about giving up on understanding, but about understanding that some truths are felt, not merely known. Consider moments in your own life where you've encountered this gentle mystery, perhaps gazing at a newborn baby and feeling the inexplicable miracle of a new life appearing from seemingly nowhere. There's a biological explanation, yes, but the sheer isness of a new being remains a profound, unquantifiable wonder. Or experiencing a breathtaking natural phenomenon, a double rainbow, a spectacular sunset, the unfathomable depth of the ocean, and feeling a quiet surge of awe that transcends words. You don't need to understand the physics of light refraction to feel the profound beauty. The mystery of its appearance is part of its majesty. In relationships, there are moments of connection so deep, so resonant, that they defy logical explanation. Why this person? Why this bond? The mystery of human connection itself is part of its enduring power. Even in a simple act like breathing the automatic, life-sustaining rhythm, there's a quiet miracle in its continuous, effortless presence, a mystery that unfolds with every inhale and exhale. You don't consciously tell your lungs to work, they simply do, a profound and gentle unfolding. What if the relentless pursuit of definitive answers to life's deepest questions is obscuring the very beauty of the questions themselves? What if the discomfort you feel when faced with the unknown is a gateway to a deeper, more profound sense of belonging and connection to the vastness of everything? Could it be that your greatest insights and most profound moments of peace arise not from knowing, but from simply resting in the quiet wonder of isness? When you allow the universe to simply be, and yourself to simply be, what gentle revelations emerge from that state of quiet, open inquiry? The universe doesn't offer a manual or a single, clear purpose, yet it constantly creates, evolves, and sustains, unfolding its mysteries in every moment. The answer is not out there to be found, but in here to be felt. So perhaps, as you drift deeper into this tranquil awareness, you might simply rest in the gentle embrace of the unknown. That existence itself is a gift, a magnificent, ongoing phenomenon that doesn't require your full comprehension to be profoundly beautiful and meaningful. To simply be here now, in the heart of this unfolding, gentle mystery, and to find in that quiet acceptance, an infinite, peaceful space within you that resonates with the vastness of it all. You're reflecting the internal world quiet, colored, much about, around you. Someone bumps into you, and your immediate internal reaction is a flash of irritation, a tightening in your chest. A moment later, you see a street artist creating a vibrant mural, feeling of not quiet just delight riff, a softening around your eye, ease. Notice how the same external reality, the city, the people, the events is instantly filtered, colored, and interpreted by your inner state. The irritation isn't solely in the bump. It's shaped by your current mood, your past experiences, your expectations. The delight isn't solely in the painting. It's amplified by your openness, your aesthetic appreciation, your internal quiet. Mirror, feeling of not quiet just delight reflecting the blossoms within you world, but actively shaping and coloring the reflection, revealing as much about your internal landscape as it does about the external scene. The world appears to you not as it is, but as you are. This immediate, visceral experience hints at profound truth, that our perception of reality is not a neutral, objective recording, but a deeply personal, subjective construction, filtered through the lens of our inner world. It suggests that what we experience as the world out there is inextricably linked to the world in here, our beliefs, emotions, memories, and assumptions. We don't just observe reality. We actively participate in shaping the reality we perceive through the subtle, continuous act of our internal mirror. Philosophically, this resonates with phenomenological thought, particularly the ideas of Edmund Husserl and Maurice Merleau-Ponty, who argued that consciousness is always consciousness of something, and that perception is not a passive reception of data, but an active, interpretive process. We can't step outside of our own consciousness to observe pure reality. Psychologically, this is widely understood through concepts like cognitive biases. For instance, confirmation bias means we tend to seek out and interpret information in a way that confirms our existing beliefs, effectively showing us the reflection we expect to see in our inner mirror. The effect heuristic describes how our current emotional state can influence our judgments and decisions, coloring our perception of risk or reward. Pioneering psychologist Albert Bandura's work on self-efficacy further illustrates this. Our belief in our own capabilities and inner state profoundly influences what we attempt, how we perceive challenges, and ultimately, what external realities we create for ourselves. Our internal narratives, often shaped by past experiences and beliefs, act like the curvature of this inner mirror, distorting or clarifying the world we perceive. The mirror isn't just passive, it has its own unique learned distortions. Consider common examples from daily life. You might see a social media post, and one person perceives it as inspiring, while another sees it as boastful. The reality of the post is the same, but the internal mirror of each observer, shaped by their own experiences with success or insecurity, creates two distinct realities. Or think about a challenging conversation with a loved one. Your perception of their tone, their intentions, their underlying feelings is heavily influenced by your own emotional state, your history with them, and your personal insecurities. The truth of the conversation shifts based on the lens through which you view it. In a professional setting, a new project might be seen by one colleague as an exciting opportunity, while another, perhaps burdened by past failures, sees it as an insurmountable obstacle. The project itself is a neutral external event. It's the internal mirroring that casts its specific light or shadow. Even the simplest things, like the taste of a food or the sound of a song, can evoke entirely different internal realities for different people, based on their personal histories, associations, and current moods. The external stimulus is the same, but the internal experience is unique, shaped by the individual's inner mirror. What if the world you perceive to be difficult or challenging is merely a reflection of an inner lens that needs gentle adjustment? What if your efforts to change external circumstances are less effective than turning inward and gently polishing the surface of your own inner mirror? Could it be that the limits you perceive in your life are not inherent external truths, but reflections of self-limiting beliefs held within your own consciousness? When you become aware of this inner mirror, of how your own mind shapes what you see, what new possibilities begin to emerge for your perception of reality, and for your capacity to respond to it with greater freedom? The universe doesn't have an inherent meaning. Meaning is something we project onto it, through the unique lens of our own consciousness, painting the world with our inner colors. So, perhaps, as you drift into this deep, calming awareness, you might simply rest in the gentle understanding that the world you inhabit is, in part, a beautiful, intricate reflection of your own inner landscape. That by gently tending to your internal mirror with compassion, curiosity, and presence, you hold the quiet power to shift the very colors and contours of the reality you experience. To soften your gaze, to allow the surface of your inner mirror to become clearer, calmer, more receptive. And in that clarity, to find that the external world itself begins to reveal a new, more expansive beauty. The soft edges of definition. Imagine holding a single droplet of water on the tip of your finger. You can clearly define its shape, its surface tension, its precise boundary where it meets the air. It is a droplet. Yet much of what you gaze at it, define in your life, notice the way the light objects refracts through it, dancing within. Cons evaporates, becoming part of the air, or the it could merge seamlessly with another droplet, losing its individual definition. Its boundaries, so clear at first glance, become soft, permeable, and fluid upon closer inspection. Seemed like a solid reveal, permeable edges, constantly intermingling and interacting, transforming, blurring, and exchanging with its surroundings. Its boundaries, so clear at transitions and ends. This simple observation points to a profound truth, that much of what we attempt to rigidly define in life, objects, ideas, even ourselves, possesses soft, permeable edges, constantly intermingling and transforming. It suggests that our need for clear boundaries and absolute definitions often obscures the interconnectedness and fluidity of existence. What appears fixed is often in a subtle dance of becoming, its very definition softened by its relationship to everything else. The comfort we seek in rigid categories sometimes limits our capacity for expansive understanding. Philosophically, this idea challenges the Western philosophical tradition's emphasis on discrete entities and clear definitions, a legacy often traced back to Aristotle's logic of categories and definitions. However, many Eastern philosophies, like the concept of interbeing in Buddhism, articulated by Thich Nhat Hanh, emphasize that nothing exists independently. Everything interis with everything else. A flower, for example, cannot be defined without the sun, soil, water, and air. Its edges extend far beyond its petals. Psychologically, our minds are wired for categorization and simplification, a cognitive bias known as categorization. We create mental boxes to make sense of the overwhelming complexity of the world. This is efficient, but it can also lead to oversimplification, stereotyping, and a rigid ether or thinking that fails to capture nuance and fluidity. Think of fixed mindsets, as explored by Carol Dweck, where individuals define their abilities or intelligence as a static being, rather than a dynamic becoming. This contrasts with a growth mindset, which embraces the soft, evolving edges of personal capacity. Our need for clear self-definition can also limit us, making us resistant to change or new experiences that might blur the edges of who we are. Consider how this plays out in your daily life. The definition of friendship, is it a distinct category, or does it blend seamlessly into acquaintance, mentorship, or family, shifting with time and context? The edges are often blurred. Or think about a specific emotion like sadness. Is it a pure, isolated feeling, or does it have soft edges that bleed into nostalgia, tenderness, or quiet contemplation, transforming its very nature based on what surrounds it? In artistic expression, rigid definitions of genre or style are often creatively broken, showing that music or painting defies neat categorization, its true power lying in its liminality, its ability to blend and transcend. The line between work and life in our modern existence is becoming increasingly blurred, its edges softened by remote work and constant connectivity. We strive for a clear boundary, but often find it permeable, challenging the very definition of each. Even the concept of health is not a hard line. It's a soft, dynamic balance of physical, mental, and social well-being, its edges constantly shifting in response to daily influences. What if your deepest anxieties arise from a rigid need to define everything, to draw sharp lines where nature intended gentle transitions? What if embracing the soft edges of definition in yourself, in others, in ideas is the pathway to greater understanding and compassion? Could it be that the very things you struggle to fit into neat categories are revealing a deeper truth about the interconnected, fluid nature of all things? When you allow yourself to perceive the world not as a collection of separate, defined objects, but as a continuous, flowing tapestry, what new patterns and harmonies begin to emerge? The boundaries of continents shift over geological time, mountains erode, rivers carve new paths. Even what appears most solid is in a constant, gentle state of becoming, its edges slowly softening. So perhaps, as you drift into this deep, calming awareness, you might simply rest in the gentle understanding that definitions are useful maps, but not the territory itself. That life unfolds in beautiful nuances and subtle transitions, where one thing merges into another, creating a richer, more interconnected reality. To let go of the need for sharp, unyielding boundaries, and to find that in the soft edges, there is a profound sense of unity, a gentle, flowing dance where everything touches everything else, where dreams and waking meet. You wake from a vivid dream, perhaps one filled with extraordinary landscapes or conversations with people who felt intensely real. For a fleeting moment, as your eyes flutter open in the dim light of your room, the dream's sensations linger. The texture of a landscape's dream or fabric-still conversations with brushes your people whose skin felt intensely real. This linger transitional experience hints at a profound truth constraints of your waking life haven't quite fragment of dream dialogue echoes in your mind. The emotional resonance of the dream story still tugs at your heart. The fantastical boundary between the world you possibilities of the dream left and the one you are world haven't now fully receded entering feels incredibly thin. That the distinct categories of dream and waking consciousness, almost permeable, still a softly shimmering around the edges of your waking perception, and for a breath, the rules of one seem to gently mingle with the other. The emotional resonance of the dream story still tugs at your heart. The fantastical boundary between the world you possibilities of the dream left and the one you are world haven't now fully receded entering feels incredibly thin. It's a liminal space, a soft, the briefly dreams merge. This linger transitional experience hints at profound truth. Constraints of your waking life haven't quite fragment of dream dialogue echoes in your mind reasserted themselves. The fantastical boundary between the world you possibilities of the dream left and the one you are world haven't now fully receded entering feels incredibly thin. That the distinct categories of dream and waking consciousness are not as separate as we often perceive them to be. It suggests that there is a continuous, permeable membrane between these states, and that insights, emotions, and even creative impulses from one can flow into and influence the other. It's about recognizing that our awareness is a spectrum, not a simple on-off switch, and that the edges where these states meet are rich with meaning and potential for self-discovery. Philosophically, this concept has been explored for centuries. Ancient mystics and shamans across cultures often viewed dreams as a gateway to other realities or deeper truths. Philosophers like René Descartes, in his Meditations, famously grappled with the dream argument, questioning how one can definitively know if one is truly awake or dreaming, thus highlighting the subjective nature of reality. Modern psychology, particularly in the fields of sleep research and transpersonal psychology, acknowledges the profound impact of dreams on waking life. Carl Jung's work on active imagination and the collective unconscious emphasized how dream symbols and narratives can offer crucial insights into our psychological processes, bridging the gap between conscious and unconscious realms. The process of consolidation in memory, where the brain processes and integrates new information during sleep, directly shows how our waking experiences are actively reorganized and even shaped by our dream states. Conversely, our waking anxieties and aspirations often manifest in our dreams. There is no hard boundary, but a reciprocal influence, a constant conversation across this permeable border. Consider how this plays out in your daily life. Have you ever had a dream that solved a problem you were grappling with in your waking hours, or provided clarity on a difficult decision? The answer seemed to emerge from the dream logic, gently settling into your waking mind. Or perhaps a recurring dream theme that highlights an unresolved issue in your waking relationships or career, urging you to pay attention. Artists, writers, and musicians often speak of ideas, melodies, or images that came to them in a dream, blurring the lines of conscious creation. The boundary of reality becomes soft in moments of intense creative flow, where intuition and logic mingle. Even in moments of deep meditation or intense focus, you might experience a softening of the usual waking world, a heightened sense of inner awareness that feels akin to the spaciousness of a dream. Conversely, waking anxieties often manifest as disturbing dreams, and a peaceful, harmonious day can lead to pleasant, restful sleep. The two realms are in constant dialogue, a quiet, flowing conversation. Think of the way a particularly striking image from a film or a novel can stay with you, feeling as real as a memory, blurring the edges of what is actual and what is imagined. What if the wisdom you seek in your waking life is often whispering to you from the dreamscape, just beyond the veil of conscious memory? What if the challenges you face in your waking world are being processed and offered insights within the symbolic language of your dreams? Could it be that your resistance to fully acknowledging the depth of your dream life is a resistance to a richer, more integrated understanding of your own consciousness? When you allow this soft meeting point to exist, to recognize the gentle interplay between your sleeping and waking self, what new forms of creativity, intuition, and self-knowledge begin to emerge? The boundary between night and day is not a sharp line, but a gradual, beautiful transition of twilight and dawn, where the last stars meet the first light. So, perhaps, as you drift deeper into this tranquil awareness, you might simply rest in the gentle understanding that the landscapes of your dreams and the realities of your waking life are intimately connected, two sides of the same vast, unfolding consciousness. To allow the soft, shimmering edges between them to dissolve, and to find that in this quiet merger, a deeper, more holistic understanding of yourself and the world gently unfurls. To simply float in that space, knowing you are whole always, often now assume feels like a vast, unfolding narrative capable of navigating, and even a silent influencing realities constructed by our own minds. Knowing presence observing its own creation, it's a conversing with a profound, long-lost shift friend in a familiar yet altered house. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition sparks within you. This is a dream. The realization doesn't shatter the scene but subtly transforms it. The impossible colors become more vivid, the conversation more profound, the house more intricately detailed. You are still within the dream, but now there's a quiet knowing, a gentle awareness that you are dreaming. This isn't just dreaming, it's conscious dreaming. You retain your sense of self, your capacity for reflection, even as the dream narrative continues to unfold around you. The dreamscape, once a chaotic, undirected experience, now feels like a vast, immersive canvas where your awareness subtly interacts with the unfolding narrative, a silent, knowing presence observing its own creation. It's a profound shift, an awakening within the unwaking. Remarkable, this isn't just experience at dreaming hints at a profound truth. You is not retain your sense of confined to our waking, logical state, but can exist and even flourish within the seemingly unbound realms of our dreams. Far more even as the expansive and dream narrative versatile than we often continues to assume, capable of navigating and even influencing realities constructed by our own minds. It's about recognizing the deep, untamed potential of our conscious mind to be present, even when the rules of the external world dissolve. Philosophically, this echoes ancient and modern explorations of the nature of mind. Many indigenous cultures and spiritual traditions across history have considered dreams as sacred spaces for healing, prophecy, and communication with other realms, viewing consciousness as flowing beyond waking logic. Tibetan Buddhist dream yoga, for instance, involves cultivating lucidity in dreams to explore the nature of mind and reality. In Western thought, the concept of lucid dreaming has been extensively studied, with pioneers like Stephen LaBerge demonstrating how individuals can become fully aware and even control elements of their dreams. This phenomenon challenges the traditional view of the brain simply shutting down or being entirely passive during sleep. Psychologically, achieving consciousness within a dream taps into our metacognitive abilities, the capacity to think about our own thinking, to be aware of our own awareness. It demonstrates a heightened state of self-monitoring, even when conventional sensory input is absent. It suggests that the observing self, a concept important in mindfulness practices, can remain present even when the perceived reality is internally generated. This ability to be present within a dream also has implications for emotional regulation. By recognizing the dream as a dream, the emotional intensity of nightmares can often be reduced, offering a sense of agency and control over fear. It's the ultimate internal feedback loop, where the mind observes its own spontaneous narratives. Consider how this plays out in less dramatic, everyday ways. Have you ever been so deeply engrossed in a book or a film that your surroundings faded, and you felt completely transported into its world, yet still knew you were sitting on your couch? That's a subtle form of consciousness within a constructed reality. Or when you are deeply lost in thought, planning a future scenario or replaying a past conversation in vivid detail. You are consciously navigating a mental landscape that is an external reality, yet feels incredibly real. Musicians often describe being so deeply immersed in playing that they become one with the music, their consciousness flowing directly into the notes, creating a kind of self-aware improvisation within their own artistic dreamscape. Scientists or mathematicians might dream of solutions to complex problems, where their conscious mind, free from waking distractions, continues to process information in symbolic or abstract ways, revealing insights upon waking. Even simple daydreaming involves a conscious navigation of an internally generated world, showing the mind's constant capacity to build and inhabit its own narratives, with a gentle, underlying awareness that it is doing so. What if the vast, often overlooked landscapes of your dreams are not just random neurological firings, but profound spaces where your consciousness can explore, learn, and heal in ways your waking mind rarely permits? What if cultivating this subtle awareness within your dreams could unlock hidden creativity, resolve waking anxieties, or offer pathways to deeper self-understanding? Could it be that the freedom to choose your response within a dream is a mirror for the freedom you possess to choose your response in waking life, even when circumstances seem to limit you? When you become the gentle, knowing observer of your own dreamscape, what new dimensions of your own mind begin to reveal themselves? The universe dreams itself into existence, each star a thought, each galaxy a vast, unfolding narrative, all held within a boundless, conscious awareness. So perhaps, as you drift deeper into this tranquil awareness, you might simply rest in the gentle understanding that your consciousness is a vast, boundless ocean, capable of flowing through many realms, including the rich, symbolic waters of your dreams. to allow your awareness to gently expand, to be present not just in the tangible, but in the imagined, the remembered, the dreamed, and to find that in this soft, expanded presence, there is a profound sense of wonder, a quiet knowing that you are always, always aware, even in the deepest sleep. The gaze that shapes. Imagine you are holding a raw, unpolished gemstone in your hand. It's just a rock, rough and unassuming, yet as you turn it slowly, tilting it to catch the light in different ways, you begin to perceive faint glimmers, a hidden shimmer, a subtle internal fire. Your gaze, your focused attention, doesn't physically alter the stone, yet it transforms your perception of it. What was once merely an undifferentiated lump suddenly reveals its potential for brilliance, its unique character. It's as if the very act of your looking, your sustained, curious attent, ion, carves out meaning and beauty from what was previously unremarked upon. The stone wasn't beautiful or dull in itself. It became so under the influence of your specific, engaged gaze. Your way of seeing it brought its qualities into being. For you, it is a quiet, profound act of co-creation, where your observation sculpts the reality you perceive. Your ray gaze, focused attention, intimate act hints at a profound truth. Seeing, our transforms your perception of it. Focused attention, our particular gaze, is not merely a passive reception of information, but an active, shaping force that influences, organizes, and often creates the reality we experience. It suggests that the world doesn't simply exist out there to be observed, but that our perception actively brings qualities, meanings, and even the very existence of certain phenomena into being, at least within our own experience. We are not just viewers. We are quiet sculptors of our own perceived reality through the power of our attention. Philosophically, this concept touches on ideas from quantum mechanics, where the act of observation by a conscious entity is theorized to influence the state of particles, e.g., the observer effect in the double-slit experiment. Though its interpretation is debated, it symbolizes this interaction. More broadly, it aligns with constructivist epistemology, which posits that knowledge and reality are actively constructed by the individual, rather than passively received. Psychologically, this is deeply rooted in concepts like selective attention, where our brains prioritize certain stimuli over others. Our expectations, biases, and emotional states our gaze determine what we notice and how we interpret it. For example, confirmation bias means we actively look for and emphasize information that supports our existing beliefs, effectively shaping our perceived reality to match our internal map. The Pygmalion effect, also known as the Rosenthal effect, demonstrated by Robert Rosenthal and Lenore Jacobson, showed that teachers' expectations, their gaze of student performance, actually influenced students' academic achievement. The expectation itself, the way of seeing, shaped the outcome. This highlights how our internal framework, our mental lens, can subtly, yet powerfully, influence not just our perception, but also the behavior of others and the unfolding of events around us. It's not magic, but the profound power of focused attention and belief to influence the subtle, interwoven fabric of reality. Consider how this plays out in your daily life. When you focus your gaze on finding reasons to be grateful, suddenly, small moments of kindness, beauty, or ease seem to appear everywhere, though they were always there, perhaps unnoticed. Your attentive gaze brings them into sharper focus, giving them weight and presence. Conversely, if your gaze is fixed on perceived injustices or problems, the world can quickly seem filled with them, even overshadowing moments of joy or progress. In relationships, the way you gaze at a loved one with appreciation and trust, or with suspicion and criticism, profoundly shapes the dynamic and how that person responds to you. Your gaze brings out certain qualities in them. In your career, if you view a challenge through a gaze of curiosity and learning, it becomes an opportunity. If through a gaze of fear and defeat, it becomes an obstacle. The challenge itself is relatively neutral. Your internal lens gives it meaning. Even when looking at a piece of art, your gaze, your knowledge of history, your emotional state, your personal preferences actively shapes the beauty and meaning you derive from it. The brushstrokes are static, but your perception makes them alive, gives them narrative. What if the world you perceive as lacking or difficult is merely reflecting a gaze that expects limitation? What if your capacity to create a more fulfilling life is less about changing external circumstances and more about gently shifting the focus and quality of your own internal gaze? Could it be that the untapped potential in your life, in your relationships, in your work, is simply awaiting the sustained, compassionate attention of your awareness to bring it into being? When you consciously choose how and where you direct your gaze, what new possibilities, new beauties, new forms of connection begin to emerge from the subtle fabric of existence? The universe itself seems to respond to the focused intention of creation, from the smallest seed reaching for the sun to the vast constellations that appear in our quiet, searching gaze. It is not just observed. It is, in a profound way, co-created by the conscious attention that perceives it. So, perhaps, as you drift into this deep, calming awareness, you might simply rest in the gentle understanding that your very perception is a powerful, creative act, that the world you inhabit is, in part, a luminous reflection of where you direct your quiet, attentive gaze. To allow your attention to soften, yet deepen, inviting beauty and possibility to reveal themselves. And in that gentle, shaping gaze, to find that the world unfolds in unexpected ways, always inviting you to perceive its hidden brilliance, a quiet, continuous dance of revelation and creation. No intricate, undefined drawing. Imagine for a moment you are floating in a vast, boundless ocean. There is no horizon, no distant shore, no fixed point above or below, just an endless, deep murmuring potential stretching out in every direction. Your hands reach out, seeking something to grasp, but there is only the soft give of the water, a yielding emptiness. Yet in this very absence of form, pressure begins to single build, nudges your then another finge. Our tips. It feels like the very essence of possibility, waiting, expectant, ready to coalesce into something tangible. You close your eyes, and in the profound darkness behind your lids, a single point of light flickers into being, then another, drawing faint, almost imperceptible lines in the void. This is where everything truly begins, not with a solid structure but with the boundless expanse of the undefined. It's the primordial soup of potential, a state of pure, unmanifest energy where anything might emerge. Quantum realm, as imperceptible lines in the void physicists describe it, a swirling dance of probabilities where particles exist in a superposition of states until observed, until they choose a definitive form. It's a space where what is has not yet settled, where the act of becoming is still unfolding from the unformed. Think of a blank page, pristine and waiting. It holds no story, no poem, no intricate drawing. It is, in essence, undefined. Yet within its emptiness lies the complete potential for every narrative ever told, every image ever conceived. The first stroke of a pen, the first hesitant word, is an act of creation, coaxing form from this limitless void. The blankness isn't a lack, it's a profound invitation, a silent call for emergence. This process mirrors the very nature of human thought, where abstract ideas, initially nebulous and unarticulated, gradually cohere into clear concepts, plans, or even innovations. This journey from the ambiguous to the concrete is a fundamental cognitive process, a testament to our capacity to structure the formless. Consider the early days of a new relationship, before roles are defined, before routines are set. It's a space of thrilling uncertainty, a fluid dance where two individual energies slowly, tentatively, begin to intermingle and shape a shared reality. There are no pre-written rules, only unspoken potentials. Each shared laugh, each quiet glance, each moment of vulnerability is a brushstroke, adding definition to an emerging canvas. Or think of a new venture, an enterprise born not from a rigid blueprint, but from a vague yearning, a loose collection of ideas, a spark of inspiration. The first step is often the hardest, precisely because it forces the undefined to begin taking shape, narrowing the infinite possibilities into a singular, tangible direction. This profound process of emergence, of form arising from the undefined, reminds us that clarity often doesn't precede action, but is born from it. It's an iterative dance where the act of engagement, of taking a tentative step into the unknown, allows the path to reveal itself. What if the most potent state for creating isn't one of absolute certainty, but rather a trusting embrace of the formless? What if the very act of not knowing, of allowing for raw, unshaped possibility, is the richest soil for innovation and growth? Perhaps the most powerful act is to allow space for things to remain undefined for a while, to not rush to name, to categorize, to solidify, to let the quiet hum of potential vibrate without the immediate demand for form, to trust that within the vast ocean of the not yet, something unique, something essential, is patiently gathering itself, ready to emerge in its own perfect timing. What wonders might be stirring in the quiet, limitless space before anything takes a definitive shape? The invisible structure. Imagine yourself walking through an ancient, quiet forest where towering trees reach for the sky, their branches interwoven like a grand, intricate canopy. Dappled sunlight filters through the leaves, painting shifting patterns on the moss-covered stones beneath your feet. You see the vibrant greens, the textured bark, the delicate dance of insects in the air. Yet beneath this visible majesty, unseen and unheard, lies a sprawling, interconnected network of roots, fungi, and soil. A silent, living architecture that supports everything above ground. You sense its presence, a subtle hum of life, a deep, nourishing pulse, though you cannot see its vast complexity. It's the silent scaffolding that allows the entire ecosystem to thrive. This unseen architecture exists everywhere, not just in the forest. It is the invisible structure that underpins our lives, the hidden principles and patterns that govern our interactions, our thoughts, and the very flow of our societies, often without our conscious awareness. These are the unwritten rules, the implicit agreements, the cultural currents that shape our perception and behavior. The hidden principles and patterns that govern our are our thought charting a completely independent course. They are like the deep ocean currents that pull and push, guiding vast bodies of water unnoticed by the ships sailing on the surface. In psychology, these invisible structures manifest as cognitive schemas, mental frameworks that help us organize and interpret information. We develop these over time, often unconsciously, and they profoundly influence how we perceive the world, how we react to situations, and even how we relate to ourselves and others. Think of the unspoken expectations within a family, the subtle cues, the inherited patterns of communication, the implicit roles that family members adopt. These aren't written down anywhere, but they exert immense influence, shaping interactions, setting boundaries, and defining what feels normal or acceptable. Similarly, in a workplace, there are the formal rules, and then there are the invisible structures. The power dynamics, the unspoken hierarchy, the social norms around communication and collaboration that truly dictate how things get done. Even in the digital realm, we are constantly interacting with invisible structures. The algorithms that curate your social media feed, for instance, are complex, unseen architectures that subtly shape your reality, guiding what information you see, what opinions you encounter, and even how you perceive the world. They learn from your past interactions, creating a unique, personalized landscape that feels natural, yet is entirely constructed by an unseen logic. Understanding these underlying structures, as philosopher Karl Popper might suggest in his ideas about theoretical frameworks and their influence on observation, helps us see beyond the immediate surface. How much of your daily life, your decisions, your feelings, are shaped by these invisible forces that you don't even perceive? What if the way you react to a situation isn't just a personal choice, but a pattern influenced by deep-seated cultural narratives or personal schemas that were formed long ago? What if recognizing these unseen frameworks, these underlying currents, allows for greater freedom within them? Not freedom from the structure, but freedom to consciously navigate it, to perhaps even gently reshape it, rather than being passively carried along. There is a quiet strength in becoming aware of these invisible forces. It's like learning to see the wind, not just the leaves it rustles. It's an invitation to observe, to question, to understand the silent architecture that supports your world. What profound insights might emerge when you begin to look beyond the obvious, sensing the unseen threads that weave through every aspect of your experience. The calm before change. The air is heavy still. Not a single leaf stirs on the branches of the ancient trees, no ripple disturbs the mirror surface of the pond. The sky above is an unusual hue, a deep, bruised purple, yet there's no sound of approaching wind, no distant rumble of thunder, no whisper of rain. An uncanny quiet settles over everything, a profound pause where time itself seems to hold its breath. You feel it in your bones, this hushed anticipation. Is stillness that isn't an absence but a potent, gathering presence. It feels as if the entire world is listening, poised on the cusp of something momentous. A unique quality of quietude that precedes a significant shift or transformation. It is not an empty void but a fertile space, a liminal threshold where the D begins to recede and the new has not yet fully arrived. It is the pregnant pause, the moment of incubation when potential is at its most concentrated, gathering its force before manifesting. You feel it in your bones. Precedes A for its significant marks the shift or delicate transformation balance between what was and what is about to be. Psychology, significant for a emotional liminal regulation and preparation. Stillness that isn't it and is the impending, significant events. There might be an initial surge of anxiety, but sometimes a deep, almost serene calm descends as the moment draws near. This isn't resignation, but a settling into the inevitable, a quiet gathering of inner resources. It's the subtle shift when the mind ceases its frantic planning and begins to simply be in the moment, acknowledging the grand unfolding. This period allows for a form of psychological annealing, where past experiences and future uncertainties are momentarily suspended, allowing for internal recalibration. Consider the deep stillness of winter, when the earth lies dormant beneath a blanket of snow. It appears lifeless, yet beneath the frozen surface, life is not absent but dormant, gathering strength, waiting for the precise moment to burst forth. This profound rest is essential for the vibrant explosion of spring. Or think of the hush that falls over an audience just before the curtain rises on a play, or the quiet tension that permeates a room before a major life decision is announced: a job offer, a diagnosis, a significant transition. In each instance, the stillness is not an end, but a charged beginning, a moment when possibilities hang suspended in the air, awaiting their cue to descend. Even in personal growth, this calm often precedes a breakthrough. You might feel a period of quiet stagnation, a sense of inner lull, before a new understanding clicks into place, or a significant shift in perspective occurs. This waiting isn't passive. It's an active process of internal integration, of allowing disparate elements to cohere. As the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once remarked, that which does not kill us makes us stronger, and often, the strength is forged in these quiet, challenging, anticipatory moments. What does this profound quiet offer you? Is it a chance to center yourself, to gather your inner reserves, or simply to be fully present with the unfolding mystery? What wisdom lies embedded in this pregnant pause, this sacred stillness before the next chapter begins to write itself? Perhaps it's an invitation to breathe, to simply listen to the silence, and to trust in the unseen forces that are quietly, patiently at work, preparing the ground for whatever transformation awaits. An unfolding developmental spiral of being. watching a tiny fern frond unfurl in the gentle morning light. It begins as a tightly coiled knot, seemingly insignificant, a mere tight spiral of green. Yet with each passing moment, each subtle opening, it reveals more of its intricate design. It doesn't expand in a straight, linear path, but in a gentle, elegant curve, repeating its pattern at a larger scale as it grows. You notice that the journey backward on the spiral, traci, ng its perfect curve inwards, also leads back to its origin, albeit a more concentrated, nascent version of itself. It's a journey of expansion that somehow always contains its beginnings. This is the essence of the unfolding spiral of being, a profound truth about growth, learning, and evolution. Life rarely progresses in a straight line. Instead, it moves in a cyclical and progressive manner, revisiting themes, lessons, and experiences, but always from a new, higher vantage point. You aren't just repeating the past. You are re-engaging with it, but with greater wisdom, deeper understanding, and a more expansive perspective. In developmental psychology, theorists like Jean Piaget and Erik Erikson have explored how human development isn't a linear ascent, but a series of stages that build upon and integrate previous ones. You might revisit challenges from your youth with the emotional regulation skills you've cultivated in adulthood, seeing the situation with an entirely different lens. This isn't going backwards, it's moving upwards on the spiral, gaining new insights from familiar terrain. The issues remain, perhaps, but your capacity to navigate them has expanded. You are the same self, yet profoundly changed by the journey. Consider the process of learning a complex skill, like playing a musical instrument or mastering a new language. You begin with fundamental concepts, practice, and then move to more advanced techniques. But often, to truly master the advanced, you find yourself returning to those foundational concepts, not to relearn them, but to apply them with a newfound depth, a subtle nuance that was impossible to grasp at the outset. The scale of understanding expands, even as the core principles remain. It's a recurring motif in mastery, where true expertise involves not just moving forward, but circling back with a fresh, more discerning eye. Think about recurring patterns in relationships or career paths. Perhaps you've noticed a theme that emerges repeatedly in different contexts, a particular type of challenge, a specific kind of conflict, or even a certain kind of opportunity. Instead of viewing this as being stuck in a loop, the spiral perspective invites you to see it as an opportunity to engage with the pattern at a deeper level. Each recurrence is a chance to integrate past lessons more fully, to respond with greater awareness, and to ultimately transcend the pattern by understanding its core essence. Where are you on your spiral today? What insights have you gained by revisiting old lessons, old feelings, or old dreams with new eyes, with the wisdom of accumulated experience? What if the very things you perceive as repeating are actually invitations to grow, to integrate, to expand your understanding of yourself and the world? The unfolding spiral reminds us that every experience, every challenge, every joy, is a part of this continuous, graceful journey of becoming, moving ever outward while always holding the essence of its origin within. In this quiet unfolding, you are always both familiar and utterly new, always arriving and always beginning again, finding peace in uncertainty. You are standing at the edge of a vast, swirling mist. It stretches out infinitely before you, an ethereal shroud that completely obscures the path ahead. You cannot see beyond your outstretched hand, cannot discern what lies even a single step beyond your current footing. There is no map, no compass, no clear destination visible within this veiled landscape. For a moment, a tremor of outstretched apprehension hand runs through you, even a natural single human step beyond your current response to the footing unknown. But then, take a quiet breath. Visible within this veiled, strange landscape, tranquility begins to settle. The mist isn't threatening. It's simply there, a profound, unyielding invitation to step forward without knowing, to simply be present with the mystery. art of finding peace in strange tranquility uncertainty, the ability to remain centered and calm even when the future is obscured, when outcomes are not guaranteed, and when things are not clearly defined. It's a radical acceptance of the unknown, a gentle surrender to the unfolding nature of life itself. In a world that often demands clarity, control, and precise plans, embracing uncertainty is a powerful act of emotional regulation and resilience. Our minds, by nature, seek patterns and predictability. This cognitive bias, often called clarity bias or certainty bias, makes us uncomfortable with ambiguity. We crave closure, a definitive answer, a clear path forward. Yet life, in its very essence, is a continuous flow of the unknown. From the moment we are born, our trajectory is a series of uncharted territories. The Stoic philosophers long ago championed the idea of amor fati, a love of fate, which in essence is an embrace of all that life brings, including its inherent unpredictability. They understood that true peace comes not from controlling external circumstances, but from controlling our internal responses to them. Think of waiting for crucial test results, where the outcome could profoundly shift your life's direction, or navigating a significant career change without a clear next step, simply trusting that opportunities will emerge. Or perhaps stepping into a new relationship, where every interaction is a discovery and the future is an open question. In these moments, the mind might naturally race, seeking to predict, to control, to reduce the anxiety of the unknown. But the invitation here is to lean into the softness of that unknown, to allow the feeling of uncertainty to exist without needing to immediately resolve it. This isn't about ignoring potential challenges or becoming complacent. It's about cultivating a deep sense of presence. When you are fully present, engaged with this very moment, the concept of a future filled with uncertainty loses some of its power. You are simply here now, breathing, sensing, experiencing. Mindfulness practices often guide us to this state, helping us to observe thoughts and feelings, including those related to uncertainty, without judgment, allowing them to pass like clouds in the sky. What if the peace you seek isn't found after certainty has been achieved, but within the very heart of uncertainty itself? Most but about profound moments of freeing growth in yourself from the discovery arise constant precisely emotional from those drain at times when you don't causes know the way, compelled to its now open trust in the peace process, in your own inner wisdom and in the unfolding of life. Can you allow the gentle mist of the unknown to envelop you, not as a threat, but as a soft, quiet space where you are simply invited to be, fully and completely, here, letting go? Experience of our life holding a comes not from handful of fine, dry sand. The courageous act of grains are releasing slipping through your fingers, slowly, steadily, no matter how tightly you clench your fist. The more you strain, the harder you try to contain them, the faster they seem to escape, leaving behind only a gritty residue and an empty ache in your palm. But then, you slowly, deliberately open your hand. You release the tension in your fingers, allowing your palm to flatten, gently allowing the remaining sand to flow freely, carried away by the slightest breeze. As it departs, a quiet relief washes over you. You realize that even as it goes, its very movement creates a new space in your open hand, a feeling not of emptiness, but of lightness, of new possibility. This is the profound paradox of letting go, that releasing control, attachment, or what we cling to can create a sense of completion, a liberating space, or even an abundance rather than a void of loss. It's a counterintuitive truth that sometimes the fullest experience of life comes not from accumulating or holding on, but from the courageous act of releasing. In various wisdom traditions, sense of completion from Buddhist philosophy on suffering arising from attachment to Stoic principles of discerning what is within and beyond our control, or attachment even and central to inner peace abundance. Rather than a void of loss, release is crucial for our emotional counter-regulation and resilience. When we cling to expectations, past grievances, or even an identity that no longer serves us, we create a kind of internal friction. This cognitive dissonance can lead to chronic stress and a sense of being perpetually burdened. The act of letting go is a form of cognitive reframing, shifting our perspective from one of scarcity and control to one of acceptance and spaciousness. Consider the weight of a long-held grudge. It can feel like a heavy stone carried in your chest, shaping your reactions, coloring your perceptions. Releasing that grudge isn't about condoning past hurts, but about freeing yourself from the constant emotional drain it causes. The space it occupied isn't empty. It's now open for peace, for new emotional energy. Or think of letting go of a past identity, perhaps a role you once held, a version of yourself you've outgrown. It can be frightening, like shedding an old skin, but in that vulnerable shedding, there is the potential for authentic self-discovery, for a truer, more vibrant version of yourself to emerge. Even in seemingly simple acts, the fullness of letting go is evident. Delegating a task to someone else, relinquishing the need for perfection in every detail, or allowing a loved one to make their own choices, even if they differ from yours. In each instance, the act of stepping back, of releasing your grip, paradoxically creates more bandwidth, more trust, and a deeper sense of connection not just with others, but with the natural flow of life. What are you holding onto that might be ready to be released? What quiet burdens are you carrying that, if gently put down, might open up new vistas of lightness and possibility? What new forms of abundance, whether emotional, spiritual, or relational, might bloom in the space that an act of release creates? In the gentle grace of letting go, there is a profound completeness, a quiet exhale that allows your being to simply rest, open and free, in the gentle flow of existence. Freedom in our constraints. Imagine a musician seated in a quiet room with a single instrument before them, perhaps a cello, its rich, polished wood gleaming softly in the lamplight. The instrument itself has a fixed form, a specific number of strings, a defined range of notes. Its physical structure dictates what sounds it can produce. Yet within these very boundaries, a universe of intricate melodies, soaring harmonies, and profound emotional expression can be created. The musician doesn't fight the cello's design. They work with its inherent limitations, finding endless, nuanced expression within its defined shape. The structure doesn't stifle creativity. It focuses it, providing the very framework within which artistry can flourish. This is the profound truth of finding freedom in our constraints, the paradox that boundaries, limits, or specific structures can lead to greater creativity, deeper focus, and a more profound sense of liberation, rather than restriction. Boundless definite framework within which the choice and range of musician doesn't notes fight can the flourish infinite cello's possibility design. Generative they power of work with its limitation, inherent limitations. Endless psychologically, within its limits, defined counters the shape paradox of choice. Barry or specific Schwartz structures can lead to greater creativity, suggests that too many deeper options can lead to anxiety and a more profound sense of liberation and lower satisfaction. When faced with an overwhelming array of possibilities, our minds can become scattered, unable to commit, and ultimately less effective. Constraints, on the other hand, provide a framework, a starting point. They narrow the field, allowing our cognitive resources to be focused more intensely on the possibilities within the given boundaries. Consider the artist who works within a specific medium, a sculptor limited to clay, a poet bound by the structure of a haiku or a sonnet. These forms are not arbitrary restrictions, they are creative catalysts. The limited number of syllables in a haiku forces the poet to choose each word with exquisite precision, to distill vast meaning into a concise form, thereby achieving a power and depth that might be lost in boundless verse. The very discipline required for mastery within a specific field, whether it's engineering or meditation, often involves embracing a set of rules or practices that, initially, might feel restrictive, but ultimately lead to profound competence and inner freedom. Think of a strict budget for a project. Instead of seeing it as a limitation, it can become the driving force for innovation, pushing you to find ingenious, cost-effective solutions that might never have been discovered with unlimited resources. Or a tight deadline for a creative endeavor. Rather than causing despair, it can ignite a focused intensity, eliminating procrastination and forcing decisive action, leading to a surge of productivity that a leisurely timeline might never achieve. Even in our personal lives, embracing constraints can be liberating. Choosing to limit your social media consumption can free up time and mental energy for more meaningful pursuits. Committing to a specific routine for your health or well-being, while seemingly restrictive, often leads to greater energy and a sense of discipline that empowers rather than constrains. These self-imposed boundaries can cultivate a sense of inner order and purposeful action. Where do you perceive limitations in your life? What if these very boundaries, whether self-imposed or external, are not walls preventing you, but rather the fertile ground from which your most profound creativity and authentic expression can emerge? What if true freedom isn't found in the absence of all limits, but in the quiet power of discerning which limits allow you to thrive, to focus your energy, and to create something truly meaningful and unique? The path we unfold. You stand on soft, untouched earth in a quiet, secluded landscape. The morning mist still clings to the low-lying fields, and the air carries the scent of damp soil and awakening life. There is no visible trail before you, no worn track leading the way, only the endless expanse of untrodden ground. Your very first step, tentative and light, presses down the delicate blades of grass, subtly shaping the ground beneath you. Lying with each subsequent field step, the path becomes a little clearer, a little more defined, not because it was pre-existing, waiting for you to find it, but because you are actively creating it with every movement, every choice of direction, every subtle shift of your weight upon the earth. Becomes damn. There is no defined choices waiting for you to find it. Actions tends, our very presence in the creating it world. Merely untrodden every ground choice of travelers on a road already direction laid, wait upon the earth's silent architects of our own unfolding. This concept challenges the notion of a predetermined destiny and instead emphasizes human agency and the continuous process of self-creation. In the spirit of existentialist thought, which posits that existence precedes essence, meaning we are born without inherent purpose, and then define ourselves through our choices and actions, our lives are an ongoing act of self-authorship. There is no fixed you waiting to be uncovered. Instead, you are continually becoming, shaped by the sum of your responses to life's unfolding. Consider the myriad small decisions you make each day that, cumulatively, steer your life in a particular direction. The conversation you choose to engage in, the project you decide to pursue, the book you pick up, the thought you choose to dwell upon, each is a subtle, almost imperceptible footprint on your unique path. These aren't just reactions to external circumstances. They are often acts of quiet creation, shaping the landscape you inhabit. Think of a career path that deviates entirely from family expectations or societal norms. There was no clear map for it, no established route. But through persistent effort, learning, and perhaps even some missteps, a new profession, a new way of contributing begins to take shape, entirely unique to the individual who forged it. Or a relationship that evolves in unexpected ways, becoming something profoundly different from initial projections, simply because two people continually choose to co-create its reality, responding to each other authentically rather than adhering to a script. The idea of a growth mindset, popularized by Carol Dweck, resonates deeply here. It suggests that our abilities and intelligence are not fixed, but can be developed through dedication and hard work. This mindset encourages us to see challenges not as roadblocks that expose our limitations, but as opportunities to learn and expand, thus actively shaping our future capabilities rather than being constrained by pre-existing ones. We are not simply walking on a path, We are laying the very stones with each intention and effort. What footprints are you leaving behind today? What kind of path are you subtly shaping with each breath, each decision, each act of engagement with the world? What new landscapes might unfold before you if you approach your life not as a given journey, but as a masterpiece you are continuously, courageously bringing into being, one quiet, deliberate step at a time? In this gentle, continuous act of unfolding, you are both the explorer and the very land being explored, silently, beautifully, creating the way as you go. You are already there, journeying is arriving. A fully beautiful, ancient garden, its pathways winding gently, inviting you deeper into its serene embrace. Each step reveals new textures, new scents: the earthy fragrance of damp soil, the sweet perfume of a blossoming rose, the subtle spice of a distant herb. You are walking through a beautiful, the vibrant hue of a flower, inviting you deeper into its sunlight serene embrace, filtering through the leaves, casting dancing shadows. Sense that there is no earthy fragrance of damp pressing soil, destination in mind. Movement the itself, in the distant herb, unfolding experience of each present moment. Each breath, each sight, each feeling, each sound a distant bird song. The gentle hum of bees is a destination in itself. You are not going to somewhere, you are already there, fully immersed in the journey. This is the profound realization that true fulfillment, deep peace, or a sense of completion is not found at the distant end of a long journey, a final destination, but is woven into the very fabric of the journey itself. The process is the purpose. We often live with a future-oriented bias, constantly deferring our happiness, telling ourselves, "I'll be content when I achieve X or when I reach Y." But this perspective often blinds us to the richness and meaning available in the very act of living, breathing, and moving through the present moment. The concept of flow, as articulated by psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, speaks directly to this. Flow states occur when we are fully immersed in an activity, experiencing a sense of energized focus, full involvement, and enjoyment in the process itself. The activity becomes its own reward, and the distinction between doing and being dissolves. The outcome becomes secondary to the profound experience of the present moment. This isn't about ignoring goals, but about recognizing that the deepest satisfaction often comes from the engaged pursuit, not just the eventual attainment. Consider the experience of a craftsman deeply engaged in their work. The joy isn't solely in the finished piece, but in the meticulous shaping of the material, the careful stroke of the brush, the rhythmic sound of the tools. Each precise action is a tiny arrival, a moment of fulfillment. Or think of learning a new skill. The true reward isn't just the final certification or mastery, but the continuous unfolding of understanding, the satisfaction of small breakthroughs, the quiet pride in each step of progress. The learning is the arrival. Even in relationships, the profound truth is that a relationship is not a static state to be achieved, but a continuous journey of shared experience, mutual growth, and evolving connection. Every conversation, every quiet moment, every shared challenge is an arrival, a deepening of the bond, an unfolding of understanding. If we constantly wait for a perfect, conflict-free state, we miss the richness of the ongoing process. How often do you postpone your own arrival, believing that peace or happiness resides somewhere in the future, just beyond the next milestone? What if you are already here, already arrived in this very breath, in this very moment, in the simple act of experiencing? What if the journey itself, with all its textures, challenges, and quiet joys, is the ultimate destination? In the quiet completeness of the present moment, you are already where you need to be, fully present, fully alive, utterly arrived, but felt in your stillness core. You sit by a calm lake at dawn. The modern water is perfectly, lives are still, a relentless vast, first own being blush of soft light on the horizon silence, mirroring the etsyl harmony in the vast silence, NT sky above. There are no ripples to disturb its surface, no sounds other than the faint, almost imperceptible whisper of the morning air gently stirring the tall reeds along the shore. In this profound quiet, with the external world gradually settling into its early morning rhythm, a subtle hum begins to arise within you, a deep, resonant vibration that feels intimately connected to everything around you. It's not a sound heard with your ears but felt in your core, a quiet echo of your own being, finding its harmony in the vast silence. This is the profound discovery of resonance in stillness, the understanding that true depth, genuine connection, and profound insight often emerge not from activity or noise, but from a state of quietude, inner stillness, and deep, receptive listening. In the hustle of constant doing and the cacophony of external stimulation, we often miss the subtle, yet powerful, whispers of our own intuition and the deeper currents of existence. Our modern lives are often characterized by a relentless drive for external engagement, constant communication, endless information, perpetual movement. This keeps our minds perpetually active, engaging what neuroscientists refer to as the default mode network, a neural circuit associated with self-referential thought, planning, and mind wandering. While valuable, an over-reliance on this active state can drown out the quieter signals. Stillness, whether through meditation, a quiet walk in nature, or simply pausing, allows the autonomic nervous system to shift towards a more parasympathetic dominant state, promoting rest, digestion, and a profound sense of calm. This allows for a different kind of seeing and hearing, an internal resonance. As the philosopher Blaise Pascal famously observed, all of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. This isn't a condemnation, but an astute observation of our discomfort with stillness, and by extension, with ourselves when stripped of external distractions. Yet, it is in this very discomfort, if we lean into it gently, that clarity often emerges. Think of those aha moments that strike you not when you're actively trying to solve a problem, but when you step away, take a shower, or go for a silent walk. These insights are not random. They are the resonance of your deeper mind, speaking when the surface noise subsides. Consider the profound connection you feel when truly still in nature, watching a sunset, observing a tree, listening to the ocean. It's not the external spectacle alone, but the internal quietude that allows you to feel part of something larger, to resonate with the natural world's profound rhythms. Similarly, in relationships, the deepest understanding often arises not from endless talking, but from shared moments of comfortable silence, where true presence speaks volumes. What whispers can you hear when the outer world falls silent, and your inner world begins to settle, like dust motes slowly descending in a sunbeam? What deep truths resonate when you simply are, without the need to do, to achieve, or to constantly engage? In the quiet of this stillness, can you feel the subtle hum of your own being, finding its perfect harmony, its own unique resonance, within the vast, silent symphony of existence? Profoundness in the simple, where simplicity itself becomes the grand grandeur beginning to fall. Not a dramatic storm, just a soft, steady descent. Each drop a tiny sphere catching the faint light before it merges with the growing sheen on the pane. The rain, particular drop beginning to fall, trace a slow, not a dramatic storm, miniature steady descent, river forming and reforming. A tiny sphere catching the stretching and faint light before it breaking. NT reflecting the distorted world outside for a fleeting moment. It's just water on glass, a common occurrence you've witnessed countless times. Yet in this quiet observation, something shifts. The ordinary becomes a canvas for an unexpected depth, a quiet symphony playing out in miniature. It's in these moments, isn't it? The subtle alchemy where the commonplace reveals its hidden layers, where simplicity itself becomes a gateway to the profound. You aren't seeking grandeur, you are merely witnessing, and in that pure act of attention, the profoundness arrives. It's not about finding a secret hidden within. It's about seeing the inherent, intricate truth that was always there, waiting for your quiet gaze. The rain, the light, the glass, they are not just elements, but an unfolding story, speaking a language beyond words. This is the essence of what is sometimes called mindful awareness, a gentle way of being present. It's the opposite of the often unconscious rush through life, where the mind is preoccupied with what comes next or what went wrong. Psychologically, this practice, often rooted in ancient contemplative traditions, allows you to shift from a state of doing to a state of being. It bypasses the cognitive bias towards novelty and excitement, which often compels you to seek stimulation outside of the present moment, rather than finding richness within it. Instead, it invites you to slow down, to notice, to allow your attention to settle without judgment. Consider the simple act of breathing, something you do without thought, thousands of times a day. Yet, when you truly bring your awareness to a single inhale, a single exhale, the entire universe can seem to contract and expand within that rhythmic pulse. Or think of the warmth of a morning cup in your hands, the texture of its surface, the wisp of steam, the quiet sound of its placement. These are not just routine gestures, they are opportunities. A shared, quiet meal with a loved one, where the conversation is light but the connection deep, or the sensation of walking barefoot on cool grass, each blade a distinct, living entity beneath your soul. You don't need an extraordinary event. The extraordinary lives nested within the utterly ordinary, if only you choose to linger. What if the vastness you seek is not found in grand journeys or monumental achievements, but in the microscopic details of your everyday life? What if the answers to your deepest questions are whispered not by booming voices, but by the quiet hum of your own existence? You are constantly surrounded by these unassuming miracles, moments of pure, unadorned being that hold immeasurable depth. They do not demand your recognition, they simply offer themselves. What might happen if you allowed yourself to sink into the simple texture of now, without needing it to be more than it is? The rain continues its gentle fall, blurring the edges of the world outside, inviting a softness within. The single drop you followed has long since merged, lost to its individual form, yet its journey was complete, full, and utterly present. There is a quiet generosity in this offering of simplicity, a profound invitation to witness the whole world in a drop of water, to feel the universe in the quiet rise and fall of your chest. The profound doesn't wait for your discovery. It simply waits for your attention, resting patiently, always already here, in the quiet truth of what is. Many facets, one light. Imagine holding a perfect crystal in your hand, itself as you turn it, but none tells the slowly, gently, until you consider them light all as catches its many surfaces. One single moment, a he's into being sapphire blue flashes into being. Next a ruby red, then an emerald green, each color distinct, vibrant, and utterly beautiful. Yet, you know it's all the same light, refracted and revealed by the angles of the crystal. Each hue is true, complete in itself, but none tells the whole story until you consider them all as expressions of the single, pure source. This crystal is not changing. It is simply showing you its multifaceted nature, inviting you to see its wholeness through its varied expressions. This is a gentle reminder of how you experience the world, and indeed yourself. Just like the crystal, truth, understanding, and even your own identity often reveal themselves not as a single fixed point, but as a sea, constellation of perspectives. You might encounter an idea, a person, or even a situation, and initially perceive it in one particular way. Then initially reveals utterly it in one itself. You know it's all the same light, richer, angles of the more crystal complete, showing you its multifaceted nature, understanding, inviting you to see it's not about one being right and the wholeness through its other varied wrong. Inherent this is a multiplicity. This concept resonates deeply with cognitive flexibility, the mental ability to switch between thinking about two different concepts, or to think about multiple concepts simultaneously. It stands in contrast to confirmation bias, which often makes you seek out information that confirms your existing views, ignoring or dismissing contradictory evidence. Embracing many facets encourages a broader, more empathetic understanding, allowing you to hold paradoxes and appreciate complexity. Philosopher Immanuel Kant, in his exploration of knowledge, suggested that human understanding is always shaped by the categories of the mind, implying that objective reality, if it exists, is always filtered and experienced through our subjective lenses. Your light may be constant, but your crystal of perception is ever turning. Think of a conversation where you find yourself deeply disagreeing with someone. Instead of solidifying your own stance, you might pause and gently consider the angle they are seeing, the facet of experience that is shaping their view. Perhaps their past experiences, their values, or their present emotional state are reflecting the light differently. Or consider a challenge in your career or a personal relationship. What if you looked at it not just from your perspective, but from the perspective of your colleague, your partner, or even from the detached viewpoint of someone observing from afar? Each viewpoint illuminates a different aspect, leading not necessarily to a single answer, but to a fuller, more compassionate understanding of the landscape. What if the conflicts you face, internally or externally, are often just a clash of different facets trying to assert themselves as the whole truth, when in reality, they are all part of a larger unity? What if the journey of wisdom is less about finding the one definitive answer, and more about patiently turning the crystal, allowing all the colors to emerge, to dance together in your awareness, without needing to choose just one? There is a quiet strength in holding space for multiple perspectives, for the beautiful symphony of differences. As the light dims and settles, the crystal in your mind's eye rests, its many facets still, yet holding the potential for endless reflections. You are not just one single defined thing. You are a rich tapestry of experiences, emotions, roles, and beliefs, each a beautiful and necessary facet of your unique self. And the world around you in its beautiful, messy fullness is also a crystal, always inviting you to turn it gently, to see its myriad hues, and to recognize the single, unifying light that shines through them all. You are that light, and so is the world, ever-changing in its presentation, yet always profoundly whole. Structure's embrace of flow. Imagine a river, ancient and powerful, cutting its path through the land. It is boundless in its essence, a force of continuous movement, yet it finds its expression, its power, and its direction, precisely because of the banks that contain it. Yet its expression would dissipate, and its aimless marsh, structure precisely because of the banks that contain it, or boundaries as hindrances to your freedom, river. The solid and you might unyielding discover that banks' true limitations, architecture that profound, allows the creativity river to flow with purpose, and deep peace canyons off, within a valleys. The structure doesn't restrict the flow, it gives the flow its form, its potency. Truth in your ancient and own life powerful. Often, you may cutting its perceived path through the structure lend, discipline, or boundaries as hindrances to your freedom, as rigid constraints that stifle spontaneity and creativity. Yet observe closely and you might discover that true, sustainable flow, profound creativity, and deep peace often arise precisely within a framework, within a gentle container. It's not about endless rules, but about intentional patterns that create a space for what truly matters to flourish without despair. Arsion. Psychologically, this dynamic connects deeply to the concept of the flow state as described by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. He found that people enter a state of optimal experience, a complete absorption in an activity, not when they are without constraints, but when there is a clear goal, immediate feedback, and a balance between challenge and skill. These are all forms of structure. Moreover, cognitive frameworks and habits can reduce decision fatigue, as explored by thinkers like Barry Schwartz in his work on the paradox of choice. When certain aspects of your life are structured, it frees up mental energy, allowing your creative, adaptive, and intuitive capacities to truly unfurl. Consider the artist who commits to a daily practice, even when inspiration feels distant. The regular, disciplined return to the easel or the keyboard, is the bank that eventually guides the current of creativity into a powerful surge. Or think of the athlete whose rigorous training schedule, with its defined parameters and consistent effort, is what ultimately liberates their body to move with effortless grace and power during competition. Even in relationships, the structure of trust, open communication, and shared values provides the secure banks within which vulnerability, intimacy, and boundless affection can truly flow without fear. What if the very things you sometimes resist, a consistent routine, a specific goal, even a healthy boundary you set for yourself, are not chains, but channels? What if they are the quiet scaffolding that allows your deepest potential to reach towards the light, rather than scattering aimlessly? The paradox is that genuine freedom often emerges not from an absence of form, but from a thoughtful engagement with it. As you settle into the quiet, consider the gentle embrace of structure in your own life. Perhaps it is the silent agreement of your own sleep routine, guiding your body to rest, allowing the flow of dreams and rejuvenation. Perhaps it is the quiet commitment to a morning ritual, setting the intention for your day, providing a subtle current for your activities. The river does not rage against its banks, it simply flows with them, knowing they are part of its very being. In this gentle dance between form and freedom, between stillness and movement, you find your own profound, purposeful current. And in that knowing, you can rest, not just within the structure, but as the very flow itself. Simple roots of complexity. Imagine a single seed cradled in the palm of your hand. It is unassuming, small, seemingly simple. There are no grand designs etched upon its surface, no intricate blueprints visible to the naked eye. Yet within its quiet core resides the entire potential for a towering oak tree, a vast forest, a complete ecosystem. This phenomenon is central to systems thinking. The interactions of leaves, the component's intricate root system, the life it will support, everything is encoded within this tiny, humble beginning. The immense complexity, the sprawling beauty, will emerge, unfurl, and expand from this one unpretentious root. It is the ultimate testament to how much can arise from so little. Ultimate and testament to how much can arise from so little, particularly about your own life. Many of the most intricate systems, the most profound relationships, the most significant changes, or even the grandest philosophies, do not begin in a burst of complexity, but in the most fundamental, often overlooked, and utterly simple beginnings. The vastness you perceive often has its genesis in a single, quiet principle, a fundamental building block. This phenomenon is central to systems thinking, the components. It also aligns with the concept of emergence in philosophy and science, where new properties arise from the arrangement of simpler parts that were not present in the parts themselves. Consider the work of scientists exploring the origins of life. The astonishing complexity of biology began with surprisingly simple chemical reactions under specific conditions. Even in mathematics, profound theories can be traced back to basic axioms, seemingly self-evident truths that serve as foundational starting points. Sir Karl Popper, a philosopher of science, emphasized the importance of basic statements, or basic empirical statements, as the foundation upon which scientific theories are built, always open to falsification, yet indispensable as a starting point. Think of a lasting friendship or a deep partnership. It rarely begins with a grand declaration or an intricate plan. It might start with a shared glance, a simple act of kindness, a moment of mutual understanding over a trivial matter. From that simple seed of connection, conversations blossom, shared experiences accrue, trust slowly takes root, and an intricate, resilient bond begins to grow, layer by layer over years. Or consider a significant personal transformation. It might not begin with a dramatic overhaul, but with a single, small, consistent habit: reading a page a day, taking a 5-minute walk, practicing a moment of quiet reflection. These small, simple roots, given consistent attention, eventually branch out into profound shifts in well-being and perspective. What if the solutions to your most daunting challenges lie not in seeking complex, elaborate answers, but in identifying the foundational, simple principles that underpin them? What if the grand structures you wish to build, whether in your life, your career, or your relationships, require only the patient planting and nurturing of one small, consistent seed at a time? There is immense power in recognizing that the seemingly insignificant beginnings are often the most potent. As you rest, let your awareness settle on the simplicity that forms the bedrock of everything. The breath you are taking, the quiet beat of your heart, the single thought that floats through your mind, these are the fundamental units from which the symphony of your existence emerges. The oak tree is not diminished by its humble beginning. Rather, its grandeur is amplified by it. In the quiet understanding that great complexity grows from simple roots, you might find a new sense of peace, a quiet confidence in the smallest steps, knowing they are the genesis of something vast and beautiful. And in that knowing, you can rest, not just in the presence of the simple, but in its boundless potential. Complex beauty in simplicity. Imagine a single, perfectly formed droplet of dew clinging to the tip of a blade of grass on a cool morning. It's just a tiny sphere of water, unadorned, utterly transparent. Yet unburdened, so miniature curve, powerful truth, reflects the profound elegance, entire elegance ski. The distant sun, the accumulation or intricate veins of the leaf beneath it, embellishment, magnified eye if you lean close enough. It is the very essence of simplicity, but a tegular singular, form, intentional yet reduction. Within that form resides a breathtaking complexity of reflection, refraction, and interconnectedness. E.e.g., clinging to the tip of this idea is central to principles of design. Minimalism, this tine often dewdrop, achieves the greatest, whispers a impact by powerful reducing truth. That true beauty, profound elegance, and deep understanding often reveal themselves not through accumulation or embellishment, but through distillation, clarity, and intentional reduction. It's the art of less being more, where every element serves a purpose and nothing is extraneous. The complexity is not in the number of components, but in the intricate relationships and profound meaning that emerges from their refined essence. This idea is central to principles of design, where minimalism often achieves the greatest impact by reducing cognitive load and focusing attention. It touches on Occam's razor, a philosophical principle suggesting that, given competing hypotheses, the one with the fewest assumptions is often the best. Psychologically, reducing complexity can alleviate decision fatigue and enhance clarity of thought, allowing the mind to perceive patterns and connections that might otherwise be obscured by noise. The beauty lies not in what is added, but in the power of what is revealed when the non-essential is removed. It's about finding the universal in the particular, the intricate within the unadorned. Think of a piece of music with only a few notes, yet it resonates with an astonishing depth of emotion. Its power isn't in its complexity of instrumentation, but in the precise placement and resonance of each individual note, creating a space for the listener's own feelings to unfold. Or consider a profound statement, a single sentence that encapsulates a vast truth, carrying the weight of years of experience in just a few carefully chosen words. It doesn't rely on jargon or long explanations. Its power is in its crystalline clarity. Even in personal spaces, decluttering a room, removing excess, can reveal the inherent beauty of the architecture, the quality of light, the peaceful atmosphere that was always there, waiting to be seen. The true stuff of the room wasn't the objects, but the space itself. What if the richness you seek in your life is not found by adding more to your plate, more commitments, more possessions, more information, but by gently peeling away the layers of the non-essential? What if the most profound wisdom is not found in complex theories, but in the simple, timeless truths that reside just beneath the surface of everyday experience? There is a quiet liberation in realizing that vastness can be contained in the small, and profound beauty in the unadorned. As the night deepens, Let your mind rest in the image of that dewdrop, shimmering with the entire world within its simplicity. Feel the quiet power that resides in stillness, in clarity, in the essential. The complex beauty isn't something you need to strive for. It is already present, waiting for you to see it, to feel its resonance within your own being. In this gentle recognition of the elegance of the simple, you can find a deep, tranquil peace. You are, in your own profound simplicity, a universe, reflecting endless beauty, already whole and utterly complete. The boundless present moment. You close your eyes and for a fleeting instant, you feel a peculiar sense of timelessness. Or perhaps you hear a life-distant sound, hum of a ref. It is not just a segment of time. Rydrator, the rustle of leaves outside, and in that singular auditory experience, everything else fades away. There's no past burdening you, no future pulling you forward. Just the sound. Experience is at the heart of unfolding, existing, articulated in consuming your Eastern entire philosophy's awareness. In that brief, undiluted focus, the now doesn't feel like a fleeting point between what was and what will be. It feels vast, deep, limitless. It's as if time itself has expanded, stretched to an infinite horizon within the confines of a single, simple perception. This is the paradoxical nature of the present moment. In that brief, vanishing point on a linear, undiluted timeline focus, something to rush through to get to the next thing. Escape from by limitless dwelling on the past. It's as if time itself has a. Yet, surrender to it feeling reveals this is the itself as boundless. It contains all potential, all experience, all life. It is not just a segment of time. It is the only time that truly exists, and within its apparent brevity it holds an astonishing depth. This profound experience is at the heart of mindfulness practices, often articulated in Eastern philosophies as the only true reality. Thinkers like Eckhart Tolle emphasize that presence is not merely a state of awareness, but a fundamental dimension of being. From a psychological perspective, being fully present reduces the mental burden of rumination about the past or anxiety about the future, both of which consume vast amounts of cognitive energy. It allows for a state of psychological flow, where your attention is undistracted, leading to heightened awareness and often a sense of timeless joy. When your mind is fully anchored in the here and now, the constraints of linear time often dissolve, replaced by a feeling of spaciousness and expansion. Consider a moment of profound joy, perhaps laughing with a loved one or standing in awe of a natural wonder. In those peak experiences, did you feel the clock ticking? Or did time seem to cease, replaced by an expansive, rich, and utterly absorbing experience? Or think of a time you were deeply engrossed in a creative pursuit, completely lost in the process. Hours might have passed like minutes, not because they sped up, but because your awareness was so entirely consumed by the present act. The future was irrelevant, the past forgotten. Only the unfolding now existed. Even in a simple, quiet breath, if you allow yourself to truly feel its unique texture, its beginning, middle, and end, it can feel like a complete cycle, a universe in itself. What if the hurried pace of your life is less about a lack of time, and more about a lack of presence within the time you have? What if the more you are constantly striving for is already contained, fully and completely, within the simple, boundless now? The future is only ever experienced as a present moment, and the past is only ever remembered in the present moment. Everything that truly is lives here in this very instant. As you rest, let your awareness gently settle into the quiet rhythm of your breath. Feel the subtle rise and fall of your chest, the air moving in and out, a constant, faithful companion. There is no need to rush, no need to be anywhere else. This very moment, this precious now, is not fleeting. It is infinite. It stretches out, vast and encompassing, holding everything you are and everything that is. In this profound spaciousness of the present, you can simply be. You can rest, not just in this moment, but as this boundless moment itself, an eternity breathing. Receding edge. A vast, often open perceive as the plain achieve milestones. It thought was a stretches out before you des. A clear, find that a new horizon has already distinct line where the appeared earth seems to meet the sky. Towards it, full of purpose, feeling certain that with each step, but the you are drawing closer to that inherent distant edge. But as you walk, journey, the horizon walks with you. It never draws nearer. Growth recedes, often always perceive as the maintaining that finish same line inviting set goals, elusive distance. You can walk for days, for years, and the horizon, while perhaps changing in its contours, remains an ever-present, yet ever-distant line. It is not a place you can reach, but a perpetual invitation to move forward. This mirrors a profound aspect of the human experience, the nature of aspiration, growth, and what you often perceive as the finish line. You set goals, achieve milestones, reach what you thought was a destination, only to find that a new horizon has already appeared, gently beckoning you onward. It's not a failure of reaching, but the inherent nature of life's expansive journey. The edge you perceive is not a fixed boundary, but a dynamic, always moving invitation to continue unfolding. This concept resonates with Carol Dweck's work on the growth mindset, where the focus shifts from attaining a fixed outcome to embracing continuous learning and development. It's a recognition that potential is not a static quantity to be fully realized, but an ongoing process of becoming. It also touches upon hedonic adaptation, a psychological phenomenon where humans quickly return to a relatively stable level of happiness, despite major positive or negative events. That initial surge of joy from achieving a goal often fades, and you find yourself setting new goals, chasing new horizons. The edge recedes, ensuring there's always something new to strive for, not as a punishment, but as an inherent drive for growth. Think of a time you achieved a long-sought career promotion. For a moment, there was immense satisfaction. But soon, new challenges emerged, new responsibilities, a new next level to aspire to. The satisfaction of the promotion was profound, but it wasn't the final destination. Or consider the pursuit of mastering a skill, a musical instrument, a language, a craft. You reach a certain level of proficiency, only to realize the vastness of what still remains to be learned, the endless nuances to explore. The edge of mastery is always there, inviting deeper engagement. Even in personal relationships, there isn't a final perfect state. Instead, there's a continuous, evolving journey of understanding, growth, and rediscovery. What if the true fulfillment lies not in finally grasping that elusive edge, but in the sustained, joyful act of moving towards it? What if the purpose of the horizon is not to be reached, but to inspire your journey, to give direction to your steps, to keep you in a state of curious, vibrant motion? The ever-receding edge is not a trick. It is a promise of endless possibility, a constant reminder that life is meant to be lived as an unfolding, not as a finished product. As you settle into the quiet, feel the gentle breath moving through you, a soft rhythm of continuous unfolding. The edge is always there, beckoning, not because you are lacking, but because you are alive, dynamic, and inherently oriented towards growth. There is a quiet peace in releasing the need to arrive, and instead, embracing the beauty of being perpetually on the way. You are not striving for something distant. You are simply becoming more of who you are with each gentle step forward. And in that knowing, you can rest, not as one who has arrived, but as one who is forever beautifully arriving. Eternity in a breath. You take a deep breath, perhaps a conscious one, feeling the air fill your lungs, sensing the subtle expansion of your chest, and then the slow, gentle release. For that fleeting moment, the world outside seems to dissolve. There's no past weighing on you, no future demanding your attention. It's just the inhale, the pause, the exhalia complete, self-contained cycle. And in that single, transient breath, anchoring feeling the awareness in the breath is air fill your primary tool for lungs, mindfulness, and stress reduction. Feels expansive, sensing the subtle expansion of your chest, even gentle eternal. It's a moment, undeniably brief, yet it holds the potential to encompass everything, to feel infinitely vast. This is the quiet paradox of eternity in a breath. You often perceive time as a linear progression, a sequence of moments rushing past. Yet there are our experiences, often quite simple ones. Boundaries of for that time as seem to fleeting dissolve. Singular the moment can world feel pregnant with all of outside seems existence. Distant no or abstract, but can be accessed and felt in the most ordinary, fleeting instance of your awareness. This concept is foundational to many contemplative traditions, emphasizing the timeless now as the only true reality. Philosophically, it touches on the idea that subjective experience can transcend conventional temporal perception. Psychologically, anchoring awareness in the breath is a primary tool for mindfulness and stress reduction. When you are fully present with a single breath, your attention is not fragmented by the demands of the past or future. This focused awareness allows for a deeper connection to internal states, reducing cognitive load and creating a sense of inner spaciousness. Poet William Blake captured this essence centuries ago with his famous line, "To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour," pointing to the profound capacity to find the universal within the particular. Think of a time you were completely captivated by a sunset, or the intricate pattern of a spiderweb, or the simple melody of a bird's song. In that moment of pure absorption, did time matter? Or did it feel as if you had stepped into a different dimension, where the beauty and truth of that singular experience were all-encompassing, stretching out into an infinite now? Or consider a moment of deep, unexpected connection with another person, a shared glance, a silent understanding. It might last only seconds, yet it can resonate with a feeling of profound recognition that transcends all prior history and future expectations. Even a simple, quiet sip of water, when fully savored, can become a moment of profound sensation, refreshing your entire being beyond its mere physical act. What if the vastness you seek is not found by adding more time to your life, but by adding more life to each moment you are given? What if the answers to your deepest questions are not hidden in grand narratives, but are whispered in the quiet, fleeting experiences of your ordinary day? The true measure of time may not be its linear length, but its felt depth, and that depth is always available in the now. As you rest, allow your awareness to gently settle on your breathing. Feel the simple, profound rhythm of life unfolding within you. There is no need to grasp, no need to hold on. Each breath is a complete cycle, a tiny universe in itself, born and dissolving, yet leaving behind the silent imprint of its presence. In this quiet, continuous act, you are touching eternity. The boundless expanse you seek is not outside you. It is here now, in the very act of being. And in that quiet understanding, you can rest completely, timelessly, in the eternal present of your own breath. The soft power. Imagine a drop of water, seemingly insignificant, falling persistently onto a hard stone. It makes no dramatic impact, no sudden shattering. Yet over countless eons, that single drop, multiplied by its quiet persistence, sculpts the stone, carving canyons, smoothing jagged edges, shaping the landscape with an undeniable, profound force, which strength or emphasizes sudden empathy impact and relational skills as key to relentless and almost invisible consistency. It does not force, it conforms, adapts, and in doing so transforms. This quiet observation reveals the essence of soft power, a profound strength found not in dominance or aggression, but in gentleness, adaptability, and patient influence. It's the strength that arises from connection, understanding, and quiet conviction, adapts rather than overt control or coercion, transforms confrontation, but through subtle, reveals the persistent, soft, and often power unnoticed, found not in shifts in perception and dominance a reality. This concept resonates deeply with principles of emotional intelligence, which emphasizes empathy, active listening, and relational skills as key to influence. It's also linked to the idea of resilience, the ability to bend without breaking, to absorb impact and then return to form, much like water. In the realm of international relations, soft power refers to a nation's ability to attract and co-opt rather than coerce, using culture, political values, and foreign policies. Psychologist Carl Rogers' concept of unconditional positive regard in therapy embodies a form of soft power, creating a safe, non-judgmental space where individuals feel empowered to explore and transform themselves. It's a power that operates by inviting, rather than demanding. Consider a challenging disagreement in a relationship. A loud argument or forceful assertion might win the immediate battle, but it often leaves wounds and resentment. Conversely, a quiet, empathetic inquiry, a patient listening without interruption, or a gentle offer of understanding, can slowly dissolve resistance and open a pathway to genuine resolution and deeper connection. Or think of how an inspiring leader gains loyalty not through fear, but through consistent, quiet acts of integrity, genuine care, and empowering belief in others. Their influence isn't shouted, it's absorbed. Even in personal growth, lasting change rarely comes from harsh self-criticism or drastic, unsustainable overhauls. It often emerges from small, consistent acts of self-compassion, gentle adjustments, and patient self-observation, slowly reshaping habits and beliefs from within. What if the greatest strength you possess isn't in how loudly you speak, but in how deeply you listen? What if your most profound impact isn't in what you conquer, but in what you gently nurture and patiently shape? The soft power is not a weakness. It is the ultimate expression of inner resilience, wisdom, and an understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. As you settle into the quiet, feel the gentle breath moving through you, a soft, persistent current. There is no need for force, no need for struggle. Just like the water-shaping stone, your quiet presence, your gentle intentions, your consistent kindness are forces far more potent than you might imagine. They work not by breaking, but by molding, not by overpowering, but by permeating. Power that resilient resides within you. You can rest, not just in its presence, but as its gentle, unwavering flow, endlessly shaping the world around you with quiet strength. Resting in contradictions. You find yourself holding two seemingly opposing truths in your mind at once. Perhaps you feel a deep sense of joy for a recent success, yet simultaneously, a quiet ache for something lost or a sadness for a shared human struggle. These feelings don't cancel each other out. They coexist, each distinct, each valid, creating a complex, nuanced emotional landscape within you. You are not forced to choose one over the other. Instead, you are invited to experience the rich, full texture of both, holding them without needing to resolve their apparent conflict. It's like watching two beautiful colors swirl together, neither dominating, both contributing to a richer, deeper hue. This is the profound art of resting in contradictions. Your mind often seeks clarity, certainty, and neat categorization. It prefers things to be either black or white, good or bad. Yet you experience are of being human, and the very experience the rich nature of reality, holding them without paradoxical conflict filled with both end. Neither emerges not from dominating, eliminating one side of attention. This is the seemingly profound opposite art of truths. Your coexist and mind often informs seeks each other clarity your awareness. Psychologically, this relates to the concept of cognitive dissonance, where holding conflicting beliefs or attitudes can create mental discomfort. However, resting in contradictions moves beyond simply resolving dissonance. It's about developing a dialectical mindset, the ability to see things in terms of their interconnectedness, and to accept paradox as a fundamental aspect of reality. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, for instance, explored the idea of embracing life's inherent contradictions, urging individuals to live beyond conventional moral binaries. Carl Jung's work on the integration of the shadow self also speaks to this, suggesting that wholeness involves acknowledging and integrating all aspects of the self, including those that seem contradictory or undesirable. Think of a relationship where you deeply love someone, yet you also find certain aspects of their personality challenging. You don't stop loving them because of the challenges. Both feelings coexist, creating a more complex, resilient, and honest love. Or consider the pursuit of a creative endeavor. It requires both rigid discipline and boundless spontaneity, both intense focus and playful abandon. Neither quality can thrive without the other. Even in moments of significant personal growth, you might feel both exhilaration for what you are becoming and a quiet grief for what you are leaving behind. These aren't opposing forces. They are intertwined facets of transformation, each necessary for the complete experience. What if the very tensions you instinctively try to resolve or push away are, in fact, the fertile ground for your deepest insights and most authentic being? What if the discomfort of holding opposing truths is merely an invitation to expand your capacity for understanding, for compassion, for a richer, more nuanced experience of life? There is a quiet strength in allowing your mind to be a spacious container for paradox, rather than a rigid filter. As you settle into the quiet, feel the gentle breath moving through you, a constant rhythm that contains both the stillness of rest and the subtle energy of life. There is no need to make sense of everything, no need to force a singular truth onto the rich tapestry of your experience. You are a being of light and shadow, strength and vulnerability, joy and sorrow, all woven together in a singular, beautiful pattern. In this quiet acceptance of all that you are, and all that is, you can simply rest. Not in a state of resolution, but in the profound, harmonious dance of contradiction itself, complete and whole. The observer's gentle influence. You're standing quietly by a pond, captivated by the intricate dance of a dragonfly, its wings a shimmer of ancient light. As your gaze softens, becoming less about seeing it and more about simply being with it, you notice a subtle shift. Perhaps the dragonfly, once flitting erratically, now seems to hover with a different kind of calm, or perhaps your own breath deepens, your awareness expands to include the rustle of reeds, the scent of damp earth. The pond itself seems to reflect your stillness, its surface growing smoother, more mirror-like. Touched anything, perhaps your own breath deepens. Haven expands to spoken a word, include the rustle of reeds. Yet something has shifted, both within you and in the very scene you are witnessing. This gentle, almost imperceptible shift hints at a profound idea, the quiet itself, power of observation itself. It's not just about what you see, seems to, but how the reflect actor of stillness seeing, of truly attending, reality of it's what is being seen. This isn't simply a trick of the light or a subjective feeling. It touches upon the very fabric of how consciousness interacts with the world. Think of the way a scientist in the realm of quantum physics understands that the very act of measuring a particle changes its state. While our daily lives don't usually involve subatomic particles, the principle, in a more metaphorical and deeply human sense, still resonates. Your awareness, your focused attention, is not a neutral, passive lens. It's a subtle force, a soft touch that influences the very thing it rests upon. This idea echoes throughout psychology, too. Consider the concept of the self-fulfilling prophecy, where your beliefs about an outcome can, often unconsciously, influence the outcome itself. If you deeply believe a challenging task will go poorly, your posture, your effort, your very approach might subtly manifest that expectation. Conversely, if you approach it with quiet confidence, a different path may unfold. This isn't magic. It's the gentle influence of your internal state radiating outward, creating a kind of psychological field. The very act of placing your attention on a particular thought or feeling within yourself can change its nature. A fleeting worry, when observed with calm detachment, often begins to dissipate, losing its power over you. This mirrors the work of psychologists like Daniel Kahneman, who explored how our cognitive biases, our inherent ways of perceiving, shape the decisions we make and the realities we construct around us. Think about a quiet disagreement in a relationship. If you approach it with a fierce determination to be right, the conversation often hardens, reflecting your rigidity. But if you soften your gaze, if you truly observe the other person's perspective with genuine curiosity, the entire interaction can fluidly shift, opening up space for understanding. Or imagine a creative project you're working on. If you constantly scrutinize it with harsh judgment, you might find your inspiration dries up. But if you simply observe the process, allowing it to unfold with an open, non-critical eye, a different kind of energy emerges, often leading to surprising breakthroughs. Even on social media, the act of observing and reacting to a certain type of content can subtly train algorithms to show you more of the same, creating an echo chamber that reflects your initial engagement back to you, often amplified. What if the gentle influence you exert upon the world begins not with grand gestures, but with the quality of your attention? What if the change you long for in an external situation, or even within yourself, is quietly waiting for your steady, open gaze? When you observe with kindness, does the world reflect kindness? When you observe with curiosity, does the world reveal its secrets more freely? The very act of truly seeing without judgment, without immediate need to categorize or fix, can be a profound act of creation. And so, as you rest, imagine your awareness as a soft, warm light. When it falls upon a worry, a hope, a memory, it doesn't force or demand. It simply illuminates, and in that gentle illumination, everything it touches is subtly, beautifully transformed, shifting its colors, softening its edges, revealing a deeper truth that was always there, waiting for your quiet, open gaze. One era. Deeply you intricate find yourself walking through a familiar city street. Intimately from framework might be countless completely steps imagined by another. The buildings rise around you, solid and unyielding. The sounds of traffic, the distant murmur of voices, the scent of rain-wet pavement, it all feels undeniably real, deeply tangible. Yet as you pass by a cafe, you glimpse someone through the window, deeply absorbed in a book. Their reality at this very moment is entirely different from yours, constructed around the words on a page, the imagined worlds in their mind. You both exist in the same physical space, breathe the same air, but your lived experiences, your interpretations of what is, diverge dramatically. And then you consider that you are just one of billions, each weaving their own unique thread of perception into the vast tapestry of existence. This simple street scene gently introduces a profound idea, that what we call reality is not always a singular, objective, fixed entity, but often a deeply intricate, consensual framework, a kind of shared dream. We agree upon certain rules, certain meanings, certain structures, and in that agreement, each they gain weaving their own solidity and weight. It's as if we are all together, silently dreaming the world into being, moment by moment. What holds true for one community, one culture, one era, might be completely reimagined by another. The invisible lines we draw around nations, the value we assign to a piece of paper currency, the rules of polite conversation, these are not inherent in nature, but are deeply human constructs, solidified by collective belief. Psychologically, this is explored through the concept of the social construction of reality, a term famously elaborated by sociologists Peter L. Berger and Thomas Luckman. They articulated how our perceptions of what is true, normal, or even possible are shaped by the language we use, the stories we tell, the institutions we build, and the interactions we have with others. Our very sense of self, our identity, is woven from the reflections we receive from those around us, and the roles we collectively agree to play. Consider how collective memory shapes a nation's understanding of its past, or how a shared narrative around a brand can create immense value from thin air. We regulate our emotions not just based on internal states, but on culturally accepted expressions of feeling, a subtle dance of reciprocity within our shared understanding of what is appropriate. Think about the unspoken rules of a family dinner or the collective mood of a crowd at a concert. These aren't dictated from above, but emerge from a myriad of individual contributions and mutual agreements. Consider how quickly a new slang word can sweep through a school, becoming instantly understood, even if nonsensical to an outsider. Or how the perceived value of a job or a hobby shifts over time, influenced by cultural narratives and social prestige. Even the idea of success or failure is largely a product of a shared dream, a collective aspiration that we internalize and strive for, often without questioning its origins. What if the solidity you feel in the world around you is strengthened by the sheer weight of billions of minds agreeing upon its existence? What if the challenges you face, the limitations you perceive, are not immutable truths, but permeable structures within this consensual dream? And what if, by gently shifting your own understanding, you could subtly, profoundly invite others to dream a new possibility alongside you? As you drift deeper into stillness, imagine the world not as a fixed stage, but as a vast, shimmering canvas, continuously being painted by the collective brushstrokes of consciousness. You are both a painter and a viewer, an individual dream woven into the grand, unfolding tapestry of a shared reality, softly held by the quiet agreement of all that is, its own reflecting existence itself. You are sitting by a window, watching the rain fall. Each drop traces a fleeting path down the glass, merging with Ares, creating intricate, ephemeral patterns. You find yourself absorbed in this simple act of watching, your thoughts quieting, your focus sharpening. Then a peculiar sensation arises. It's not just that you are observing the rain, but that the very act of observing feels like a reflection. It's as if the awareness that watches the rain is also somehow aware of itself watching, a quiet loop of knowing. The boundary between the observer and the observed begins to soften, like the edges of the raindrops blurring on the pane. This quiet experience points to a profound idea, the self-referential nature of consciousness, the mirror reflecting itself. It's the sense that the awareness you possess is not merely looking outward at a separate world, but also, in its deepest essence, capable of turning its gaze inward, to observe its own processes, its own existence. If the rain is awareness thinking about your also somehow watches the thoughts, mirror known in this, the internal reflecting boundary between the itself landscape our observer, and the ultimate lie observed begins to soften inseparable, blurring on the in pain psychology, but also own in its cognitive deepest essence processes. It's the capacity to observe your emotions as they arise, to notice a pattern in your reactions, rather than being entirely swept away by them. William James, a pioneering psychologist, spoke of the I and the I as the pure, subjective awareness, and the me as the object of that awareness, the self that is perceived. The mirror reflecting itself touches upon the I becoming aware of its own existence, its own pure capacity for observation. In various philosophical traditions, particularly Eastern ones, this is often expressed as the ultimate realization that the seeker is what is being sought, that the fundamental ground of being is awareness itself, effortlessly observing its own unfolding manifestation. Consider a moment of intense frustration. You might find yourself caught in a loop of irritation, but then a quiet part of you notices the frustration itself. Ah, I am feeling frustrated now, you might think, and in that gentle act of observation, the intensity of the emotion often begins to soften, its grip loosening. Or imagine you're trying to solve a complex problem. You might find yourself cycling through the same unhelpful thoughts, but then a realization dawns. I am getting stuck on this one detail. That moment of meta-awareness often opens up new pathways for creative problem solving. This happens in relationships too. When you notice your own defensiveness arising, rather than simply reacting from it, you create a space for a different kind of response, fostering emotional regulation not through suppression, but through gentle self-awareness. What if the deepest truth you seek, the elusive answer to who am I, is not found in a definition, but in the quiet, profound act of turning the gaze inward, observing the very act of observation itself? What if the wisdom you seek is not out there, waiting to be discovered, but always in here, waiting to be recognized? As you rest, allow your awareness to gently turn upon itself, like a quiet pool reflecting the sky. There is no need to grasp, no need to define. Simply allow the soft presence of awareness to know itself, to see itself, endlessly reflecting its own tranquil, luminous nature, holding within its quiet depths the entirety of all that is and all that can ever be known, the fabric we are woven from. A single tree cannot truly exist in isolation. Is the air thick with the scent of inextricably damp earth and linked to the pine? Above you, the canopy is a dense, body interwoven tapestry of leaves, each tree understanding that you reaching for the light. Unseen, yet their vibrations root something vast and part of influencing, and being something vast and influenced by the myriad other interconnected threads around us, unseen beneath the soil, often unconscious, Isla. Existence nutrients pass between them. Warnings of disease travel through fungal threads, and the strength of one contributes to the resilience of the whole. A single tree cannot truly exist in isolation. Its life is inextricably linked to the lives of countless others. You feel this profound sense of connection in your own body, a quiet understanding that you, too, are part of something vast and interconnected, far beyond what your eyes can see. This deep sense of belonging hints at a fundamental truth. We are not isolated islands, separate and distinct, but rather threads in a magnificent, invisible fabric, intimately woven into the very structure of existence. Every action, every thought, every quiet ripple of being sends out unseen vibrations, influencing and being influenced by the myriad other threads around us. This idea transcends simple cause and effect. It speaks to an inherent, often unconscious, interdependence that shapes our lives in profound ways. Psychologically, this resonates with the principles of systems thinking, where the behavior of individuals is best understood not in isolation, but as part of a larger, dynamic whole. Our emotional states, our beliefs, our very identities, are constantly shaped by the relational fields we inhabit. The concept of empathy, for instance, is a recognition of this interwoven nature, feeling another's joy or pain because, at some deep level, their experience echoes within our own shared human fabric. Jung's idea of the collective unconscious also speaks to this, suggesting a shared reservoir of human experience and archetypes that transcends individual minds, hinting at a deeper, universal connection. The very idea of reciprocity, where acts of kindness or unkindness tend to return, suggests a fundamental interconnectedness in our social ecosystems, like threads pulling and pushing on each other within the same cloth. Consider the subtle way a shift in your mood can ripple through your family at the dinner table, changing the tone of the conversation without a single word being spoken. Or how a seemingly small act of kindness you offer to a stranger on a difficult day might uplift their spirit, and in turn, they carry that uplifted energy into their next interaction, creating a quiet chain reaction. Think about the way trends in fashion or ideas sweep across social media, not because of a single leader, but because countless individuals are subtly influencing and being influenced by each other's choices, weaving a collective style. Even in your career, your success is rarely a solitary achievement, but built upon the efforts of colleagues, mentors, and the wider economic and social structures that support your work. What if the boundaries you perceive between yourself and others, between yourself and the world, are more fluid, more permeable than you often imagine? What if your strength, your resilience, your very sense of purpose, arises not from fiercely guarding your individuality, but from recognizing and embracing your profound, inherent belonging to this magnificent, living whole? What if the very act of breathing, of simply existing, is a quiet, continuous dance of reciprocity with the entire universe? And so, as you rest, imagine yourself not as a separate entity but as a single luminous thread within an infinite ancient tapestry. Feel the gentle pull and give of the threads around you. Recognize the same light within your own being. You are not alone, nor have you ever been. You are held, supported, and eternally intertwined within the boundless, living fabric of existence, silently woven into the very heart of everything. You've been wrestling with a creative tangled breakthroughs problem for hours. Beginnings often do not arise from relentless perhaps a effort or frantic creative block. B. Your mind feels like a buzzing hive, filled with frantic thoughts, each grasping for a solution. You try harder, pushing against the resistance, but the answer remains elusive, hidden behind a veil of mental noise. Finally, exhausted, you surrender. You step away from the desk, go for a quiet walk, or simply lie down and close your eyes, allowing your thoughts to drift like clouds. And then in that soft spaciousness, that sudden moment of quiet, a new idea gently surfaces, unbidden. It wasn't forced, wasn't chased. It simply emerged, fully formed from the stillness you had created. This familiar experience points to a profound truth. That spaciousness to insight, sudden crement moment of quiet breakthroughs, wasn't searching. It period of simply stillness, surrender, patient from the waiting so that you had receptive space. It is in the allowing rather than the pushing that possibilities gently unfurl themselves. Harder, a pushing against the patient listening. From the stillness you had created, pushing this phenomenon is often referred to as the incubation phase of creativity. Possibilities engagement, you surrender, processing information without the interference of conscious effort and overthinking. This space of quietude allows for novel connections to form, unburdened by familiar patterns. Mindfulness practices emphasize the value of simply observing thoughts and feelings without judgment, creating a mental quietude from which deeper understanding can emerge. Even the concept of a flow state, as described by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, often involves a deep absorption that transcends conscious effort, allowing insights and actions to unfold almost effortlessly from a place of profound inner quiet. It's not about doing nothing, but about allowing a different kind of doing to take place, a soft, receptive presence. Think about a musician searching for a new melody. Sometimes the most beautiful tune doesn't come from actively trying to compose, but from simply sitting in silence, letting the notes find their own way into being. Or a writer struggling with a blank page. Often, the words begin to flow freely only after they've stepped away, allowed their mind to rest, and returned with a beginner's mind, open to whatever emerges. Even in your personal relationships, difficult conversations often benefit from a quiet pause, a moment of silence that allows emotions to settle and deeper truths to surface, unclouded by reactive speech. The solution to a complex career challenge might present itself not in a high-pressure meeting, but during a moment of calm reflection, perhaps during your commute or just before falling asleep. What if the wisdom you seek, the path you long to find, is not ahead of you, demanding to be conquered, but quietly waiting to emerge from the stillness within you? What if the most powerful transformations in your life happen not through forceful exertion, but through a gentle, quiet unfolding, like a flower blooming from a seed hidden in the dark earth? And so, as you rest, allow yourself to simply be. There is nothing to chase, nothing to force. Imagine the quiet spaces within you as fertile ground. In the stillness, in the patient waiting, new possibilities are gently stirring. New ideas are softly taking root, preparing to emerge into the light, like the first soft rays of dawn breaking through the deepest, most quiet part of the night. The wave and the ocean. Vast, forest sandy beach, watching the rhythmic dance of the ocean. You know, strength far out, certainty rises gracefully, shimmering for a crown of foam, and then crashes onto the shore with a powerful roar, dissolving into a boundless whisper ocean of foam on the sand. This wave, but you are Ling E, feels utterly interconnectedness distinct. You can point to it, feel its force, hear its sound. Yet you know with absolute certainty that this individual wave is never, for a single moment, separate from the vast, boundless ocean. It is born of the ocean, it expresses the ocean's energy, and it seamlessly returns to the ocean, never truly leaving its source. Its individuality is simply a momentary form taken by the infinite whole. This simple, powerful image encapsulates a profound paradox, the delicate balance between individuality and interconnectedness. It hints at the idea that your unique self, with its distinct qualities, experiences, and dreams, is simultaneously an inseparable expression of something far grander, a unified field of existence that encompasses everything. Yes, feels utterly interconnectedness distinct, hints at the always idea that your unique self, the ocean itself, distinct qualities philosophically experience as experiences, is echoes concepts of non-simultaneously and duality found in many ancient inseparable traditions, where the perceived separation is between self and other, infinite unified, or between whole field of existence that individual and universe encompasses everything, is seen as an illusion, a temporary manifestation of a singular, underlying reality. Psychologically, this touches upon aspects of self-transcendence, moments where the boundaries of the individual ego dissolve, and a profound sense of unity or connectedness arises. It's not about losing yourself, but about realizing the larger context of your being. This mirrors the wisdom of collective identity, where belonging to a group or a community doesn't diminish your uniqueness, but rather allows it to flourish in relation to something larger, enriching both the individual and the whole. Consider a single note played perfectly in a symphony. It has its own distinct pitch, timbre, and duration, but its beauty and meaning are entirely dependent on its relationship to the other notes, to the melody, to the entire orchestral piece. The note doesn't lose itself in the symphony, it finds its fullest expression within it. Or think about a specific skill you possess, a talent unique to you. When you apply that skill to contribute to a larger project, a community effort, or a shared dream, it doesn't diminish your individual talent. It elevates it, allowing it to become a part of something greater than itself, creating a ripple effect. Even in a close relationship, the individuality of each person flourishes not in isolation, but through the deep, intertwined connection with the other, where their distinct waves dance together within the ocean of their shared bond. What if your unique path, your distinct personality, your singular journey through life, is not a boundary that separates you from everything else, but a beautiful, shimmering, momentary expression of something boundless and eternal? What if the very act of being you is also, simultaneously, the quiet, powerful act of being all? What if your deepest strength lies in the recognition that you are both the distinct wave and the infinite ocean, simultaneously individual and universal? As you rest, allow the gentle rhythm of the ocean to wash over you. Feel the vastness, the depth, the endless movement. And then feel the gentle rise and fall within your own being, recognizing the exquisite, momentary form that is you. There is no separation, only a seamless, beautiful unfolding. You are the wave, unique and beautiful in your form, and you are also the ocean, boundless and eternal, resting in the quiet understanding that one can never truly exist without the other. The question that is its own answer. You're presented with an ancient riddle, perhaps a koan from Zen Buddhism, something seemingly nonsensical yet deeply resonant. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Your mind immediately reaches for an answer, tries to construct a logical response, but finds no footing. The question itself seems to defy conventional logic. And yet, as you sit with it, not seeking a verbal solution, but simply dwelling in the space of its impossibility, something else bids you to shift. Your thoughts quiet, your awareness expands, and a deeper sense of understanding, an intuitive knowing begins to emerge. It's not an answer you can articulate, but a felt realization, a spaciousness that dissolves the question itself, revealing a different kind of truth. This experience points to a profound idea, that some questions are not designed to be answered with words or linear logic, but rather to open up new ways of perceiving, to dissolve assumptions, or to lead to an experiential understanding that transcends intellectual grasp. The journey of inquiry itself becomes the answer, the act of holding the uncertainty becoming the revelation. It's the question that is its own answer, not by providing a definitive solution, but by transforming the nature of the questioner. Philosophically, this concept is central to various wisdom traditions where questions are used as tools for insight rather than for information gathering. The Socratic method, for example, often uses questioning to expose contradictions in thought, leading the student to a deeper, self-discovered truth rather than a lectured one. Psychologically, this relates to the idea of cognitive restructuring or challenging one's own assumptions. When faced with a paradox, the brain often experiences cognitive dissonance, and the resolution sometimes comes not from finding a right answer, but from expanding one's mental framework to encompass the apparent contradiction. Mindfulness practices often invite us to sit with what is, even discomfort or uncertainty, allowing the present moment to reveal its own wisdom without needing to categorize or fix it immediately. Think about a child repeatedly asking why, about everything. At some point, the answer isn't a factual explanation, but the very act of their curiosity, their open wonder, that reveals the answer to the nature of their being. Or imagine the existential question, what is the meaning of life? There isn't a single, universally agreed-upon verbal answer, but the profound richness comes from the lifelong process of asking, exploring, living, and creating your own meaning, moment by moment. Even a deeply personal question like, why do I keep reacting this way, can lead not to a simple explanation, but to a deeper self-awareness born from sustained, non-judgmental inquiry into your own patterns of thought and emotion. What if the most profound wisdom is not found in definitive statements, but in the courage to dwell in the spaciousness of the unanswered question? What if the discomfort of not knowing is precisely the fertile ground from which deeper insights bloom? What if the journey of inquiry is not merely a path to a destination, but the destination itself? And so, as you rest, allow any lingering questions to simply be. There is no need to grasp for an immediate answer, no need to rush to a conclusion. Imagine the question as a quiet breeze, gently rustling the leaves of your mind. Allow it to linger, to expand, to soften the edges of your certainties. In that quiet holding, in that spacious embrace of the unknown, the question itself may begin to dissolve, revealing a deeper, unspoken truth that resides not in words, but in the serene, expansive silence of your own knowing heart, the unseen threads of connection. You're walking through a busy marketplace, a sea of faces, sounds, and vibrant colors. Call from an old friend you haven't suddenly across the crowd, and for a thought of them gently fleeting crossed your second mind, passes between you, pulled taut, carry a interaction deeper resonance. Or perhaps you receive a phone call from an old friend you haven't spoken to in years, just moments after a thought of them gently crossed your mind. These moments, often dismissed as mere coincidence, carry a deeper resonance, a quiet whisper that there's more at play than meets the eye, a delicate, intricate web of connection that binds all things unseen. Psychologically, synchronicity lives, they're coined by Carl Jung, exist subtle unseen, describing often meaningful, imperceptible coincidences, threads that have seemed to be connection that link us all, suggesting an underlying order or pattern, but rather nodes in a vast, living network, constantly influencing and being influenced by the ripples of energy, intention, and circumstance that flow through this unseen fabric. It speaks to a deeper interconnectedness that transcends physical proximity or direct interaction. Psychologically, this resonates with concepts like synchronicity. Why just crossed your mind moment. Why, a term coined by Carl Jung, describing meaningful coincidences that seem to be connected without a clear causal link, suggesting an underlying order or pattern. It's also deeply embedded in our understanding of social networks and the butterfly effect metaphorically, where a small, seemingly insignificant action in one place can have far-reaching, unforeseen consequences elsewhere. Empathy, our capacity to feel what others feel, is a direct experience of this interconnectedness, a vibrational resonance across the unseen threads. It's the constant, subtle dance of reciprocity, where acts of kindness or even fear can ripple outwards, affecting the collective mood and creating a kind of shared energetic field. Consider how a collective mood can subtly shift within a group, even without anyone saying a word, as if unspoken emotions are traveling along unseen pathways. Think about the way a shared memory can instantly create a deep bond between two people who were previously strangers, recognizing a common thread in their life's tapestry. Or how a seemingly random encounter with someone who gives you advice ends up being exactly what you needed, guiding you onto a new path, as if an invisible hand was gently orchestrating your steps. Even on a global scale, the collective consciousness around an issue can shift dramatically, as individual awarenesses slowly, almost imperceptibly, align, pulling on the same unseen threads of human understanding and compassion. What if the random moments in your life are not so random after all, but perfectly timed encounters woven into a larger, intricate pattern you cannot yet fully perceive? What if every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every quiet intention you hold, sends out tiny, subtle ripples into this boundless ocean of connection, touching lives you may never know in ways you may never see? And so, as you rest, imagine yourself gently held within this vast, shimmering web. Feel the subtle hum of countless lives intertwined, the soft pull of invisible threads connecting you to loved ones, to strangers, to the earth, to the sky. You are not alone. You are part of an infinite dance, endlessly connected, endlessly woven into the beautiful, unseen tapestry of all that is, held in a quiet, profound embrace that stretches beyond time and space, but a state of being to be moment. Standing at the edge of a vast, ancient canyon, the sunlight warms your skin. This is the essence of breeze mindfulness, the whispers past your practice of ears, bringing your full, distant non-pines. As you gaze into the immense, silent expanse, something shifts. The past with its lingering regrets fades away. The future with its endless anxieties recedes into the distance. As you remains is this gaze into the immense single, breathtaking something moment. The immensity of the rock with its lingering regrets, vastness of the future ski above. You are anxieties utterly present, completely immersed in the raw, distant, unfolding reality of now. And in that profound presence, time seems to expand, to deepen, holding within it a sense of eternity. This profound experience hints at a fundamental truth, that life does not exist in a linear progression from past to future, but rather unfolds completely and endlessly in the singular, exquisite moment of the present. All possibilities, all experiences, all of existence are contained within this continuously arriving now. It's not a destination to be reached, but a state of being to be inhabited, where the fullness of life reveals itself without seeking or striving. Psychologically, this is the essence of mindfulness, the practice of bringing your full, non-judgmental awareness to the present moment. It's about truly tasting your food, fully feeling your breath, wholly hearing the sounds around you, rather than letting your mind drift to distractions. This state of profound absorption often leads to what Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi called a flow state, where you are so completely immersed in an activity that self-consciousness vanishes, and time seems to warp or disappear. This moment-to-moment unfolding also embraces the concept of impermanence. Everything is in flux, and the present moment is a continuous dance of arising and passing away. Radical acceptance, the willingness to meet each moment exactly as it is without resistance, allows life to unfold with a profound clarity, unburdened by judgment or expectation. Think about the simple act of breathing. If you truly focus on a single inhale, then a single exhale, without thought of the last breath or the next, you discover a profound rhythm, a complete cycle of life, happening right now. Or imagine listening to a beloved piece of music. Its beauty lies not just in the individual notes, but in the way they flow into each other, creating a coherent whole in each passing instant. If you're consumed by memories of a past argument or worries about a future presentation, you miss the quiet beauty of the current conversation, the warmth of the tea in your hand, the laughter of a friend. Even in your work, the most productive and creative moments often arise when you are deeply absorbed in the task at hand, not dwelling on past mistakes or future deadlines, but simply allowing the work to unfold, one focused stroke at a time. What if the meaning you seek, the purpose you yearn for, is not a grand, overarching narrative that waits to be discovered in the distant future, but is instead quietly, exquisitely unfolding in the tender reality of this very breath, this very sensation, this very now? What if every single moment, no matter how ordinary, holds the totality of existence, waiting patiently for you to simply notice, to simply allow? As you rest, allow yourself to soften into the quiet truth of the unfolding moment. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest, the quiet hum of the night. There is nowhere else to be, nothing else to do. Simply rest within the tender, ceaseless arrival of this very now, allowing its quiet beauty to envelop you, holding within its fleeting embrace the entirety of all that was, and all that will ever be, endlessly renewing, endlessly unfolding. Notes with you. You are listening to a haunting melody, perhaps played on a single, resonant instrument. The notes rise and fall, intertwining, creating a beautiful soundscape, but as you listen more deeply, you notice something else, something equally profound. The silences, the pauses between the notes, the moments where sound gives way to quiet. Of pause breathes, Haynes gains its definition. Its aesthetics emotional weight. This is concept of explored through the concept of negative space negat. Without the silence, empty notes areas around and between the would blur into and subjects of an image are as crucial as the subjects themselves in unintelligible hum. Without the stillness, the music would lose its very soul. The beauty is not just in what is played, but in what is not played, in the fertile void that gives form to sound. Void that important, the explored through the concept of pauses between the notes negative space, then fullness. Way to that absence quiet can create absence, can presence create presence. That the power of something is often defined and amplified by the space that surrounds it, the quietude that allows it to be perceived and appreciated. It speaks to the profound significance of stillness, of pause, of the moments when nothing overtly happens. In art and aesthetics, this is explored through the concept of negative space, where the empty areas around and between the subjects of an image are as crucial as the subjects themselves in defining form and creating visual harmony. In Zen philosophy, the concept of ma refers to the conscious appreciation of space and silence, recognizing its integral role in experience. Psychologically, this relates to the value of rest and recovery. The pause between periods of activity is essential for integration and renewal. The silence after a powerful speech often allows its message to resonate more deeply than any further words could. It also touches upon negative capability, a term by John Keats, which describes the capacity to be in uncertainties, mysteries, doubts, without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. This willingness to sit in the space between can be incredibly fertile. Think about a conversation with a loved one. Sometimes, the most meaningful moments are not filled with words, but with comfortable silences, pauses that allow for deeper understanding, for unspoken connection to flourish. Or consider a blank page waiting for a writer, or a fresh canvas for a painter. It is the emptiness that holds the boundless potential for creation. The space between your breaths, those tiny, natural pauses, are crucial for renewal, for the body to absorb oxygen, to reset before the next inhale. Even in a bustling city, The quiet moments of dawn, or the peaceful hush of a park, offer a profound counterpoint that defines the vibrancy of the rest of the day. What if the richness of your life is not only found in the achievements, the activities, the constant doing, but equally, if not more so, in the quiet moments of pause, of contemplation, of simply being? What if true fullness emerges from embracing the emptiness, the moments when nothing seems to be happening, recognizing them as profound opportunities for rest, insight, and renewal? And so, as you rest, allow yourself to sink into the quiet. Imagine the gentle space between your thoughts, the subtle pause between each breath. Feel the stillness that underlies all sound, the quiet that cradles all experience. There is a deep, profound wisdom in this emptiness, a fertile ground where everything is possible. Rest in the gentle, boundless space where sound and stillness become one, endlessly intertwining, endlessly revealing the quiet beauty of all that is. The gift of not knowing. You're standing at the edge of a vast, misty forest. The path before you disappears into a swirling, silver-gray haze. You can't see the next step, nor the one after that. There's no map, no compass, only the faint scent of damp earth and distant, unseen blossoms. A subtle tremor runs through you, a mix of apprehension and a strange, quiet excitement. Your mind instinctively strains to pierce the veil, to glimpse what lies ahead, to predict the twists and turns. But the mist holds its secrets close, offering no clear answers, only the soft, cool touch of uncertainty on your skin. This feeling, this gentle embrace of the unknown, holds a peculiar and often overlooked potency. It's not the absence of clarity, but rather a space, an invitation. It is the quiet recognition that the future, like the path ahead, remains unwritten, undrawn, a canvas waiting for colors you haven't yet imagined. Our minds, wired for prediction and control, often resist this state. We seek what psychologists term cognitive closure, a powerful human need for definite answers over ambiguity. This bias drives us to fill in the blanks, often with anxieties or imagined certainties, rather than resting in the open space of don't know. We might replay conversations, strategize outcomes, or scroll endlessly for information, all in an attempt to conquer the discomfort of uncertainty. Yet it is precisely in this gap that true curiosity thrives, where the mind is freed from the burden of preconceived notions. The philosopher Karl Popper, in discussing scientific discovery, emphasized that it's often the falsification of what we thought we knew, the acknowledgement of our ignorance, that opens the door to new understanding and genuine progress. He suggested that our knowledge is always provisional, and that embracing our not knowing is fundamental to learning and growth. Think of the countless times you've scrolled through social media, seeing curated lives that seem perfectly mapped out, triggering a subtle urge to know your own next step with equal precision. Or when you're waiting for a job offer, a relationship status to clarify, or simply the outcome of a challenging project. There's an intense pressure to predict, to control the narrative, to rehearse every possible scenario in your mind. You might find yourself caught in a loop of what if, trying to pre-solve problems that don't yet exist. But sometimes, when you surrender to the simple fact that the email hasn't arrived, the conversation hasn't happened, the outcome isn't yet decided, a subtle shift occurs. The tension in your shoulders might ease. A quiet space opens up where you're not battling reality but simply observing it. What if the very act of not knowing is not a void to be filled, but a fertile ground? What if the absence of a defined future allows for a wider, more inclusive range of possibilities to emerge, ones you could never have anticipated or planned for? Does the relentless pursuit of certainty sometimes narrow our scope, closing us off from surprising detours and unexpected destinations? Could the truest path forward be less about seeing every step and more about trusting the ground beneath your feet, even when it's shrouded in mist? Perhaps the discomfort you feel is simply the shedding of a need for control, a loosening of the grip on outcomes, allowing life to unfurl in its own mysterious way. Could embracing the unknown be a profound act of trust, not just in the world, but in your own capacity to meet whatever arises. Perhaps the deepest form of readiness isn't knowing what's coming, but being fully present with the quiet mystery of what is right now. The illusion of control. Imagine you are at the helm of a magnificent ship, its sails catching the wind perfectly, the rudder responding to your slightest touch. You feel the immense power of its movement, the sea parting before you, the horizon an ever-approaching line you seem to command. Every wave feels like a choice, every gust of wind an instruction you've issued. There's a profound sense of mastery, of being the sole architect of your journey. But then, a quiet thought surfaces. Are you truly steering the wind or merely aligning you? Are sails with its ancient, unseen currents? Is the ship truly under your absolute command? Or are you simply navigating its inherent momentum within a vast, indifferent ocean? This subtle questioning touches upon a deep-seated human tendency, one that often brings both comfort and a quiet burden, the illusion of control. It's the feeling that you are the primary, often sole, determinant of outcomes in your life, even when countless variables beyond your reach are at play. Psychologically, this is known as an internal locus of control, which, while often associated with higher self-efficacy and motivation in different ocean, can also lead to undue stress when outcomes don't align with expectations. This subtle questioning touches upon a deep-seated human tendency. Successes to our own efforts and that failures to often external forces, often soul. Researchers like Ellen Langer have explored how even trivial opportunities for choice, such as being able to pick a lottery ticket number, can create an unfounded sense of control and overconfidence in winning. We crave predictability, a sense of agency, often projecting our desires onto a world that operates independently of our will. This isn't to say effort is meaningless, but rather to acknowledge the vast, intricate web of causality that shapes every moment, much of which remains profoundly outside our direct influence. Consider the relentless pursuit of a perfect plan for your career. You meticulously outline every step, every skill to acquire, every connection to make. Yet a market shift occurs, a company restructures, or an unexpected opportunity arises from a chance encounter, entirely outside your charted course. Or think about managing a relationship. You might believe that if you just communicate perfectly or anticipate every need, you can guarantee a specific outcome. But human hearts are complex ecosystems, influenced by personal histories, unspoken needs, and external pressures that no amount of individual effort can entirely direct. Even in the simplest daily tasks, like rushing to an appointment, you might meticulously plan your route, only to be met with unforeseen traffic, a sudden downpour, or a missed alarm, reminding you that variables beyond your immediate grasp constantly shape your reality. What if loosening your grip on the need for absolute control isn't a surrender to helplessness, but an opening to a deeper flow? Could the relentless pressure to manage every detail be more exhausting than liberating? Does the illusion of control sometimes prevent you from adapting, from finding beauty in the unplanned, or from discovering strengths you didn't know you possessed when faced with the unexpected? What if true power lies not in dictating every outcome, but in skillfully navigating the currents as they appear, trusting your ability to respond rather than merely command? Perhaps true freedom is found not in controlling the direction of every wind, but in learning to adjust your sails, gently, wisely, to whatever breeze the vast, unfolding world offers you. The path of no resistance. Imagine a river flowing through a landscape, powerful, finds the bourne not of lowest point, softest earth, the most contours of the earth, open channel and flows. It curves around obstacles, embraces the winding path, and in doing so, carves canyons and nourishes entire ecosystems. It never strains, never forces, never struggles. Its movement is effortless, powerful, and deeply persistent, born not of brute force, but of inherent alignment with the contours of the earth. You can almost feel the cool, steady current moving, not striving, just being. This quiet observation of the river hints at a profound principle, the path of no resistance. Striving ne, but about a deep, state's observation of the river hints at an intuitive, profound alignment with the natural flow of life principle, meets wherein least friction, resistance struggle, and experiencing more like energized focus unfolding. In psychology, this often relates to concepts like flow states, popularized by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, where an individual is fully immersed in an activity, experiencing energized focus, full involvement, and enjoyment in the process. This state is achieved when challenges are perfectly matched with skills, leading to effortless engagement, rather than pushing against an inherent mismatch. When we resist, we often engage in cognitive dissonance, forcing beliefs or actions that don't align with our inner truth or the external reality. This creates internal friction, leading to stress, burnout, and a sense of constant uphill battle. Barry Schwartz's work on the paradox of choice also touches on how too much resistance in decision-making, in the form of overanalysis and the pursuit of a perfect option, can lead to paralysis and dissatisfaction, rather than allowing a more natural, less resistant choice to emerge. Consider the times you've stubbornly clung to a project, a relationship, or a career path that felt like constantly pushing a boulder uphill. You might have seen others effortlessly finding opportunities, making connections, or moving forward, while your own efforts felt strained and unproductive. Perhaps you spent countless hours trying to force a square peg into a round hole, resisting the clear signals that a different approach, or even a different direction, was needed. Or think of a difficult conversation you've been avoiding. The internal resistance to having it, the mental rehearsals of conflict, often consume more energy than the actual conversation itself, especially if you approached it with an open, non-resistant attitude, willing to simply hear and be heard. What if the greatest power lies not in asserting your will against every current, but in recognizing where the current naturally carries you? Does the constant struggle against circumstances sometimes create the very friction you wish to avoid? Could the path of no resistance reveal efficiencies and opportunities you couldn't see while you were busy fighting? Is there a quiet wisdom in discerning when to push, and when to simply allow, to adapt, to pivot, to let go of a preconceived notion of how things should be and embrace how they are? Perhaps finding your truest path isn't about overcoming endless obstacles through sheer force, but about listening for the gentle invitation of least effort, allowing life to flow through you, rather than constantly trying to bend it to your will. A silent journey towards effortless being. The whisper of true self. You're in a crowded room, the air thick with chatter and expectations. A part of you performs, opinions clash and out and applause echoes. Persists, shifting surroundings. Or future A you performs, another observes. And yet another, deeper part, feels a faint, persistent tug, like a distant echo, a quiet melody playing beneath the din. It's not a voice, not a thought, but a subtle resonance, a sense of rightness or unease that quietly persists amidst the clamor, a quiet hum that is uniquely and undeniably yours. This faint, persistent tug is the whisper of your true self. It is the authentic core of who you are, unburdened by external expectations, past conditioning, or future anxieties. It is the unique pattern of your spirit, quietly urging you toward alignment. Psychologically, this relates to concepts of self-actualization and authenticity. Rightness, or this unease that relates to quietly concepts of self, persists actualization, and amidst the authenticity clamor, a quiet hum, emphasize the importance of congruencia state, where your ideal self state, where your ideal self, your perceived self, and your experiences align. When you deviate from this congruence, when you silence the whisper of your true self to fit into external molds, you can experience internal conflict, anxiety, and a sense of being off. This is often tied to impression management, where you alter your behavior to control others' perceptions, leading to a disconnect from your authentic feelings and needs. The true self is not a fixed entity but an evolving process, a dynamic inner compass that points toward growth and well-being when listened to. It's the intrinsic motivation, the quiet knowing, that guides you when external pressures are stripped away. Think of the times you've said yes when every fiber of your being wanted to say no, simply to avoid disappointing someone or to maintain a certain image. Perhaps you pursued a career path that seemed impressive on paper, but left you feeling hollow, neglecting the quiet passion that truly ignited your spirit. Or maybe you found yourself in a social situation, adopting opinions or behaviors that felt inauthentic, just to belong or to avoid conflict. The subtle unease after these moments, the lingering sense of being slightly off, is the true self nudging you. Conversely, recall moments when you acted spontaneously, purely from your heart, without calculation or external validation. Perhaps you helped a stranger, pursued a creative urge, or simply spent an afternoon in quiet contemplation that felt deeply resonant. In those moments, you might have felt a profound sense of peace, an effortless joy, a quiet rightness that affirmed your deepest nature. What if the constant striving to be someone else or what is expected is more exhausting than simply being who you truly are? Does the fear of not belonging sometimes prevent you from discovering where you most deeply belong within yourself? Could the greatest act of love and service to the world be simply to embody your unique, authentic truth? What if the path to true fulfillment isn't found in a grand external search, but in the quiet attentiveness to that subtle, inner whisper guiding you back home? Perhaps the most profound journey you can embark on is the gentle, ongoing excavation of that authentic voice, allowing it to grow from a whisper to a soft, steady hum illuminating your way from within. The dreamer and the dreamed. You are sitting by a window watching the rain fall. Each droplet races down the pane, merging with others, creating intricate, fleeting verse on the glass. As you watch, absorbed, a strange sensation washes over you. Are you watching the rain, or is the rain, in its rhythmic descent, somehow watching you? Are you merely observing the world, or is the world, in its vast, intricate unfolding, also observing and shaping your very perception of it? The line between the observer and the observed blurs, as if the entire scene is a single, unfolding experience, and you are both within it and witnessing it simultaneously. This subtle shift in perspective hints at a profound idea: the fluid relationship between the dreamer and the dreamed. It's the understanding that the boundary between your inner world and the outer reality is far more permeable and interconnected than it often seems. As you watch, a roots in strange idealism and sensation washes over you constructivism, or is the suggesting that reality is not purely external and objective, consciousness, perception, and interpretation. Thinkers like George Berkeley argued that to be is to be perceived, implying a profound connection between the mind and reality. In psychology, this relates to confirmation bias, where you unconsciously seek out and interpret information in a way that confirms your existing beliefs, effectively shaping your reality to fit your internal narrative. Our schemas, mental frameworks developed from past experiences, influence how we perceive new information, often creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. Carol Dweck's work on mindsets beautifully illustrates this. If you believe your abilities are a fixed mindset, you might avoid challenges, thus limiting your growth and confirming your initial belief. If you believe your abilities can grow a growth mindset, you embrace challenges, leading to development that reinforces that belief. In both cases, your internal dream influences your external reality. Consider a time when you were convinced a certain outcome would occur. Perhaps a job interview would go badly, or a difficult conversation would end in conflict. You might have approached the situation with apprehension, your body language rigid, your words hesitant. And lo and behold, the outcome mirrored your internal expectation. Was it a prediction, or did your internal state subtly, unconsciously, shape the very dynamics of the external event. Conversely, recall a time when you approached a challenge with an open heart and a belief in a positive outcome, even when circumstances seemed difficult. Your calm demeanor, your willingness to adapt, your quiet confidence often influenced others, gently nudging the situation towards a more favorable resolution. Even in simple daily interactions, your mood can ripple outwards, affecting the atmosphere of an entire room or conversation. Your inner landscape becomes the blueprint for your outer experience. What if the world you perceive isn't just out there, but also a reflection of what's in here? Does the relentless pursuit of an external reality, without tending to your inner landscape, sometimes lead to a sense of disconnect or dissatisfaction? Could the key to changing your outer world lie not in forcing external circumstances, but in subtly shifting the lens through which you perceive and engage with them? What if the dream you hold within you, the beliefs you nurture, the stories you tell yourself, are not just passive observations, but active ingredients in the making of your lived experience? Perhaps the most profound act of creation is the gentle, intentional tending to your inner world, allowing the seeds of your deepest aspirations to take root, and then witnessing how the dream, held gently within, begins to softly, beautifully shape the world around you. The dance of logic and intuition. You stand before an intricately locked door. In your hand, you hold a complex set of blueprints, every spring, gear, and nudge the true tumbler path to wit. In the lock, your mind, sharp and analytical, begins to meticulously deconstruct the problem, following the diagrams, calculating the precise sequence of turns. You feel confident, methodical. But then a subtle, almost imperceptible shift occurs. Your fingers, without conscious instruction, drift to a specific part of the mechanism, feeling a faint resonance, a slight warmth, and an inexplicable pull. There's no logical reason for it, no line on the blueprint pointing to this spot, yet a quiet certainty arises from within, urging you to try a certain twist, a specific pressure. Is the blueprint the ultimate guide? Or is this quiet, inexplicable nudge the true path to unlocking the hidden mechanism? This subtle interplay between calculation and an inner knowing reveals a fundamental dynamic, the dance of logic and intuition. Inexplicable, or is this quiet pull quiet? You feel confident, yet a quiet certainty arises from within. Intuition, a specific prefrontal pressure cortex, responsible for planning, problem-solving, and rational thought, thriving on data, analysis, and sequential reasoning. Intuition, however, is often linked to faster, less conscious processing, drawing on vast stores of implicit knowledge, pattern recognition, and emotional cues. It's the gut feeling or the sudden aha moment. Daniel Kahneman's work on System 1 and System 2 thinking illustrates this beautifully. System 1 is fast, intuitive, and emotional, while System 2 is slower, more deliberate, and logical. While System 1 can lead to biases, it's also the source of rapid insights and creative leaps. Ignoring either can lead to imbalance. Over-reliance on logic can lead to analysis paralysis, where decisions are endlessly deferred for more data, missing opportune moments. Conversely, unchecked intuition can lead to impulsive, ill-considered actions. True wisdom often lies in their integration, allowing logic to provide structure and verification, while intuition offers direction and creative breakthroughs. Think of a pivotal career decision. Your logical mind might present a spreadsheet of pros and cons, carefully weighing salary, benefits, and career progression. This data is invaluable. Yet beneath the numbers, there might be a subtle unease, a quiet voice telling you that despite the logical advantages, this path doesn't resonate with your deeper values, or a sudden, inexplicable pull towards an opportunity that seems less logical on paper, but feels undeniably right. Or consider a complex social interaction where logical analysis of past behaviors might lead you to a certain conclusion about another person. But your intuition, reading micro-expressions, vocal tonality, and unsaid emotions might whisper a completely different truth about their underlying feelings or intentions. Even in creative endeavors, a writer might logically outline a plot, but it's often an intuitive leap, an unexpected connection of ideas that brings a character to life or resolves a narrative twist with profound elegance. What if the deepest truths are not always found through linear progression, but through a rhythm that incorporates both sharp reasoning and soft, inner knowing? Does the sole reliance on logic sometimes blind you to insights that defy immediate explanation, closing you off from innovative solutions? And does an unchecked reliance on intuition, without the anchor of logical assessment, sometimes lead you astray? Could the most powerful decisions emerge from a quiet dialogue between your meticulous mind and your gentle, knowing heart, allowing each to inform and enrich the other? Perhaps true mastery isn't about choosing between reason and instinct, but about cultivating a sensitive awareness, learning to listen to both, allowing them to flow together, like an ancient, harmonious dance guiding you softly towards clarity and authentic action. That is the yes end. Branch in late autumn, shimmers, nourishing fragile and very vibrant against a crisp end of its life as a pale leaf is the quiet sky. You transformation watch it, contributing to the knowing its promise of time is almost done. Breeze, can you feel the stirs, the quiet detaches, twirling the inherent slowly, gracefully towards the earth? As it lands, soft and silent on the damp ground, it's not truly an ending. Its form changes, yes, but its essence begins a new journey, dissolving into the soil, nourishing the very roots of the tree from which it fell. The end of its life as a leaf is the quiet beginning of its transformation, contributing to the promise of spring. Can you feel the delicate balance, the quiet transition, the inherent continuity? It reveals a profound paradox shimmers, the vibrant beginning that is the end. It's the understanding that endings are rarely absolute terminations, but often permeable thresholds, silently initiating new cycles, new forms, new possibilities. New possibilities, a core tenet in many philosophical traditions, and with psychological concepts of grief and growth. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's work on the stages of grief highlighted that even in profound loss, there's a process of acceptance that, while an end to a certain reality, simultaneously marks the beginning of adaptation, remembrance, and new meaning-making. It's a form of emotional regulation, allowing the natural cycle of emotion to move through you, rather than becoming stuck. The human mind often prefers continuity and resists closure, but true psychological resilience often stems from recognizing that ending a chapter frees up energy and space for a new one to commence. It's not about denying loss, but seeing beyond the immediate horizon of what seems to have vanished. Think of a long-term relationship that comes to a natural close. The initial pain feels like an absolute void, an ending in every sense. Yet, in time, you might find that this ending created space for self-discovery, for new connections, or for a deeper understanding of your own needs and desires, things that might never have emerged had the previous chapter not concluded. Or consider the completion of a major project or an academic program. The exhilaration of finishing often carries a subtle undertone of what now. The end of one structured endeavor immediately ushers in the beginning of a vast, undefined future. Even the simple act of finishing a book is an ending. The characters' journeys conclude, the plot resolves. Yet the thoughts, feelings, and insights the book imparted begin a new life within you, influencing your perspective, shaping your understanding, making that end a powerful beginning of internal change. What if the resistance you feel towards certain endings is simply a natural human clinging to the familiar, preventing you from seeing the fertile ground that awaits? Does the refusal to acknowledge completion sometimes keep you stuck in cycles that no longer serve you, delaying the quiet blossoming of something new? Could the act of gently closing one door be the very thing that reveals 1,000 new windows? What if every farewell holds the silent promise of a fresh start, not as a replacement, but as an evolution? Perhaps the most profound wisdom lies in embracing the gentle rhythm of life's transitions, recognizing that every goodbye is also a quiet, hopeful hello to whatever new beginning is patiently waiting, just beyond the edge of what you thought was finished. The unseen center of all. Close your eyes for a moment. Buddhism, feel the sunyata, gentle rise and fall of your breath. Notice the subtle hum of stillness just beneath the surface of your thoughts. You might hear sounds around you, feel the texture of the surface beneath you, or sense the subtle currents of air. Yet at the very core of your being, beneath all these sensations, there is a quiet point, a deep well of silence that remains untouched by the external world. It is not a thought, not an emotion, not a memory. It is simply presence, a still, unmoving core from which all experience arises and to which all experience returns. Can you feel this quiet, unwavering center deep within you? This quiet observation points to a profound truth, the unseen center of all. It's the understanding that beneath the ceaseless activity of mind and world, there is a fundamental ground of being, a stillness, a pure awareness that is the source and container of everything. Philosophically and spiritually, this concept is ancient, found in traditions from Taoism, the Tao as the unnameable source, to Buddhism, sunyata, or emptiness as the ground of being, to mystical branches of Abrahamic faiths. Psychologically, while not a direct term, it relates to the concept of the observing self or meta-awareness, cultivated in practices like mindfulness. This is the capacity to step back from your thoughts and emotions, not to suppress them, but to simply witness them, recognizing that you are not solely your thoughts or feelings, but the awareness that holds them. This separation of observer from observed can lead to emotional regulation, reducing the intensity of difficult experiences by creating a space between you and your reactions. It's the understanding that while the content of your experience shifts and changes, the container of that unmoving awareness remains constant. Think of it as the eye of a hurricane, calm and still amidst the swirling chaos. Consider a moment of intense stress or anxiety. Your mind races, your body tenses, and it feels as though you are entirely consumed by the whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. You might replay past failures or project future worries, feeling completely at the mercy of the inner storm. Yet, even in that moment, if you gently shift your attention, you can find a subtle space, a quiet detachment, where you are simply aware of the stress, rather than being identified with it. This is the unseen center. Or think of a time when you were deeply engaged in a creative flow state, painting, writing, playing music. In those moments, your ego, your self-consciousness might dissolve, and you become a pure channel for creation. The you that creates is not a bundle of thoughts, but pure awareness, intimately connected to that unseen wellspring. Even in a bustling city, amidst noise and movement, a quiet individual can access this inner stillness, remaining unperturbed, acting from a place of profound calm. What if the constant striving, the external search for answers or happiness, is simply a distraction from the wellspring that already exists within you? Does the relentless identification with your thoughts and emotions sometimes obscure the deeper, more resilient part of yourself? Could true peace and clarity be found not by changing your external circumstances, but by consistently returning to this quiet inner sanctuary, this profound center of presence? What if this unseen core is the source of all your strength, your wisdom, and your most profound insights? Perhaps the deepest journey is not outward, but inward, towards that quiet, luminous center where all is still, all is known, and all simply is. The mirror of our actions. Imagine standing by a perfectly still lake at dawn. The surface is like polished glass, reflecting the sky above, the trees on the opposite shore, and the emerging light with absolute fidelity. You cast a small stone into the water and ripples spread outwards, altering the reflection, gently distorting the image. Soon, ripples subtle disturbances that eventually dissipate, and the lake returns to its perfect calm. yet subtly changed by the single stone. The lake offers no judgment, no commentary. It simply reflects what is and responds in kind. Can you feel the gentle, undeniable consequence, the quiet reverberation of your own act? This quiet reflection of the lake reveals a profound principle, the mirror of our actions. It's the understanding that every action, thought, ripples and reach the farthest intention you edges, send out into the world, however small or seemingly insignificant, creates a ripple that ultimately reflects back upon you, shaping your reality and your inner landscape. It rooted in the simply philosophical notion of reflects, what is karma, understanding that every action, can you punitive feel the force. Psychologically, it touches upon concepts like reciprocity, the human tendency to respond in kind to others' actions, and self-fulfilling prophecy. If you consistently project negativity, skepticism, or fear, you often find those qualities reflected back to you in your experiences and relationships. Conversely, if you consistently extend kindness, openness, and trust, you tend to elicit similar responses from the world around you. Cognitive psychologists observe that our expectations and behaviors often create the very reality we anticipate. For example, in a relationship, if you believe someone will betray you a thought intention, you might act defensively, which could then subtly push them away, confirming your initial fear. This isn't about blaming. It's about recognizing the profound interconnectedness of your inner state and outer reality. Think of the way you engage on social media. If you consistently contribute to divisive conversations, share negativity, or engage in judgment, you might find your own feed becoming saturated with conflict, and your internal state becoming agitated. The comments you leave, the energy you project, subtly shape your digital ecosystem. Conversely, if you offer genuine support, share uplifting content, or engage in constructive dialogue, you might find your online interactions becoming more positive and enriching. Or consider how you approach a challenging task at work. If you constantly complain or procrastinate, you might find yourself more overwhelmed, and the task feels heavier. But if you approach it with a quiet determination and a commitment to quality, the work often feels more manageable, and the outcomes more satisfying. Even in the smallest daily interactions, a smile offered to a stranger, a moment of impatience at a cashier, these actions send out subtle signals that are often mirrored back in the energy you receive. What if the challenges you face are not just external obstacles, but subtle reflections, inviting you to adjust your own internal state or actions? Does the tendency to blame external circumstances sometimes prevent you from seeing the quiet ways in which your own choices have shaped your present reality? Could the most profound changes in your life begin not by trying to manipulate the world out there, but by gently, intentionally shifting what you offer in here? What if every interaction is an opportunity to look into this silent mirror and choose, with quiet deliberation, the reflection you wish to see? Perhaps the truest form of wisdom lies not in controlling the ripples, but in mindfully choosing the stone you cast, knowing that its gentle, unseen echo will always, inevitably, return to you, shaping the very essence of your unfolding world. The gift of impermanence. You're holding a single, perfect snowflake on your glove. Its intricate, crystalline structure is a marvel of delicate geometry, each tiny arm a work of art. You admire its beauty, knowing with a quiet certainty that this precise form will not last. The warmth of your hand, the subtle shift in air, will soon begin to melt its edges, blurring its perfection, transforming it back into water. There is no sadness in this process, only a gentle recognition of its inherent fleeting nature. It arrives, it shines, it changes, it moves on. Can you feel the delicate beauty, the quiet acceptance in this cycle of coming and going? This quiet observation of the snowflake reveals a profound truth, the gift of impermanence. It's the understanding that everything, without exception, is in a constant state of flux, appearing, transforming, and dissolving. And within this ceaseless change lies not a threat, but an opening, a liberation. A cornerstone of change is Buddhist philosophy, T Iprik Iprik. In this cycle of coming and going, understanding that everything's suffering. Psychologically, resistance to impermanence often fuels anxiety and attachment, leading to what is called experiential avoidance, where you try to suppress or control thoughts and feelings associated with change or loss. This can ironically increase distress. Embracing impermanence, on the other hand, allows for greater psychological flexibility and emotional regulation, enabling you to adapt more readily to life's inevitable shifts. It's about recognizing that trying to hold on to any moment, any feeling, any situation, is like trying to grasp water. It slips through your fingers, leaving you feeling frustrated. Instead, letting go with awareness allows for a natural, flowing engagement with reality. Much like a wave that understands it is part of the ocean, constantly rising and falling, never truly separate or static. Think of a time you clung tightly to a specific phase of your life, a certain job, a particular friendship, a period of happiness fearing its end. The very act of holding on so tightly might have paradoxically diminished your enjoyment of the present moment, as your energy was consumed by the anxiety of potential loss. Or perhaps you've resisted moving on from a past hurt, replaying it endlessly, trying to change what has already passed. This resistance keeps you tethered, preventing new experiences from taking root. Consider the constant updates and changes in technology or social media platforms. Initially, there might be a frustration with newness, a clinging to the familiar. But with acceptance of this impermanence, you might discover new efficiencies, creative tools, or unexpected connections. Even your own body is a testament to impermanence. Cells are constantly regenerating, perspectives shift with experience, and what felt overwhelming yesterday might feel distant today. Life is a continuous unfolding, a series of endings that are always new beginnings. What if the discomfort you feel with change is simply an old habit, a quiet resistance to the very flow of life itself? Does the striving for permanence sometimes close you off from the vibrant, fleeting beauty of the present moment? Could the act of gently releasing your grip on what was, or what you wish would be, open you to a profound sense of freedom and spaciousness? What if every moment of change, every subtle shift is not a loss, but a quiet invitation to embrace the unfolding wonder of what is next, of what is new? Perhaps the deepest form of peace isn't found in a static state, but in a gentle, rhythmic dance with life's constant ebb and flow, allowing yourself to be carried by the current, finding beauty in every fleeting moment, and resting in the profound understanding that everything, in its own perfect time, simply passes through. The fabric of pure potential. Imagine a vast, silent loom stretching beyond what your eyes can see, not of something missing threads, omething missing. You feel the cool. You are standing before it, a single, unblemished thread, shimmering with a luminescence that has yet to take form. There's no pattern laid out, no color decided, no texture yet woven. Just the quiet hum of possibility. The air around you is pregnant with anticipation, not of something missing threads, omething missing, but of everything that could be. You feel the cool, silken touch of your own being, a promise whispered by the universe itself. This isn't emptiness. It's the rich, fertile void from which all creation springs. This sensation, this quiet hum, is the very essence of what you are at your core. It's not about what you have done or what you plan to do, but simply the raw, unconditioned capacity that exists before any label, any role, any achievement. It is the unscarred canvas, the unwritten page, the undrawn breath of tomorrow. It's the silent invitation to form, to experience, to become, without a preordained script. Psychologically, we often overlay this pure potential with layers of identity, formed by past experiences and external expectations. This is where the concept of a fixed mindset, as explored by Carol Dweck, can subtly obscure this inherent capacity. A fixed mindset suggests that your abilities and potential are static, predetermined, limiting the very expansiveness of this fabric. But within you lies the antithesis of this, a dynamic, adaptive capacity. It's the inherent ability for neuroplasticity, the brain's astonishing capacity to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. This isn't just about learning new skills. It's about the fundamental ability to shift perspectives, to heal, to reinvent. This pure potential is what allows for true emotional regulation, not by suppressing emotions, but by consciously choosing how to respond to them, acknowledging their temporary nature against the backdrop of your boundless self. It's the foundational space for all growth, all transformation. Consider the moment you felt a pull to try something entirely new, perhaps a creative pursuit you'd never touched, or a career path wildly different from your training. Before the first stroke of the brush or the first hesitant step into a new office, there was simply the raw impulse, the untainted what if. Or think of a relationship that shifted unexpectedly, demanding a new way of being, a shedding of old assumptions. That uncomfortable space before adaptation, before new patterns formed, was a moment of pure potential. Even online, amidst the curated profiles and projected achievements, there's always the quiet knowing that you are more than any single post, any single comment, any single validation. You exist beyond the algorithm, beyond the momentary feedback loop. Your actual presence, your true self, is richer, more intricate, and far more capable than any digital representation could ever capture. It's the freedom to unlearn and relearn, to forgive yourself for perceived failures and begin again, always. What if the very pressure you feel to define yourself, to solidify your identity, is ironically limiting the vastness of what you could be? What if true liberation lies not in achieving a fixed state, but in embracing the continuous, flowing nature of your own unmanifested self? Does the acorn strive to be the oak, or does it simply contain the inherent blueprint and allow life to unfold it? Is it possible that the greatest peace comes from resting in this preformed state, knowing that you are always capable of becoming, without needing to become any specific thing? This potential isn't something to be earned or found. It is the ground of your being. It's not about finding your purpose, but realizing you are purpose, an endless reservoir of possibility waiting to be expressed in countless forms. You are the quiet hum before the melody, the deep ocean before the wave breaks. A timeless echo in the chamber of now, forever on the verge of newness, yet always complete in your unwritten state. The threads of light await, patiently, lovingly. What if this stillness, this deep undoing, is the most profound action of all, the empty vessel's purpose? Imagine a perfectly crafted clay pot, newly fired, standing in a quiet, sunlit room. Its surface is smooth, cool to the touch, and it holds nothing, no water, no flowers, no spices. It isn't longing to be filled, it simply is. Its purpose isn't inherently in what it contains, but in its capacity to contain. The air around it feels lighter, almost receptive. Vessel the natural itself is a quiet spaciousness of invitation to the mind space around it, constantly shaping it not by what it adds, speaks to the possessions. A profound dignity in its experience's emptiness, complete openness in and its imp. You possess it touches upon the psychological principle of non-attachment, and even emotion's concept of the receptivity vessel. Truth within you, but by the quiet, spacious, acious associate quality, with of quality your being, your mindfulness capacity to hold, no flowers to receive. Constant, it is an activity. It is the unburdened state, the natural spaciousness of mind. In a world that constantly encourages consumption and accumulation of knowledge, possessions, experiences, and even emotions, the concept of the empty vessel gently counters this. It touches upon the psychological principle of non-attachment, a state often associated with mindfulness practices. This isn't about apathy or indifference, but about recognizing that genuine fulfillment doesn't always come from adding more, but sometimes from letting go, from creating space. Consider the wisdom in Beginner's Mind, Shoshin in Zen Buddhism, where a mind free of preconceptions is open to new possibilities, like an empty cup ready to receive fresh tea. This receptivity is crucial for true learning and adaptability, allowing you to move beyond cognitive biases like confirmation bias, which seeks to fill your vessel with information that only confirms existing beliefs. The empty vessel allows for a different kind of flow state, not one driven by intense focus on a task, but one born from a deep presence and a willingness to simply be, allowing experiences to move through you without clinging. It is the core of emotional regulation, where you allow feelings to arise and pass without judgment or the need to fix or fill the emotional space. Think of a moment when you truly listen to someone, not formulating your response, not judging but simply absorbing their words, their tone, their unspoken emotions. In that moment, you became an empty vessel, perfectly receptive. Or perhaps you felt the quiet relief after decluttering a space, not just physically, but mentally letting go of old grievances, expired goals, or the weight of others' expectations. The newfound lightness, that sense of space, is the purpose of the empty vessel revealing itself. Even in the relentless stream of social media, where identities are constantly curated and projected, there's a profound peace in stepping back, in disconnecting, in allowing that internal feed to become empty for a while. It's in those moments of quiet disengagement that new thoughts, new perspectives, and a deeper sense of self can finally emerge. It's the act of creating space for something genuinely new to enter, rather than continually trying to fill it with what is already known or expected. What if your true strength lies not in your overflowing achievements, but in your capacity to contain life's paradoxes, its joys and sorrows, without needing to categorize or control them? Is it possible that the constant striving to be something, or have something, ironically obscures the profound purpose you already possess, simply by being open? What if the most courageous act is to sit in the quietude of your own unburdened being, ready for whatever arises, without expectation? Does the sky feel diminished by its emptiness, or is its vastness precisely what allows for clouds, stars, and endless blue? Perhaps the greatest gift you can offer the world is not what you produce, but the receptive space you create, allowing life to flow through you, unhindered. You are the quiet, waiting chalice, perfectly formed, ready for the dew of morning, the rain of afternoon, the starlight of night. Your purpose is in your readiness, in your profound capacity to hold the unheld, to receive the unbidden. What if your greatest fullness is found in your quietest, most open state, the echo of forever? You stand on a vast, windswept plain, a single ancient tree twisted by time, its branches reaching towards a sky that stretches into eternity. You whisper a single word, a fleeting sound into the vastness, and then silence. But somewhere, deep within the fabric of the air, within the very dust that settles on the ancient leaves, there's a subtle tremor. No return of your sound, but a resonance, a slight shift in the atmosphere, as if the universe itself remembers the vibration. It's an unquantifiable trace, a ripple that expands Bayo, and the immediate, carrying a hint of the source, yet becoming something entirely new in its journey. This subtle tremor, this lasting ripple, is the echo of forever that lives within and around you. It's the profound realization that nothing truly vanishes, that every thought, every feeling, every act, no matter how small, sends out an energetic resonance that contributes to the ongoing tapestry of existence. Ascends ripple that out and energetic expands beyond the immediate, unfolding chain, this subtle tremor. Continuity is beyond the echo of forever that individual lives within and around you perception. This concept delves into the interconnectedness of all things, hinting at ideas like the butterfly effect, where a small change in one state can result in large differences in a later state. Psychologically, it resonates with the idea of legacy, not just in terms of what you leave behind, but the immediate impact of your presence. Consider the profound implications of concepts like mirror neurons. which suggest a biological basis for empathy and the way our actions and emotions subtly influence those around us, creating a shared field of experience. Even in the realm of decision-making, the framework of long-term thinking over immediate gratification reflects this understanding. The choices you make now create echoes that will ripple into your future self and the collective future. The philosopher Karl Popper's concept of falsifiability, while primarily scientific, subtly implies this ongoing echo. Even a disproven idea leaves a mark guiding future inquiry, its negative space shaping subsequent understanding. It's the continuous feedback loop of existence, where every input, no matter how quiet, contributes to the overall resonance. Think of a simple act of kindness you offered someone years ago, a quiet word, a moment of presence. You might have forgotten it entirely, but its resonance, the echo of that positive energy, might still be shaping their day, their week, or even their broader outlook. Or consider the collective mood of a room. A single negative comment can subtly shift the entire atmosphere, its echo lingering long after the words are forgotten. On social media, every post, every interaction, even a fleeting glance at content, contributes to the vast, swirling ocean of information and sentiment. While you might delete a message, its brief existence has already been part of the larger current, perhaps influencing a single thought in a single mind, or reinforcing a pattern. The memory of a beloved place, or a particular scent from childhood, evokes not just the past event, but its enduring emotional resonance of echo of that experience living on within your present self, coloring your perception of the now. What if the true measure of your existence isn't in what you accumulate, but in the subtle, enduring vibrations you send out into the world? Does the drop of water truly disappear when it merges with the ocean, or does its essence contribute to the vast, timeless whole? What if the fear of ending is simply a misinterpretation of a transition, a misunderstanding of how energy flows and transforms rather than ceases? If everything creates an echo, then nothing is ever truly lost, only transformed into a new resonance. This isn't about grand gestures, but about the quiet dignity of simply being, allowing your unique frequency to hum along with the universe's endless song. You are a note played on an ancient instrument, fading, yet forever woven into the air's memory. A whisper on the wind that touches a distant shore. The present moment, a shimmering thread connecting all that was and all that will be. What if your greatest legacy is simply the quiet, continuous hum of your own being, resonating through eternity? The point of return. This inner vast is the point of return, the horizon a seamless circle around you. You've journeyed far, perhaps lost sight of the shore why you began from, or perhaps never had a clear destination in mind. Then, a subtle shift in the current, a whisper on the breeze, a change in the quality of the light. There's no sudden marker, no signpost, but an undeniable pull, a deep cellular recognition that this is the moment, the turning point. Not a destination, but a decision, a silent agreement to shift direction, to move towards a different horizon, or perhaps back to a deeper understanding of where you truly are. This subtle shift, this inner recognition, is the point of return. It's not about physically going back to a previous state, but about a pivotal moment of inner realignment, a turning inward to recalibrate your compass. It is the realization that even amidst the most complex journeys, there is always an opportunity to choose a different path, to revisit core values, or to re-establish connection with your authentic self. It is the realization that even amidst the most complex journeys, a different path, gentle, core often quiet, revolution within, or to re-establish connection, you're with your authentic self. Psychologically, cognition, the ability to think about your deeper own thinking. It's the foundation for breaking free from unhelpful patterns and what psychologist Daniel Kahneman termed cognitive biases, which often lead us down familiar, yet unproductive, paths. The point of return is where emotional regulation finds its footing. Instead of being swept away by a wave of feeling, you find the internal stability to observe, to pause, and to consciously choose your response. It ties into concepts of self-efficacy and agency, the belief in your capacity to influence your own life course, rather than being a passive recipient of circumstances. Think of the growth mindset again, as proposed by Carol Dweck, where challenges are not endpoints, but invitations to learn and adapt, each moment offering a potential point of return to a path of development. It's about recognizing that you always possess the inner resources to pivot, to forgive, and to begin again, even if the external situation remains unchanged. Perhaps you've been caught in a relentless cycle of overworking, driven by external expectations, when suddenly, a small moment of quiet exhaustion amidst sunset, a forgotten meal becomes the point of return. You don't quit your job immediately, but you begin to subtly reprioritize, to create boundaries, to reclaim your time. Or consider a strained relationship where communication has become a repetitive, unproductive loop. One quiet evening, you realize you've been reacting from old wounds, and a shift occurs within your point of return to empathy, to genuine curiosity, allowing for a new way of engaging. Even on social media, after endless scrolling and comparison, there's that quiet inner voice that says, "Enough." That enough is a point of return, a choice to disengage, to reclaim your attention, to remember what truly matters beyond the curated feeds. It's the moment you stop repeating an old story about yourself and begin to subtly, inwardly, narrate a new one. What if the greatest strength isn't in never straying, but in the constant capacity for gentle course correction, for finding your way back to your own inner North Star? Is the journey truly lost if every single moment contains the potential for a new beginning, a new direction? Does the river ever truly forget its source, even as it winds through countless landscapes, always finding its way back to the larger ocean? Perhaps the journey itself isn't about reaching a fixed destination, but about the continuous process of returning to your own deepest truth, moment by moment. The point of return isn't a single event, but a continuous, flowing invitation, always available, always present. You are the quiet compass needle, ever seeking true north, even when buffeted by winds. A deep ocean current, turning subtly, surely, towards the vast, open sea of your own being. The gentle whisper that reminds you of your own inherent wisdom. What if the most profound journey is simply the series of returns to the quiet heart of who you truly are, the gentle wisdom of not doing? You find yourself sitting beside a still pond under a vast, open sky. A ripple appears on the surface, then another, spreading outward. You feel an urge to reach out, to smooth the water, to make it perfectly still again. But you resist. You simply watch. And slowly, imperceptibly, the ripples subside on their own. The surface reflects the sky, unburdened. And not all growth demands active cultivation, particularly the not because of your principal effort, often translated as allowing things and the profound ali. This quiet yielding, finding this path, witnessing without intervention, is the gentle wisdom of not doing. Open laziness or sky avoidance, but about it appears on the deeper, understands when to step, spreading outward back. And slowly, the powerful ripples subside on their contribution is own, simply the act of being. Acknowledges that not all problems require a solution, not all silence needs to be filled, and not all growth demands active cultivation. Sometimes the most profound impact comes from simply allowing. This concept resonates deeply with the ancient philosophy of Taoism, particularly the principle of Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action. It's about aligning with the natural flow of things, like water finding its path. Psychologically, it relates to the idea of acceptance, a core component of therapeutic approaches like acceptance and commitment therapy (ACT), where instead of fighting or controlling difficult thoughts and emotions, you learn to simply observe them and allow them to pass. This isn't passive resignation, but an active choice to step out of the cycle of overthinking and control. It supports emotional regulation by fostering a state of calm observation, rather than impulsive reaction. The relentless pursuit of productivity, often fueled by cognitive biases like the action bias, the tendency to favor taking action over inaction, even when inaction is the better choice, can obscure this wisdom. The gentle wisdom of not doing encourages a different rhythm, one that values spaciousness, reflection, and the quiet intelligence of the natural world, rather than constant striving. Consider a time when you were grappling with a complex problem, pushing hard for a solution, only to find it eluded you. Then you stepped away, went for a walk, took a shower, slept on it. And perhaps without conscious effort, the solution simply surfaced, clear and unforced. That was the wisdom of not doing. Or think of a difficult conversation with a loved one. Instead of immediately jumping in to fix or explain, you simply listened, allowing their words to exist, offering the space for them to be heard. Often in that space, a deeper understanding emerges on its own. Even in the digital world, the constant pressure to engage, to respond, to post, can be exhausting. The wisdom of not doing expresses itself when you choose to simply close the app, to put the phone down, to allow the digital noise to recede, and to simply be present with your immediate surroundings or your own quiet thoughts. It is the profound act of letting go of the need to control the outcome, trusting that life has its own unfolding. What if the constant need to do something is actually a barrier to true insight, true peace, true growth? Is it possible that many of the answers you seek are not to be found through striving, but through quiet receptivity, through allowing them to emerge from the stillness? Does the seed force itself to grow, or does it simply rest in the earth, trusting the sun and rain to coax its unfolding? What if your greatest contribution to a situation, or to your own well-being, is not adding more, but subtracting, releasing, allowing the natural intelligence of life to guide you? This wisdom isn't about apathy, it's about a profound trust in the inherent harmony of existence. You are the quiet earth beneath the restless rain, receiving, absorbing, allowing life to spring forth without effort. The calm lake surface, mirroring the sky without needing to paint the clouds. A deep breath simply taken, simply released. What if your most profound power lies not in what you grasp, but in what you gently let go, allowing everything to be as it is? The subjective landscape. Imagine standing on a ridge overlooking a vast, rolling landscape. The light shifts subtly, a cloud passes, the sun dips lower. What you see changes dramatically. A tree might appear silhouetted and ominous one moment, then bathed in warm, inviting light the next. The wind whispers a different story through the grass at each turn of your head. You realize that the landscape itself isn't static. It's a living canvas, the own perception, nuances of your what you mood changes the dramatically memories that rise to meet the present moment. External entity, personnel interpreting, shaping, different perceive. Every sensation by light and every shadow, subjective every landscape. It's the profound understanding that your reality is not a fixed, external entity, personnel interpreting, shaping construction psychology. Grasp at this recognizes that our ever each lens of your turn of your head shifting consciousness perceptions are not vista. Every sensation thought, by light and every shadow feeling. Subjective every landscape memory combines to create the individual world in which you live. A world vibrant with your unique interpretations, biases, and emotional resonances. Unquantifiable color you add to the word. This idea is fundamental to cognitive psychology, which recognizes that our perceptions are not direct recordings of reality, but are actively constructed. This construction is heavily influenced by cognitive biases, such as the availability heuristic, where you overestimate the importance of information that is easily recalled, or confirmation bias, where you interpret new information in a way that confirms your existing beliefs. These biases aren't flaws. They are the natural shortcuts your brain takes to navigate the overwhelming complexity of information. This subjective nature also underpins the concept of narrative identity, where you continuously construct and reconstruct your life story, giving meaning to events and experiences. The philosopher Immanuel Kant, in his exploration of transcendental idealism, argued that while objects exist independently of us, our experience of them is shaped by the innate structures of our mind, meaning we can never truly know things in themselves, only as they appear to us. This is the subjective landscape. Your internal world constantly interacts with external stimuli, coloring it with personal meaning and emotional resonance, leading to unique experiences of joy, sorrow, beauty, or challenge. Consider a simple rain shower. For one person, it might evoke feelings of melancholy and confinement, reminding them of a past loss. For another, it might bring a sense of peace and renewal, a chance to slow down. The rain is objective, but its experience is profoundly subjective. Think of online discussions. The exact same words or image can trigger vastly different emotional responses and interpretations across various individuals, depending on their personal history, values, and current emotional state. Or imagine recounting a shared memory with a friend. You both experience the same event, yet your individual recollections highlight different details, emphasize different emotions, and weave distinct narratives. This isn't a sign of flawed memory, but rather the beautiful, intricate workings of your subjective landscape, unique to each individual. It means that empathy is not simply understanding another's objective situation, but attempting to glimpse, however briefly, the unique contours of their internal world. What if the search for an absolute, objective truth is sometimes a distraction from the profound richness of your own unique way of experiencing the world? Does the rainbow exist outside of the eye that perceives it, or is its beauty precisely in the interaction between light and vision? What if the challenges you face are less about the external circumstance itself, and more about how you internally frame, interpret, and relate to it within your own subjective landscape? Perhaps true freedom lies not in changing the world, but in gently shifting the filters through which you perceive it, allowing new colors, new textures, new possibilities to emerge. You are the quiet artist, painting the world with the hues of your own soul. The unique melody woven from the air, heard only by your own deep listening. A landscape constantly born anew in the quiet chambers of your mind. What if the deepest truth is simply the vibrant, ever-changing masterpiece that only you can truly see? Truth's this, or our quiet, gentle absolute pull. Dense pull fog, but about the underlying patterns, thick and disorienting. All around you is a swirling, indistinct blur. Your senses, usually so reliable, offer only vague impressions. You feel adrift, unsure of direction. Yet deep within that formless expanse, there's a subtle, almost imperceptible force. Grounds connects you to not a broader guiding light, but a quiet. You are most caught in your constant subjective pull, magnet beyond what you think it is, aligning your inner compass. It's the silent, insistent presence of a deeper, shared reality, waiting for the fog to lift, offering a gentle invitation towards clarity. This quiet, persistent alignment is the objective's gentle pull. Invisible magnet, undeniable presence of aligning your inner shared realities, compass universal principles, sands of individual perception. It's not about rigid truths or absolute certainties, but about the underlying patterns, the quiet hum of coherence that subtly guides, grounds, and connects you to a broader existence, even when you are most caught in your subjective experience. It is the whisper of what is, beyond what you think it is. While your subjective landscape, the previous topic, highlights the unique way you experience the world, the objective's gentle pull acknowledges the shared scaffolding upon which all individual experiences are built. This relates to the concept of intersubjectivity in philosophy and psychology, where shared meanings and common understandings emerge through social interaction and shared experiences, even if individual interpretations differ. It's the basis for empathy, allowing you to recognize commonalities in human experience despite individual differences. Consider the work of Carl Jung and his concept of the collective unconscious, suggesting universal archetypes and patterns that resonate across cultures and individuals. Even in decision-making, while cognitive biases distort individual perception, the objective pull represents the underlying logical frameworks, scientific principles, and shared ethical considerations that, when acknowledged, lead to more effective and harmonious outcomes. It's the inherent human drive towards understanding, towards finding common ground, towards building shared knowledge, recognizing that while your internal world is unique, it exists within a larger, interconnected system that operates on certain fundamental principles. Think of the laws of physics. Gravity doesn't care how you feel about it. It exerts its pull universally. While your experience of falling might be unique fear, exhilaration, resignation, the underlying principle is objective. Or consider the universal language of emotions. A genuine smile or a tear of sorrow, while expressed individually, evokes a shared understanding across cultures. Even amidst the most polarized online debates, where subjective viewpoints clash, there's often a shared desire beneath the surface yearning for justice, for truth, for belonging that represents this objective pull towards common human values. It's the collective sigh of recognition when a simple, undeniable truth is spoken, cutting through layers of opinion and personal narrative. It's the quiet understanding that emerges when you find common ground with someone seemingly very different from you, realizing that beneath the surface, you share a fundamental humanity. What if the deepest sense of belonging comes not from finding those who think exactly like you, but from recognizing the profound, objective truths that connect all beings, despite their unique subjective worlds? Does the river resist the ocean's pull, or does it surrender, finding its purpose in the journey towards a larger coherence? What if the constant effort to assert your individuality, while important, sometimes obscures the greater peace found in aligning with the quiet, universal principles that govern all existence? Perhaps true wisdom lies in the gentle dance between your unique subjective experience and the grounding, unifying force of the objective, other. Compass needle, always, subtly, or even aligning with the Earth's particular bend in its unseen course magnetic field. The single note finding its harmony within a vast, silent symphony. A river knowing, in its deepest currents, the irresistible call of the ocean. What if the most profound peace is found in simply yielding to the quiet, undeniable gravity of what is true, universally? The self as a flow. Imagine a magnificent river flowing endlessly from mountains to sea. It's not a static entity. The water molecules within it are constantly changing, evaporating, raining back down, flowing onward. You recognize allowing it as a river. Subtly water, or even aligning with the Earth's particular bend in its unseen course, the single note finding its harmony within a vast, dynamic process of its movement, its journey, its very act of flowing. It carries silt from distant lands, reflects the ever-changing sky, and nourishes countless lives along its banks, all while remaining undeniably itself through its ceaseless transformation. This flowing, ever-changing river is a potent metaphor for the self. It suggests that your identity is not a fixed, rigid structure, but a dynamic, continuous process of becoming. You are not a static entity to be discovered or built, but a living, evolving current, constantly taking in new experiences, shedding old beliefs, adapting to new circumstances, and integrating new understandings, all while maintaining a coherent sense of you. It is the dance of continuity within constant change. This perspective challenges the traditional Western notion of a fixed, unchanging self or soul, echoing instead philosophical traditions like Buddhism, which posits the concept of anatta or no self, emphasizing the impermanence and interconnectedness of all phenomena, including personal identity. Psychologically, this aligns with theories of development, where identity is seen as something that evolves across the lifespan, rather than being solidified in adolescence. Erik Erikson's stages of psychosocial development, for example, illustrate how identity is continually shaped and reshaped through various life crises and resolutions. The capacity for self-reinvention, for growth and resilience, is rooted in this understanding of the self as a flow. It counters the rigidity that can arise from cognitive biases like anchoring bias, where initial information or self-perceptions can unduly influence subsequent judgments. Instead, recognizing the self as a flow promotes adaptability, emotional regulation allowing emotions to pass through rather than clinging to them, and a deeper capacity for learning, because it embraces the idea that you are always in process, always capable of becoming something new, without losing the essence of who you are. Think of your own life, the person you were as a child, a teenager, a young adult, and who you are now. While there's a thread of continuity, so much has changed: your interests, your beliefs, your relationships, even your physical form. Yet you still perceive yourself as you. This is the self as a flow. Consider the evolution of a career path. Few people remain in the exact same role or even the same industry for their entire working lives. Each transition, each new skill acquired, each challenge overcome, subtly reshapes the professional you, while still feeling like a natural progression of your core abilities. Even on social media, your online persona evolves over time with content you share, the communities you engage with, the way you present yourself. It's a reflection of your evolving interests and identity, a continuous stream of self-expression rather than a fixed profile. The journey of healing, whether from physical injury or emotional wound, is a profound example of the self as a flowed body and mind constantly regenerating, adapting, and finding new ways to be, always becoming. What if the struggle to find yourself is actually a misunderstanding, born from the belief that there's a static self to be located, rather than a dynamic self to be lived? Does the river ever ask what its purpose is, or does it simply flow, carving its path, nourishing life and fulfilling its nature through movement? What if the greatest freedom comes from embracing this fluidity, allowing yourself to change, to adapt, to shed old skins, without fearing a loss of who you are? Perhaps true identity isn't a destination, but the ever-present act of flowing, of being in motion, of experiencing the continuous unfolding of your own unique current. You are the river, always arriving, always departing, yet ever present in your ceaseless journey. The whisper of current against ancient stones, carrying the past forward into the endless now. A continuous becoming, forever arriving at yourself, precisely in your motion. What if the truest you is found not in stillness, but in the exquisite dance of your own unfolding, the witnessing mind? Imagine sitting in a busy train station, a whirlwind of activity swirling around you. People rush past, announcements blare, trains rumble in and out. Yet you are not caught in the chaos. You simply observe. You notice the colors, the sounds, the expressions on faces without judgment, without needing to engage, without being swept away by the current. You are the quiet center of the storm, trains unfolding rumble in and out drama, aware of it all yet separate from it. This quiet, observational presence is the witnessing mind. It's the part of you that can step back from the swirling thoughts, the intense emotions, the relentless stream of external stimuli, and simply observe them as they arise and pass, without becoming entangled or identified with them. You without judgment, experience without judgment, presence away the current, offering a witnessing, profound mind sense of inner freedom and detachment. Without becoming metacognition, the intense awareness of, or your own mental identified with that. This concept is central to mindfulness and many contemplative traditions, providing the foundation for emotional regulation and psychological resilience. Instead of being carried away by a strong emotion like anger or anxiety, the witnessing mind allows you to recognize, anger is here, or anxiety is present, rather than I am angry or I am anxious. This subtle but profound shift in perspective from identification to observation creates distance and choice. It relates to the work of Viktor Frankl, who, in his exploration of meaning and suffering, emphasized the human capacity to choose one's attitude even in the most dire circumstances, highlighting the freedom that exists between stimulus and response. The witnessing mind helps to counteract the impact of cognitive fusion, where thoughts and feelings become so intertwined with your sense of self that they dictate your behavior. By cultivating this detached observation, you gain the ability to notice judgmental thoughts without agreeing with them, or to feel discomfort without needing to escape it immediately. It's the quiet, steady anchor amidst the flux of inner and outer experience, a deep well of self-awareness that is always present. Think of a moment when you felt overwhelmed by a difficult situation, a conflict at work, a personal challenge. Then you took a deep breath, perhaps stepped away, and suddenly you could see the situation more clearly, as if from above. You could observe your own frustration, the other person's defensiveness, the complexities of the problem without being consumed by them. That pause, that shift in perspective, was the witnessing mind at work. Or consider scrolling through social media. Instead of getting caught up in envy or comparison, you notice the impulse, the fleeting emotion, and simply observe it, letting it pass, recognizing it as just another mental event, not a command. Even during physical pain, the witnessing mind allows you to separate the raw sensation from the narrative you build around it. This is terrible. I can't stand this, enabling a more dispassionate and often more tolerable experience. What if the greatest peace is found not in eliminating difficult thoughts or emotions, but in cultivating the spacious awareness that can simply hold them, like clouds passing through an open sky? Does the sky itself ever cling to a storm, or does it simply witness its unfolding and eventual passing? What if your true freedom lies not in controlling what arises within you, but in your capacity to observe it all without judgment or fear? Perhaps the deepest form of self-love is the compassionate, non-judgmental gaze of your own witnessing mind, a steady presence that reminds you that you are always more than your thoughts, more than your feelings, more than any passing experience. You are the still pond reflecting the restless sky, holding all its drama without ripple. The quiet mountain unmoving as seasons rage and subside around its base. A silent, open window through which the world flows, unburdened. What if your deepest self is simply this vast, empty awareness, witnessing the endless dance of existence, where identity dissolves? Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, star-filled desert night. The sky above is an unfathomable expanse, teeming with distant galaxies, each light a silent, ancient story. As you gaze upwards, the familiar contours of your own self, your name, your past, your roles begin to soften. The boundaries blur. You are no longer just you. Imagine standing at individual. Extension of the silence, a part of the starlight, sky above is in a breath within the vastness. There's no fear in this dissolution, only a profound, expansive sense of belonging, a quiet merging with something infinitely larger than your perceived self. This gentle fading of boundaries, this quiet merging, is where identity dissolves. It's not about losing who you are, but about expanding your sense of self beyond the confines of your personal story, your ego, or your social roles. It's the realization that your true nature is interwoven with the fabric of all existence, a boundless consciousness that encompasses and transcends individual form. Unity, but infinitely, or your dissolves the larger than social your illusion of perceived roles, self-separation. This quiet merging, often the transcends described as ego boundaries blurred dissolution, or individual form states of unitive consciousness. Psychologically, it touches upon peak experiences, moments of profound awe and wonder where the sense of self momentarily expands beyond its usual boundaries, as described by Abraham Maslow in his hierarchy of needs, hinting at self-transcendence. It relates to the idea of compassion, where the perceived distance between self and other diminishes, fostering a deep sense of empathy and shared humanity. This dissolution is not a loss of individuality in a negative sense, but rather a shedding of the limiting aspects of identity that create separation, judgment, and fear. It challenges the fundamental attribution error, where you overemphasize personal characteristics and underemphasize situational factors when explaining others' behavior, by fostering a broader, more interconnected view. Barry Schwartz's work on the paradox of choice subtly relates here. When faced with too many choices, the burden of defining oneself through external options can become overwhelming. Identity dissolution, in contrast, offers release from this external dependency, anchoring you in a more fundamental, interconnected reality. You nature standing before notice in a majestic invisible mountain fence, shimmering swimming in the vast ocean, high into the or canopy gazing at the night sky. In these moments, your personal worries, your daily tasks, your very sense of self often recedes, replaced by a feeling of awe and connection to something immense. This is identity dissolving, however briefly. Or think of being deeply immersed in a creative flow state, whether playing music, painting, or writing. The distinction between the artist and the art, the self and the activity, can vanish, leaving only the pure, unadulterated experience of creation. Even in moments of profound intimacy or shared laughter with a loved one, the boundaries between your individual selves can soften, allowing for a shared, unified experience of joy or connection. This isn't about escaping reality, but about accessing a deeper, more expansive layer of reality that is always present, beneath the surface of everyday concerns. What if the constant effort to define and defend your individual identity, while necessary for navigation in the world, sometimes keeps you from experiencing the boundless joy of simply being? Does the wave truly lose itself when it merges back into the ocean, or does it return to its source, its fundamental nature, forever a part of the vast, unending water? What if the greatest sense of belonging is found not in accumulating roles or achievements, but in the quiet realization that you are already, always, fundamentally connected to everything? Perhaps the ultimate journey is not about finding a stronger you, but about gently releasing the narrow confines of you, allowing your consciousness to expand into the infinite. You are the stardust remembering its ancient home in the vast, silent night, the drop of water returning to the boundless ocean, not lost, but made infinite, a breath that dissolves into the universal air, carrying the essence of everything within its quiet release. What if your true identity is the very space in which all identity arises and dissolves, ceaselessly, endlessly, the unbound within? Imagine for a moment a vast, ancient forest stretching further than the eye can see. You are walking along a winding path, feeling the damp earth beneath your feet, the soft whisper of leaves overhead. But as you walk, you notice an invisible fence, a shimmering barrier that seems to rise high into the canopy. You can feel its presence, a constraint, along a stretching determined further than thee. Yet when you walking along gently a winding path reach out, hand the soft passes right through it. But as you physical walk fence barrier, its shimmering exists uproar that in the seems to rise minds high into the quiet canopy assumption, a habituated boundary that you've long believed was real. This is how it often feels, doesn't it? As if you are moving through life, with unseen limitations, limitatis. Invisible ropes tethering you to a smaller version of what is possible. You might feel a gentle pull, a sense of this far and no further, not because of external decree, but because of a narrative whispered deep inside. Invisible, doesn't it? Boundaries you ropes tethering you to a encounter are often smaller self-version of what is imposed possible. Experiences, not because of beliefs about your external decree capabilities, lies beyond the familiar. Inside, think of the subtle ways this plays out. Perhaps you hold back from speaking a truth, not because it would harm, but because a past experience taught you silence was safer. Or you shy away from a bold new venture, not for lack of talent, but because a forgotten critique once planted the seed of doubt. This isn't about blaming, but about recognizing the intricate tapestry of your inner world. The mind, in its desire to keep you safe, often builds fortresses of habit and assumption, mistaking comfort for capability and the familiar for the only possible path. This is a subtle form of cognitive bias, where your brain, seeking efficiency, reinforces existing neural pathways, making it harder to perceive alternatives, even when they are readily available. Consider the work of psychologists like Carol Dweck, who explored the power of mindset. She observed that individuals with a fixed mindset often believe their abilities are static, predetermined. They operate within that invisible fence, believing their intelligence, their creativity, or their capacity for growth is finite. But those with a growth mindset perceive their capabilities as fluid, expandable, capable of boundless development. For them, the invisible fence simply isn't there. They see challenges as opportunities, not as limits, and failure not as an endpoint, but as an opening to learn and adapt. This shift isn't about external circumstance. It's about the internal landscape, the silent assumptions about what you are and what you can become. You might see this unfold in your own life. Perhaps a project at work feels overwhelming, not because it's impossible, but because a voice inside whispers of past struggles, gently nudging you away from trying a new approach. Or in a relationship, you might find yourself repeating old patterns, not because you lack the capacity for new ways of relating, but because the comfort of the known, even if it's limiting, feels safer than the uncertainty of the unbound. Even in simple daily tasks, you might find yourself approaching them with a subtle self-limitation. I'm not a morning person. I'm bad with directions. I can't do math. These are not inherent truths, but often self-fulfilling prophecies, quiet echoes of an invisible barrier. What if the very things you've always believed to be your limitations were merely echoes in an empty chamber, waiting for you to step through? What if the discomfort you feel when contemplating a significant change isn't a sign to retreat, but a gentle tremor against the invisible wall, indicating its presence, inviting you to test its reality? What if the quiet whisper that says you can't is simply a memory, a ghost of a past moment rather than a present reality? The forest stretches endlessly. The path you believed was fixed, constrained by an unseen barrier, is in truth an invitation to step off into the vastness. The light that filters through the leaves ahead is not just the promise of another step on a known road, but the soft glow of an infinite expanse, waiting for you to simply perceive that the fence was never truly there. The only thing holding you back was the belief in its existence. Could it be that the most profound freedom lies not in breaking external chains, but in noticing that the chains you perceive are woven from your own light, waiting to be unraveled? The paradox of choice. Imagine a child standing before a mountain of brightly colored candies, their eyes wide with delight, a soft gasp of joy escaping their lips. Every color, every shape, every imaginable flavor is there, piled high. For a moment, it is pure potential and overwhelming sweetness. But then, a subtle shift. Their brow furrows. Their notion that why uncertainty. Which one? Just one. Incorrectly, how can they possibly choose? The vastness of the options, source of to anxiety, wonder, and even burden, a silent weight settling upon their small shoulders. The simple act of picking a candy transforms into a miniature crisis, and the joy of having so much begins to dissolve into a quiet dread of choosing incorrectly. And the intuitive notion that, while we often equate more options with more freedom and greater satisfaction, an abundance of choices can, in fact, lead to anxiety, indecision, and even regret. It's like standing in a vast, silent library with every book ever written, yet feeling paralyzed, unable to select a single volume to read, ultimately walking away empty-handed, or picking something only to immediately wonder if a better story was left behind. The mind, in its earnest attempt to optimize to find the best outcome, becomes overwhelmed when presented with too many variables. This phenomenon is deeply rooted in human psychology, often leading to what's known as analysis paralysis or decision fatigue. Each additional option requires mental energy to evaluate, compare, and contrast. The more choices you have, the greater the cognitive load, and the more likely you are to become stuck, or even to avoid making a decision altogether. Furthermore, the sheer number of alternatives can amplify regret aversion. You worry not just about making a bad choice, but about missing out on the optimal one, leading to a lingering dissatisfaction even after a decision is made, a subtle whisper of what if that undermines the present experience. This concept was eloquently explored by psychologist Barry Schwartz in his work on the paradox of choice. He observed that while a certain level of choice is empowering beyond an optimal point, the benefits diminish and even reverse. People become less satisfied with their decisions, not more. They spend more time making choices, and yet feel less confident in the outcome. The fear of making the wrong choice, or of missing out on a better one, can be so strong that it outweighs the potential gains of the perfect selection. Think about the mundane moments of your day. You scroll through endless streaming services, searching for a movie, only to spend an hour browsing and then simply giving up, or settling for something you're not truly excited about. Or you stand in the grocery aisle, confronted by dozens of types of bottled water, each promising subtle differences, leading to a moment of exasperated indecision. In the professional sphere, you might face an overwhelming array of career paths or project opportunities, each with its own perceived pros and cons, leading to a long, drawn-out decision-making process, filled with anxiety about the road not taken. Even in relationships, the pervasive idea of finding the perfect match in an age of endless online profiles can create a constant sense of comparison, making it difficult to commit fully or appreciate the unique qualities of another, always wondering if there's someone better just a swipe away. What if the true richness of life lies not in having every possible option open, but in embracing the beauty of limitation, the freedom found in fewer paths? What if the contentment you seek is not at the end of an exhaustive search for the absolute best, but in the quiet acceptance of good enough? What if the gentle hum of satisfaction comes not from maximizing every outcome, but from minimizing the mental clutter of endless comparison, allowing yourself to fully inhabit the choice you've made? The mountain of candy still stands, vibrant and tempting. But perhaps the greatest joy isn't in tasting every single piece, or even in selecting the perfect one, but in the simple, quiet act of choosing with less burden, or in appreciating the sweet simplicity of just one, without the anxious gaze upon all the others. The vastness that once overwhelmed can, with a gentle shift of perception, become a quiet invitation to stillness, to a singular, focused moment of genuine delight. Could the true path to freedom be found not in the expansion of options, but in the graceful contraction of the mind's grasp, allowing you to simply be with what is, in the quiet confidence of enough? Described as flow, effortless action. Imagine a skilled, profound calligrapher dissolves expended not through poison over a blank scroll grinding effort. Thought, their posture relaxed. There is no visible struggle, no furrowed brow of intense concentration. The brush descends, light as a feather, then presses, swells, and lifts again. Each stroke flows into the next with an organic grace, an unhurried rhythm that seems to emerge from stillness rather than effort. The ink breathes onto the paper, forming characters of exquisite balance and beauty. It's not that there's no energy involved, but that the energy seems channeled, guided, a river finding its path to the sea without resistance. The action is not forced, it unfolds as if doing itself. This is the subtle dance of effortless action, a state often described as flow. It's a profound experience where the boundary between the doer and the doing dissolves. You are not consciously willing each movement or thought. Rather, you become a conduit, an extension of the activity itself. The conscious mind quietens, steps aside, and a deeper, more intuitive intelligence takes the lead. It's not about laziness or lack of engagement, quite the opposite. It's about total immersion, where energy is expended not through grinding effort, but through aligned, unhindered movement. Psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi extensively researched this phenomenon, defining flow as a state of optimal experience, where one is fully immersed in a feeling of energized focus, full involvement and enjoyment in the process of the activity. It occurs when challenge meets skill. When the task is too easy, boredom sets in. When it's too hard, anxiety arises. But when the challenge stretches your abilities just enough, and you possess the skills to meet it, the conditions are ripe for flow. In this state, self-consciousness disappears, time seems to warp, and the action becomes its own reward. The brain's executive functions, typically involved in planning and self-monitoring, quiet down, allowing for a more direct, intuitive engagement with the task. This is a testament to the power of unconscious competence, where years of practice or innate understanding manifest as spontaneous, effective action. Think of a musician lost in a melody, their fingers dancing across the keys, seemingly independent of conscious thought. Or a dancer merging with the rhythm, their body moving with fluid grace, each step an intuitive response to the music, rather than a planned sequence. You might have experienced this yourself, perhaps while gardening, losing track of time as you coax life from the soil, or while writing, words appearing on the page as if dictated by an unseen muse, or even in a deep conversation where words flow easily and ideas connect effortlessly, creating a shared understanding that feels richer than any individual contribution. In these moments, you're not trying to be present or effective. You simply are. The action is unfolding through you. What if the very struggle you perceive, the grinding effort you sometimes exert, is not a prerequisite for achievement, but a subtle resistance to the natural unfolding? What if true power lies not in forcing an outcome, but in aligning with a deeper current, allowing your skills and intuition to guide the way? What if the path to mastery is not always paved with strenuous exertion, but with moments of profound absorption, where you simply become one with the task at hand? The calligrapher's brush lifts from the scroll, leaving behind a finished character, perfect in its imperfection, resonant with the silence from which it emerged. There is no sense of accomplishment that screams for recognition, but a quiet satisfaction that permeates the air, like the lingering scent of ink. The effortless action wasn't about avoiding work, but about transcending it, transforming it into a meditative dance where energy flows, unhindered, creating beauty simply by being. Could it be that the deepest work is not found in the straining of the will, but in the gentle surrender to a rhythm that already knows its way, allowing life to move through you like a quiet stream? The sound of silence deepens. Imagine you are sitting alone in a vast, ancient cathedral, long after the last visitor has left. The massive wooden doors are closed, muffling the distant city sounds. The air is cool, still, carrying the faint scent of old stone and beeswax. At first, you might notice the almost imperceptible hum of the building itself, the faint whisper of air currents, the distant rumble of traffic, or then the soft echo of your own breathing. But as minutes turn into quiet moments, and those moments deepen into a profound stillness, something shifts. The external sounds begin to recede, not because they vanish, but because your inner ear begins to listen differently. And then you begin to hear it, the sound of silence, not the absence of sound, but a resonant fullness, a quiet vibration that fills the space, a deep, pervasive quiet that holds everything within it, making the very air feel alive. An empty silent space, but an absence of rich sound, a quiet vibration that fills the space, a ground from which all sound emerges and into which all sound returns. It is a state that requires a softening of the outer senses and a profound awakening of the inner ear, a listening not just with the eardrums but with the entirety of your being. In this deep silence, your mind often begins to settle. Thoughts might still arise, but they lose their frantic urgency, becoming like clouds drifting across a vast, empty sky. For centuries, contemplative traditions across the globe have understood the transformative power of deep silence. In the quiet, the ordinary mental chatter of endless planning, judging, and replaying begins to subside. This allows for a shift in attention, a form of what is known as introspection, where you become more attuned to your internal bodily sensations, your breath, the subtle rhythms of your own being. It's also a powerful practice in attention regulation, where you consciously or unconsciously, as the mind quiets, direct your focus away from external distractions and towards the inner landscape. John Cage, the experimental composer, famously explored this in his silent piece, 433, where the sounds of the environment and the audience become the music, inviting listeners to engage with the natural soundscape, including what they perceive as silence. Think about those moments when you've sought silence. Perhaps after a long, noisy day, you close your eyes and simply breathe, allowing the din of the world to dissipate. Or you step into nature, far from human voices, and listen to the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, and then the profound quiet beneath it all. In these spaces, you might notice a clarity emerge, a subtle insight that was obscured by the clamor of activity. Problems that seemed intractable in the noisy rush might present gentle solutions. Emotions that felt overwhelming might soften, revealing their deeper textures. It's a space where you can hear the unsaid, perceive the unseen, and feel the underlying currents of your own consciousness. What if the very noise you seek to escape is merely a superficial layer, obscuring a profound, resonant silence that is always present, just beneath the surface? What if the answers you search for are not found in the louder declarations of the world, but in the soft, persistent whisper of your own inner quiet? What if true understanding doesn't come from filling every void with sound, but from allowing the emptiness to deepen, to speak its own profound language? The great cathedral holds its breath, its vastness filled not with absence but with a palpable presence. The silence deepens around you, wrapping you in a gentle embrace, a sacred space where the ordinary world falls away, and the subtle symphony of your own existence begins to resonate with clarity. Here, you are not alone in emptiness, but held within a boundless, vibrant stillness that listens patiently to the deepest currents of your being. Could it be that the most profound truths are not spoken, but revealed in the quiet echo of a world that has finally learned to listen to its own vast, breathing stillness? The infinite within a grain. Imagine holding a single grain of sand in the palm of your hand. It is impossibly small, a tiny speck, almost invisible against the vastness of your skin. You might barely register its presence, a fleeting thought of insignificance. But then you bring it closer, perhaps beneath a magnifying glass. Suddenly, its hidden world unfolds. You see single not a beach simple sphere, but beaches intricate facets, subtle variations in color, microscopic imperfections that tell a story of ancient mountains, crashing waves, and the slow grind of geological time. This tiny grain, seemingly insignificant, carries within it the echoes of millennia, the forces of an entire planet. And then you remember, this single grain is one of countless billions on a single beach, and there are countless beaches across the world, each made of these minute worlds. The vastness of the universe compressed into a single, shimmering speck. But then, interconnectedness of the geological perhaps beneath time, a smallest. Suddenly, it's about learning to perceive the universe not just as an expansive outer reality, but as a mirrored landscape, where the complexity of the macrocosm is reflected in the microcosm. It invites you to pause, to look closer, and to recognize that every detail, no matter how small, holds within it a thread connecting to the grand tapestry of existence. This concept resonates with ideas found in various fields, from ancient philosophies to modern science. In mathematics, fractal geometry reveals how intricate, self-similar patterns repeat at different scales, meaning that a small part can contain the complexity of the whole. Philosophically, the concept of as above, so below suggests a fundamental unity between all levels of reality. Psychologically, it touches upon pattern recognition, our innate ability to find order and meaning, even in seemingly chaotic data and systems thinking, the understanding that everything is interconnected, and a change in one small part can have far-reaching effects on the whole. Consider a single raindrop. It seems simple, just water. But within it there are countless molecules, each vibrating with energy, each an arrangement of atoms formed in ancient stars. This single drop contributes to a puddle which flows into a stream, then a river, and eventually the ocean, connecting distant lands and living beings. Or think of a single breath you take. It's an ordinary, unconscious act. Yet it connects you to the entire atmosphere of the planet, to the trees that produce the oxygen, to the intricate dance of cellular respiration within your own body, a complex symphony of biochemical processes supporting life. Even a simple smile you offer to a stranger. It's a small, fleeting gesture, but its ripple effect might lighten their day, shift their mood, and in turn, influence their interactions with others, creating a subtle wave of connection across the day. What if the grand mysteries you seek are not hidden in distant stars, but woven into the very fabric of the ordinary moments you inhabit? What if the profound wisdom you long for is not whispered by ancient sages, but revealed in the intricate patterns of a leaf, the silent growth of a plant, or the quiet pulse of your own heart? What if the key to understanding the boundless lies not in reaching outward, but in looking inward, in recognizing the infinite depth contained within a single, present moment? The grain of sand rests in your palm, silent, unassuming, yet holding within its tiny form the echoes of geological ages, the breath of oceans, the dance of atoms. It doesn't scream its secrets, but whispers them to the quiet observer, revealing that greatness is not just a matter of scale, but of perception. The universe is not just out there, waiting to be explored, but here, in the intricate marvel of the smallest thing, waiting to be truly seen. Could the greatest discovery you ever make be found not in the vastness of the cosmos, but in the quiet contemplation of a single, humble, infinite grain, the known and the unknowable? Imagine standing at the very edge of a perfectly illuminated circle. Within this circle, everything is clear, visible, understood. You can name every object, describe every shadow, predict every movement. This is the realm of the known, the comfortable domain of certainty. But just beyond the edge of that light lies an infinite, encroaching darkness. The very act of knowing cannot predict its forms, cannot even truly conceive of its vastness. It is simply the unknowable, not a void, but a boundless expanse that exists beyond your current perception or comprehension. And as you stretch the circle of light, reaching out to illuminate a new area, the very act of knowing or only seems to reveal how much more vast, how much more mysterious the surrounding darkness truly is. The surrounding darkness truly is, to categorize into the light of reason, juxtaposed with the you can humbling name every reality that the object universe, consciousness, and even the self, the ultimately comfortable domain of permeated by certainty mystery, full comprehension. It's a dance between the mind's desire for certainty and the soul's quiet acceptance of profound ambiguity. The human brain is wired for cognitive closure, a desire to resolve uncertainty and eliminate ambiguity. We seek patterns, create narratives, and build frameworks to make sense of our world. However, this drive can sometimes lead to a discomfort with what we don't know, a tendency to fill in gaps with assumptions rather than resting in genuine inquiry. This is where the concept of epistemic humility comes in, the understanding that our knowledge is inherently limited, and that true wisdom often involves acknowledging the vastness of our ignorance. Karl Popper, the philosopher of science, famously argued that scientific theories can never be truly proven, only falsified, meaning that our knowledge is always provisional, open to revision, constantly bumping up against the limits of what we currently understand. The more questions we answer, the more questions arise, revealing the expanding horizon of the unknown. Consider your own life. You plan your day, make choices, construct a future based on what you know. You understand the mechanics of your job, the dynamics of your relationships, the familiar patterns of your habits. This is your circle of light. But then an unexpected event occurs. A sudden illness, a change in plans, an encounter with someone completely new. Suddenly, the edges of your circle are blurred. You are thrust into the unknowable, where logic offers few answers and certainty evaporates. You might feel a primal discomfort, a subtle anxiety at the loss of control. Yet, it is often in these very moments, when your carefully constructed world gives way to the mysterious, that profound growth occurs. It is where you learn to adapt, to trust intuition, to discover resilience you didn't know you possessed. Even within yourself, you might know your habits, your preferences, your overt personality. But beneath that lies the vast, unconscious realm motivations, fears, dreams that remain just beyond the reach of conscious knowing, constantly surprising you with their emergence. What if the discomfort with the unknowable is a learned response, rather than an inherent truth? What if the greatest opportunities for expansion lie not within the comforting circle of what you already grasp, but in the vast, shimmering darkness that invites you to step beyond? What if the most profound wisdom is not found in having all the answers, but in the quiet courage to live within the question, to let the mystery simply be? The edge of the light shimmers, constantly inviting, constantly expanding. The known is a small island in an infinite ocean of mystery. To truly live is not just to master the island, but to gaze out at the vast, unknowable waters, sensing their depth, feeling their endless rhythm. It is in this surrender to the mysterious that the heart truly opens, and a deeper, more expansive understanding begins to dawn. Could it be that true knowing is not the accumulation of facts, but the gentle embrace of the infinite, tender mystery that surrounds and permeates every breath you take? The quiet wisdom of the body. Imagine you are walking along a winding path in the dimming twilight. Your thoughts are elsewhere, perhaps replaying a conversation or plan. Ning the next day. Suddenly, your foot shifts, your weight subtly redistributes, your arm extends just slightly, and you bypass a loose stone or avoid a protruding root. Truth of your quiet wisdom of the conscious body, the mind hasn't even registered the understanding obstacle. But your body, with its quiet, ancient intelligence, has already perceived, calculated, and reacted, guiding you safely onward. There was no internal dialogue, no command, just an effortless, intuitive adjustment. It was a whisper of profound wisdom, spoken not in words, but in the eloquent language of sensation and spontaneous motion. This is the deep, often unacknowledged truth of the quiet wisdom of the body, the understanding that your physical form is not merely a vessel for your mind, but a vast, intelligent system, constantly processing information, storing memories, and communicating vital truths through sensations, urges, and subtle shifts. It is a profound but a vast, no command, primal, and knowing that communicating operates below the vital threshold of truths through thought, sensations, perception. In the field of somatic psychology and through research into interoception, we understand how deeply connected our physical sensations are to our emotional and psychological states. Your body is a living archive, holding not just the memory of past injuries, but also the echoes of joy, fear, love, and stress. A gut feeling about a person or situation isn't just a metaphor. It's often your enteric nervous system, your second brain, processing subtle cues and communicating a complex assessment long before your conscious mind can articulate it. Your nervous system, guided by principles like the polyvagal theory, is constantly scanning for safety or threat, initiating subtle physiological responses: a slight tension in the shoulders, a sudden warmth in the chest, a quiet churn in the stomach, all without you having to ask for it. This isn't just biology. It's a constant stream of intuitive, embodied intelligence. Think of the ways your body communicates with you every day. You might feel a tightness in your chest when a difficult conversation approaches, a subtle warning before words are even exchanged, or a wave of warmth and relaxation spreads through you when you connect with someone truly understanding, signaling safety and belonging. When you feel drained, it's not just a mental state. Your body is signaling fatigue, urging rest. When you crave a specific food, it might be your body indicating a nutritional need, rather than just a passing desire. In moments of creative block, stepping away from your desk and simply moving, walking, stretching, dancing can often unlock insights that your mind alone couldn't access, because the body holds a different kind of wisdom, a different pathway to clarity. What if the answers you seek are not always found in the logical constructs of your mind, but are whispered in the quiet language of your cells, your breath, your pulse? What if the very tension you carry is not a failure, but an urgent message from your body, waiting to be heard, asking for a different way of being? What if true well-being is found not in overriding your physical sensations, but in learning to gently lean into them, to listen to their subtle cues, allowing them to guide you back to balance and authenticity? Your body breathes, pulses, shifts, and adapts, a constant symphony of silent wisdom. It doesn't judge or intellectualize. It simply responds, feels, and knows. To listen to its quiet guidance is to tap into a profound source of intuition and resilience, allowing you to move through the world not just with conscious intent, but with an embodied grace, like a tree whose roots instinctively seek water, whose branches instinctively reach for light. The path unfolds, and your body, in its quiet knowing, guides your steps with an unwavering, ancient intelligence. Could the deepest truths about who you are and how you are meant to move through this world be found not in the loudest thoughts of your mind, but in the softest, most undeniable whispers of your own living, breathing form? The veil of appearance. Imagine you are walking through a bustling market, a kaleidoscope of colors, sounds, and vibrant activity. You see a vendor with a warm, inviting smile, their eyes crinkling at the corners, and you instantly feel drawn to them, assuming kindness and honesty. Dressed in war whiting, representation of the deeper disguised by reality beneath circumstance, their face etched with lines of worry, and an automatic judgment might form, a subtle assumption of hardship or perhaps even unreliability. These initial perceptions, built in milliseconds, create immediate stories in your mind, a quick categorization, allowing you to navigate the complex world around you. But what if the smiling vendor's thoughts are consumed by a quiet despair, hidden behind the practiced cheer? And what if the seemingly worried person carries a heart full of compassion and a wealth of quiet strength, disguised by circumstance? The surface, the appearance, acts as a veil, revealing some truths while subtly concealing others, inviting you to project your own narratives onto the canvas of what you see. This is the veil of appearance, the profound observation that what we perceive on the surface, whether in others, situations, or even ourselves, is often a limited or misleading representation of the deeper reality beneath. It's about the inherent human tendency to judge by externals, to create quick heuristics, and to navigate the world based on the immediate visual or auditory cues, often missing the complex, layered truths that lie beneath the visible surface. Our minds are constantly seeking patterns and making shortcuts. This is a fundamental aspect of cognitive bias, such as the halo effect, where a positive impression in one area like attractiveness or a warm smile influences our perception of other unrelated qualities like intelligence or trustworthiness. Or the fundamental attribution error, where we tend to attribute others' behavior to their inherent character, while attributing our own behavior to situational factors. We see the what, but not always the why, or the complex how that underlies it. This creates a kind of cognitive dissonance, where we may hold onto an initial, superficial judgment even when presented with contradictory evidence, simply because it's easier than updating our entire mental model. Think about social media. You scroll through carefully curated images of perfect lives, glowing families, exotic vacations, effortless success. The appearance is one of flawless joy, boundless achievement. Yet, behind the veil of these idealized representations often lie struggles, anxieties, and the very human imperfections that are edited out. Or consider a challenge at work. A project might seem simple on the surface, a straightforward task. But beneath that appearance, there could be layers of unseen complexity, political currents, or technical hurdles that only reveal themselves once you delve deeper. In relationships, you might meet someone who seems perfectly confident and composed, yet beneath that outward veneer, they might harbor profound insecurities, fear of rejection, or a quiet vulnerability they carefully guard. And how often do you present a calm, collected appearance to the world, even when your inner landscape is a swirling storm of doubts or anxieties, knowing that the visible self is a necessary social construct? What if the most profound truths, the deepest wisdom, and the most genuine connections are almost always hidden beneath the visible surface, waiting for a more patient, more curious gaze? What if the discomfort you feel when someone doesn't fit your immediate categorization is an invitation to look beyond the veil, to challenge your initial assumptions, and to discover the rich complexity that appearance often obscures? What if true empathy begins not with judging what you see, but with humbly acknowledging that you are only ever seeing a fraction of the whole? The market hums around you. The faces pass by, each a complex story hidden behind a temporary expression, a chosen attire, a fleeting posture. The veil of appearance is always present, shimmering between what is seen and what truly is. To look beyond it is not to dismiss the surface, but to gently recognize its impermanence, to cultivate a quiet curiosity for the layers beneath, and to embrace the profound reality that every person, every moment, every object holds a universe of unseen depth. Could the most significant discovery you make not be in uncovering hidden facts, but in the profound realization that everything you perceive is just a fleeting shadow, inviting you to look more deeply into the luminous reality that casts it? The world as a reflection. Imagine a silent walking into a large, quiet room, the walls lined with mirrors. As you step in, you see yourself reflected everywhere: front, back, distorted, clear, large, small. Your image seems to stretch into infinity, filling the space. The walls lined with mirrors feels as if the sea room itself is yourself, full of reflected countless everywhere other front beings. Gentle shift of distorted focus. Realize it is only you, repeated small endlessly. Seems each to reflection, distinct, filling the space, is merely a permutation of your single presence. If you smile, all the reflections smile. If your brow furrows, every mirrored face registers that subtle shift. The room, in its intricate mirroring, seems to be responding to you, yet in truth, it is simply showing you what you are already projecting. The entire space becomes a silent, vast canvas for your own inner state. This is the profound idea of the world as a reflection, the understanding that your external reality, the people you encounter, the situations you face, and the patterns you perceive, often serve as intricate mirrors, showing you aspects of your own inner landscape. It's not that you create every external event, but rather that your internal state, your beliefs, your fears, your expectations, your interpretations profoundly shapes how you perceive, interpret, and react to the world around you, thus shaping your experienced reality. The world is not just out there. It is also deeply interwoven with your in here. This concept is central to various psychological frameworks, including cognitive reframing and principles within cognitive behavioral therapy (CBT), which emphasize that it's often not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. If you hold a core belief that the world is hostile, you will likely interpret ambiguous situations as threatening, perceive slights where none were intended, and react defensively, thus eliciting reactions from others that reinforce your initial belief, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Conversely, if you hold a belief that the world is generally supportive, you'll be more likely to see opportunities, interpret challenges as growth, and invite cooperation, creating a different reality for yourself. Carl Jung's concept of projection also speaks to this, where we unconsciously attribute aspects of our inner world, often unacknowledged parts of ourselves, onto others or onto external situations. Consider a day when you wake up feeling irritable and stressed. The morning traffic seems unbearable, the barista is slow, a colleague's innocent comment feels like an intentional slight. The world seems full of annoyances. Now, imagine waking up on a day when you feel rested and peaceful. The same traffic might feel like an opportunity for quiet reflection. The barista's pace a chance to breathe, and the colleague's comment might not even register as negative. The external circumstances are identical, yet your experience of them is vastly different, shaped by your internal state. Or think about how you perceive criticism. If you hold deep insecurities about a particular area, a mild suggestion might feel like a crushing attack. If you are confident, the same suggestion might be received as helpful feedback. The world outside reflects the landscape within. What if the recurring challenges you face, the difficult personalities you encounter, or the persistent patterns in your life are not merely external obstacles but powerful reflections, echoing back a quality, a belief, or an unaddressed need within yourself? What if the world isn't happening to you but is, in a profound sense, happening through you as a canvas for your internal unfolding? What if the path to changing your external experience begins not with trying to manipulate the mirrors, but with gently shifting the image you are projecting? The mirrored room remains silent, reflecting whatever you bring into it. There is no judgment in the reflections, only pure, unadorned feedback. To understand the world as a reflection is to step into a deeper sense of responsibility and agency, recognizing that, while you cannot control every external event, you hold immense power over how you perceive, interpret, and internalize it. And in that shift, the reflections themselves begin to transform, revealing a landscape of your own creation, filled with the quiet resonance of your evolving inner truth. Could the most profound journey you embark upon not be into the vastness of the outer world, but into the subtle, intricate landscape of your own being, where the entire cosmos is already quietly mirrored, forms standing by a diverse, vast, silent ocean endlessly to the horizon? The sun is setting, casting a molten gold across the surface. You watch the waves rising and falling, each one distinct in its shape, its crest, its moment of breaking. One wave crashes with a roar, another gently laps the shore, a third forms a perfect curl, have its own unique a personality conscious, into which its all own phenomena form. But as you watch longer, truly observing, you begin to understand that beneath all these distinct forms, all these dual manifestations, there is only one ocean. The waves are not separate entities from the ocean. They are simply temporary expressions, movements within the greater, formless body of water. They rise from it, dance upon it, and ultimately dissolve back into its vast, undifferentiated embrace. The ocean itself is the unchanging source, the ground from which all forms of wave arise. This is the profound contemplation of the source of all forms, the deep, often mystical, idea that beneath the ever-changing, diverse, and distinct manifestations of reality there exists an underlying, formless, unified ground of being, a consciousness or pure potential from which all phenomena arise, and into which all phenomena return. It invites you to look beyond the individual trees and perceive the forest, to look beyond the individual notes and hear the silence from which the music emerges. It's about sensing the invisible fabric that weaves together all visible things. Philosophies of consciousness, non-dual traditions, and even certain interpretations of quantum physics touch upon this concept. While physics describes the material world in terms of particles and forces, the fundamental nature of reality at its most basic level becomes increasingly elusive, often described as probabilities or fields of energy rather than solid forms. Consciously, this perspective invites a shift from focusing solely on the objects of your perception to also acknowledging the space in which they appear. Jungian psychology, through concepts like the collective unconscious, hints at a deeper, shared reservoir of experience and symbolism that transcends individual forms. The experience of interconnectedness, which many report in deep meditative states, also points to this underlying unity. Think about the thoughts that arise in your mind. Each thought has a form, a specific idea, an image, a memory, a plan. They appear, coalesce, and then dissolve. But where do they come from? Not from another thought, but from the spacious, formless awareness in which all thoughts arise and subside. This awareness itself is the source, the ocean from which the waves of thought emerge. Or consider the words you speak. Each word is a distinct form, a sound, a meaning, but they arise from a deeper, silent intention, a formless desire to communicate, a vast inner landscape of potential expression. Even a piece of music, composed of distinct notes, melodies, and harmonies, ultimately emerges from the silent space between the notes, from the profound stillness that allows the sounds to be heard and appreciated. What if the frantic search for individual meaning, for distinct answers, sometimes obscures the greater truth that everything is already interconnected, an expression of a single, boundless source? What if the very act of seeking to define and categorize keeps you from experiencing the seamless unity from which all definitions and categories arise? What if the peace you long for is not found in controlling the forms of your life, but in resting in the formless awareness that holds all forms, allowing them to rise and fall without attachment? The ocean stretches, timeless and vast. The waves continue their dance, beautiful in their fleeting existence. To truly see the source of all forms is to feel the underlying current that animates every single manifestation, to sense the profound stillness from which all sound erupts, and to recognize the infinite potential that lies in the formless space, ever giving birth to the myriad wonders of the world. Here, there is no separation, only a ceaseless unfolding. Could the deepest understanding of all things lie not in grasping their individual shapes, but in resting in the vast, boundless ocean from which all forms lovingly emerge, and into which they eternally return? The great unfurling. Imagine a tightly closed bud, small and unassuming, nestled among the leaves, holding within it a complex and beautiful future. You might even feel a quiet, almost imperceptible pull to see it open, to reveal the intricate patterns held captive inside. Yet the unfurling cannot be forced. It happens in its own time, with its own subtle, inherent grace. You watch, perhaps, holding within it a single, tender green shoot pushing through hardened earth, reaching for a distant sun. This odds. There is no rush in this natural unfolding, only a deep, inherent trust in the process itself, a silent promise whispered on the breeze. This feeling, this odd's quiet emergence, speaks to a fundamental aspect of existence, the great unfurling of life, of self, of purpose. It is not an act of creation from nothing, but rather the gentle revelation of what is already latent, waiting for the right conditions, the right temperature, the right moment to expand into its fullest expression. From the quiet depths of your unfurling seemingly potential again, of self. Consider Carl Rogers' humanistic psychology, particularly his idea of the actualizing tendency, an innate, directional process within organisms to develop their capacities in ways that maintain or enhance them. It's not about becoming something entirely different, but rather becoming more fully what you already are, allowing your unique potential to unfurl. There's a similar parallel in the concept of emergence in complex systems theory, where intricate patterns and behaviors arise spontaneously from simpler interactions, often in ways that are unpredictable from the initial components. It is a testament to the idea that some things simply need space and time to reveal themselves, rather than being built or designed from an external blueprint. Perhaps you recall a skill you learned, where progress felt slow and unseen for a long time, like roots growing in darkness, until suddenly a breakthrough occurred and you could perform with a new kind of fluidity. Or think of a friendship that deepened over years, not through grand, planned gestures, but through countless small, shared moments, each one unfurling a new layer of understanding and connection. Even a complex project at work or in your personal life, where the initial vision was blurry, but through persistent, quiet effort and iteration, the details and solutions gradually revealed themselves, like a map slowly appearing on a blank page. You might have felt a pressure to know the entire path from the very beginning, only to discover that the path often creates itself with each deliberate, gentle step you take, each new insight that unfurls within your awareness. What if the answers you seek, the solutions you long for, are not hidden somewhere far off in the future, but are slowly, gently unfurling within you in this very moment? What if your growth, your transformation, is not a sudden, dramatic leap, but an exquisite, patient opening, like the petals of a night-blooming flower turning towards the first hint of dawn? Is it possible that the deepest sense of peace comes not from knowing the precise destination, but from trusting the journey of discovery itself, the quiet, almost sacred reveal of what is simply meant to be? Allow yourself to feel the gentle, undeniable pull of this unfolding, knowing that everything necessary for your next breath, your next step, your next becoming, is already woven into the deepest fabric of your being. It is patiently waiting for its own perfect time to emerge, to breathe, to simply unfurl. The harmony of dissonance. Imagine a single, sustained musical note, pure and clear, hanging in the air. It's beautiful in its simplicity, yet after a while it might feel a little empty. Now, imagine another note introduced, just slightly off, creating a subtle friction, a gentle rub against the first. For a moment, there's a tension, a fleeting sense of unease. But then notes are added, it shifts, note yet after a while resolves, little or M finds its place, contributing to a much richer, more complex and ultimately more compelling tapestry of sound than the single note could ever achieve. The initial dissonance becomes an essential ingredient for a deeper harmony, a fuller resonance that stirs something within you. Feeling more complex, depth, fleeting the sense of dissonance. It's the profound idea that true richness, the clashing opinions, can be different, but from the need to create a skillful, more vibrant integration and acceptance of it. True resonance beauty that stirs something within you, the clashing opinions, often the emerge uncomfortable truths, but from the need to create a skillful, more vibrant, authentic, and expansive understanding. This concept touches upon principles of cognitive psychology and emotional regulation. When faced with cognitive dissonance, that uncomfortable mental state experienced when one holds conflicting beliefs, values, or attitudes, our natural inclination is often to reduce it, to seek consonance. However, as some theories suggest, embracing a certain degree of dissonance can be a catalyst for growth, leading to more nuanced perspectives rather than rigid adherence. Consider the dialectical process in philosophy, where a thesis and antithesis, in their very opposition, give rise to a synthesis anew, more comprehensive understanding. The sociologist Georg Simmel explored how conflict, far from being purely destructive, can actually be a fundamental social form that establishes group boundaries, strengthens group cohesion, and even leads to new forms of interaction. Perhaps you recall a time in a relationship where a significant disagreement, initially jarring and uncomfortable, eventually led to a deeper understanding of each other's perspectives, strengthening the bond in ways that superficial agreement never could. Or consider a creative project where initial attempts felt disjointed and imperfect, full of clashing elements. But through persistence, those very elements found their unique rhythm, forming something unexpectedly innovative. You might observe this in social discourse, where the uncomfortable exchange of differing viewpoints, though sometimes heated, can ultimately lead to a more robust, informed collective understanding, rather than a simplistic consensus. Even in your own inner world, the tension between conflicting desires or values can, if held with gentle awareness, lead to a more integrated sense of self, a deeper wisdom about your true priorities. What if the very moments that feel discordant, the experiences that rub you the wrong way, are not obstacles to your peace, but essential notes in a larger composition? What if embracing the friction, rather than immediately seeking to smooth it away, allows for a more profound kind of resolution, a harmony that includes all the diverse elements of your experience? Could it be that the richest understanding of life and of yourself emerges from the courageous acceptance of paradox and the willingness to find beauty within the apparent contradictions? Allow the quiet hum of life's varied notes to resonate within you, understanding that the moments of gentle friction, the subtle imbalances, are not flaws, but integral parts of a vaster, more intricate melody. Let yourself simply be within the grand, unfolding harmony of dissonance, the beauty in imperfection. Imagine a perfectly unexpected smooth allure of the flawed, polished stone to the beauty and flawless in its symmetry and imperfection sheen. It gleams under the light, a testament to precision. Now hold another stone, one with a tiny, almost invisible crack running through its surface, or a small, uneven chip on its edge, perhaps a unique swirl of color that deviates from the norm. This second stone, the very deviation etched into its form, somehow feels warmer. It carries a story, a whisper of its journey, a unique character that the perfect stone lacks. You might find your gaze lingering on its particular quirks, sensing a quiet authenticity that draws you in. This feeling, this unexpected allure of the flawed, speaks to the beauty in imperfection, which realization that what we often perceive as beauty in mistake, irregularities, or shortcomings are, in fact, life at its tiny depth, etched into its form uniqueness somehow feels warmer, and its most compelling forms of beauty. It's the understanding that true radiance doesn't always come from absolute flawlessness, but often from the honest display of our shared humanity in all its varied states. This idea is deeply embedded in philosophical and aesthetic traditions. Think of the Japanese aesthetic of wabi-sabi, which finds beauty in transience and imperfection, embracing naturalness, simplicity, and the marks of time and use. It suggests that true beauty is often incomplete, impermanent, and asymmetrical. In psychology, the concept of self-compassion, championed by researchers like Kristen Neff, encourages embracing one's imperfections and failures with kindness and understanding, rather than harsh self-criticism. This acceptance often leads to greater emotional resilience and well-being than striving for an unattainable ideal of perfection. Perhaps you recall a beloved old book, its pages dog-eared and softened from countless readings, its spine creased, carrying the visible marks of its journey with you. It's far from pristine, yet its worn state only deepens your affection for it. Or consider a hand-knitted blanket, where one stitch might be slightly uneven, or a color blend a little off, making it distinctly unique and imbued with the warmth of its maker's touch, far more personal than any mass-produced item. You might see this in relationships, where the acceptance of a partner's quirks or flaws, rather than a demand for perfection, strengthens the bond, fostering a deeper, more authentic love. Even in your own body, the faint scar from an old injury, the lines around your eyes that tell stories of laughter and tears, are not blemishes, but rather a living map of your experiences, contributing to the rich tapestry of who you are. What if the moments you judge most harshly in yourself, the perceived shortcomings you try to hide, are actually your most endearing qualities, the very things that make you uniquely captivating. What if striving for an unattainable perfection keeps you from experiencing the profound, quiet comfort of simply being authentically yourself, with all your beautiful cracks and edges? Is it possible that the greatest peace comes not from eradicating every perceived flaw, but from learning to see and celebrate the inherent, unique beauty that exists within every single imperfection? Allow yourself to rest in the gentle understanding that the most profound beauty often resides not in the absence of flaws, but in the honest, tender embrace of them. Let your being simply unfurl, revealing the quiet, irreplaceable charm of your own unique, wonderfully imperfect existence. The unspoken agreement. Imagine walking into a quiet library. No one announces rules, no one holds up signs, yet you instinctively lower your voice, tread softly, and keep your phone on silent. There's an immediate, intuitive understanding, a shared code of conduct that guides everyone's behavior. But it's palpable, instinctively lower your voice, atmosphere-read respect that rules instruction written on softly shapes the entire. You feel it in the air. There's an immediate move space. Shaping our participate in this concept, maintaining a certain ties relationships, kind of peace. But it's palpable, instinctively lower your voice, collective tread respect that rules instruction. You feel it in the air. There's an immediate language of shared interaction. Shaping our participate in this concept, maintaining a certain ties relationships, kind of peace. Norms our communities, sense of often belonging. And keep your unspoken phone on silent agreement. It's the suggestion of how to be subtle. Expectations move on, silently intuition. Norms are communities. These norms, sense of often belonging unwritten and unstated, are powerful drivers of behavior. They shape everything from how we greet someone to how we navigate a crowded street. Psychologists like Robert Cialdini have explored the power of social proof, where individuals look to the behavior of others to guide their own, forming these unspoken agreements. These agreements are often rooted in our shared desire for harmony and reciprocity, creating a foundational layer of trust and predictability in complex social environments. They speak to our fundamental human need for connection and our intuitive capacity to synchronize with those around us, even without explicit verbal cues. Perhaps you've experienced this in a long-standing friendship, where a shared glance can convey an entire conversation, or a subtle shift in posture can signal a change in mood, understood without a single word. Or consider a family meal, where roles and routines are smoothly enacted year after year, not because they were formalistically assigned, but because everyone intuitively knows their part in the rhythm of the gathering. You might observe this in a professional team, where a deep-seated respect and understanding of each other's work styles allows for seamless collaboration, even on challenging projects, far beyond what any official policy could dictate. Even in moments of collective grief or celebration, a silent, shared emotional space can emerge, where words become unnecessary, and a profound sense of unity simply exists, held by an unspoken understanding of the moment's gravity or joy. What if the most profound connections in your life are not built on spoken promises, but on the delicate tapestry of these unspoken agreements, the mutual respect and intuitive understanding that flows beneath the surface? What if the quiet moments of shared silence, the unspoken nods of recognition, are just as, if not more, powerful than any verbal declaration? Is it possible that the deepest sense of belonging arises not from clearly defined roles, but from the gentle, organic attunement to the subtle, invisible threads that connect us all? Allow yourself to notice the quiet hum of these unseen connections, the subtle dances of understanding that guide your interactions. Rest in the knowledge that much of the beauty and peace in life is held not by rigid structures, but by the tender, invisible embrace of 1,000 shared, unspoken agreements, quietly upholding the world as you know it. Surface. It is the standing by a deep vast well of lake on a calm that is always present blustery day. The storms that might wind ridge on the surface of whips you across the surface, creating turbulent waves that rash and churn, reflecting the chaotic movement of the sky above. The surface seems to be in constant, restless motion, a dazzling display of agitation. Yet if you could dive deep, down beneath the crashing waves, past the swirling currents, you would find a profound stillness. The water there is calm, clear, almost motionless, unaffected by the tempest raging above. The light penetrates differently, softer, diffused, revealing a quiet world untouched by the surface drama. Feeling this profound peace beneath the stillness apparent chaos speaks to the stillness beneath the surface. It's the understanding that within every moment of external activity, every rush of thought, very ripple of emotion, there exists an unchanging, quiet core of being. It is the deep well of calm that is always present, regardless of the storms that might rage on the surface of your experience. While our conscious mind, often referred to as the thinking self or narrative self, is constantly engaged in processing information and reacting to the world, there's a deeper, more fundamental aspect of consciousness that remains observing, quiet, and stable. This is often likened to the observing self or pure awareness, a concept explored in mindfulness practices. Viktor Frankl, in his work on logotherapy, spoke of our human capacity to find meaning even in suffering, hinting at an inner space of freedom and perspective that remains untouched by external circumstances. It suggests that, while thoughts and emotions are transient, the awareness that perceives them has a quality of enduring stillness. Perhaps you've experienced this during a moment of intense stress at work, where amidst the urgency and demands, you found a quiet pocket of clarity, a centeredness that allowed you to respond calmly, rather than react impulsively. Or consider a time of deep personal grief or emotional upheaval, where despite the overwhelming pain, there was a tiny, persistent flicker of awareness that simply observed the storm, never entirely consumed by it. You might notice this when walking in nature. Even amidst the rustling leaves and birdsong, there's a deeper, silent presence that simply exists, connecting you to something vast and unchanging. Even in the midst of a restless night, when thoughts swirl and anxieties churn, there is still the underlying awareness that notices the thoughts, the awareness that is not the thoughts themselves, a quiet witness that simply observes the procession of your mind. What if the peace you seek is not something you need to create or achieve, but something that already exists, patiently waiting for you to notice it, beneath the layers of daily experience? What if the most effective way to navigate life's challenges is not by battling the surface waves, but by gently sinking into the depths of your own inner stillness? Is it possible that your true nature is not defined by the fleeting storms of emotion or thought, but by the quiet, unchanging presence that holds them all? Allow yourself to gently descend, past the ripples of the day, past the currents of thought, into the profound, quiet depths of your own being. Feel the immense, unchanging stillness beneath the surface, always there, always waiting, a calm and unwavering anchor in the vast ocean of life. The dance of being and becoming. Imagine a seedling firmly rooted in the earth, its tiny leaves unfurling. In that very moment, it is a seedling complete in its current form, a perfect expression of its present stage. Yet, simultaneously, it is becoming a towering tree, holding within its delicate structure the blueprint of its future magnificence. It is not one or the other, but both at once, a full, present being and an active, dynamic becoming. There's a silent, fluid movement between these two states, a perpetual unfolding, a gentle tension that is entirely natural. This feeling, this simultaneous presence and potential, speaks to the dance of being and becoming. State or a full destination. Continuous, graceful, there's a silent interplay between who you are right now, in this very state's moment, and who you are evolving into. It's the recognition that true peace often lies in embracing both your current reality and your inherent capacity for growth, without having to choose one over the other. That this simultaneous presence and potential, highlighting how our being is always speaks to the dance of being and becoming intertwined with our becoming. Carol Dweck's work on growth mindset offers a psychological lens, illustrating how believing in one's ability to develop becoming leads to greater resilience and learning than a fixed mindset being that perceives abilities as static. The dance lies in recognizing your present capabilities, while also understanding that they are not fixed, but continually shaped by experience and effort. It acknowledges that your identity is not a static monolith, but a fluid process, constantly unfolding. Perhaps you've felt this as you master a new skill. You are being the learner, absorbing information, making mistakes, and at the same time, you are becoming proficient, feeling the gradual shift in your abilities. Or consider a relationship. You are being the partner you are today, with all your shared history and current dynamics, and simultaneously, you are becoming a new version of yourself alongside them, evolving together in subtle ways. You might experience this in your career. You are being the professional in your current role, contributing your skills, and at the same time, you are becoming someone with new experiences, insights, and potential pathways opening before you. Even in moments of quiet reflection, you are being the person sitting here now, experiencing the present moment, while also becoming slightly different with each thought, each breath, each new perception that integrates into your understanding. What if the tension you sometimes feel between who you are and who you wish to be is not a conflict to be resolved, but an inherent, creative energy that propels your journey? What if the most profound peace arises not from reaching a fixed state, but from gracefully participating in the continuous unfolding of your own existence? Is it possible that the very essence of living is this dynamic, beautiful interplay, this endless dance of simply being, and always, gently, becoming? Allow yourself to feel the rhythm of this gentle, ceaseless movement within you. Rest in the quiet assurance that you are perfectly complete in this present moment, and simultaneously, you are a limitless canvas of potential, forever unfolding, forever dancing between the profound stillness of being and the quiet wonder of becoming. The art of letting be. Imagine holding a handful of sand. If you clench your fist tightly, trying to grasp every single grain, the sand inevitably slips through your fingers, teetering and escaping. The harder you try to hold on, the more you lose. But if you open your palm, allowing the sand to simply rest there, held gently without force, it remains. It might shift and settle, but it holding a stays contained without your fist struggle. You feel the cool, trying to grasp granular every texture, the weight of it, sand without the urgency of possession. This slips through your feeling, surrender of control that's scattering and paradoxically escaping, allows for presence. It remains. It's the profound understanding that much of our suffering arises not from what is, but from our resistance to what is, from our attempts to control outcomes, people, or even our own fleeting thoughts and emotions. It's the recognition that true freedom often emerges from releasing the grip, from allowing things to simply exist as they are, without judgment or forceful manipulation. The weight of it. With you, a key principle is the dichotomy of control, distinguishing between what is within our power, judgments, attitudes, actions, and what is not external events, other people's opinions, the past. The wisdom lies in accepting what cannot be controlled and focusing energy on what can. In contemporary psychology, aspects of acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, emphasize psychological flexibility, the ability to be present, open up, and do what matters, even when experiencing difficult thoughts, feelings, or sensations, rather than trying to eliminate or control them. It's about creating space for experience, rather than battling against it, allowing thoughts and feelings to flow like clouds in the sky without grasping onto them. Perhaps you've experienced this with a challenging emotion, like anxiety. The more you try to push it away or fight it, the more persistent and overwhelming it seems. But when you gently acknowledge its presence, allowing it to simply be there without judgment, its intensity often softens, creating space for clarity. Or consider a difficult conversation with a loved one. The more you try to force a specific outcome or convince them of your exact viewpoint, the more resistance you might encounter. But when you release that need, truly listening and allowing their perspective to simply exist alongside yours, a deeper, more authentic connection often emerges. You might see this in your professional life, where attachment to a particular plan or outcome, even a good one, can blind you to new opportunities. But when you let be, when you trust the process and remain open to unexpected turns, innovative solutions sometimes present themselves effortlessly. Even when trying to fall asleep, the more you try to make yourself sleep, the more elusive it becomes. But when you simply lie still, letting thoughts come and go, allowing your body to rest without demand, sleep often arrives as a gentle visitor. What if the burdens you carry are not because of the world's weight, but because of your own firm grip, your unconscious refusal to simply allow things to be as they are? What if the peace you long for is not found in achieving perfect control, but in cultivating the courage to release it, to surrender to the natural flow of life? Is it possible that the truest strength lies not in mastery over external circumstances, but in the quiet, profound art of letting go, of allowing everything to simply exist within the vast space of your awareness? Allow your hands to gently unfurl, releasing any unspoken tension, any subtle clenching. Rest in the quiet wisdom that some things are best held loosely, with an open palm. Feel the gentle current of existence moving through you, as you simply let it be. The paradox of presence. Imagine you are watching a flickering candle flame in a darkened room. Your eyes are drawn to the vibrant, dancing light, mesmerized by its constant movement and unpredictable sway. You could try to capture it, to hold that precise moment of the flame's form, but it's an impossible task. The flame is always shifting, always becoming something else. Yet, in the very watching act of observing its flickering candle continuous flame and change, you are deeply present with it. You are not drawn to the vibrant thinking about the past flame or the future flame, only this one, mesmerized by now, in its fluid, living reality. Sway its very impermanence roots you in the immediacy of its existence. This feeling, this profound immersion in the now, which paradoxically arises from acknowledging constant change, speaks to the paradox of presence. It's the understanding that while the present moment is always fleeting, always dissolving into the past even as it arises, it is simultaneously the only moment that ever truly exists, the only place where life can be experienced. It is simultaneously the only moment that ever truly exists, but an experienced engagement with the continuous unfolding of reality. This concept is a cornerstone of mindfulness traditions and has deep roots in phenomenology and existentialism. The philosopher Henry Bergson emphasized the idea of duration, la durée, the continuous, qualitative flow of experience, arguing that true reality is grasped not by segmenting it into discrete moments, but by experiencing it as an indivisible whole. In psychology, the cultivation of flow states, as described by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, highlights how deep absorption in an activity, where one's attention is fully immersed, leads to a heightened sense of presence, often resulting in a diminished awareness of time passing. It's in this engaged, non-judgmental awareness of the here and now that we truly live, rather than dwelling in the echoes of yesterday or the projections of tomorrow. Perhaps you've experienced this while deeply engaged in a creative pursuit. Hours might melt away, your mind completely absorbed in the brushstrokes, the notes, the words, with no sense of past or future, just the vibrant unfolding of the present act. Or consider a conversation with a cherished friend where you are truly listening, not planning your response, not distracted by external thoughts, but fully attuned to their words, their expressions, their very presence. You might notice this when walking in nature, feeling the breeze on your skin, hearing the rustle of leaves, seeing the sunlight filter through the trees, a complete immersion in sensory experience that anchors you utterly in the now. Even in the quiet act of breathing, if you simply focus on the sensation of each inhale and exhale, without judgment or analysis, you become profoundly present to the simple, continuous miracle of life flowing through you. What if the elusive present moment isn't something to be captured, but something to be danced with, a constant becoming that invites your full, non-resistant participation? What if the deepest joy is not found in holding on to fleeting moments, but in embracing their very impermanence, allowing them to arise and pass within the vastness of your awareness? Is it possible that true peace resides in the paradox of recognizing the transient nature of every now, while simultaneously allowing yourself to be utterly, completely here? Allow your awareness to gently settle into the quiet, ever-shifting landscape of this very moment. Feel the soft presence of your breath, the gentle sounds around you, the subtle stirrings within. Rest in the profound and tender paradox of presence, forever dancing on the edge of what is, and what is just about to be. The gentle dissolution. Imagine standing by the shore as the tide begins to recede. The robust waves that once crashed with force now soften, their energy lessening with each gentle lap against the sand. Bits of intricate sandcastles built with care and precision hours ago begin to lose their crisp edges, melting slowly back into the vast, undifferentiated beach. The intricate details blur, the sharp lessening with lines each softened gentle L, until all that remains is the smooth, wet expanse. There's no struggle in this retreat, only a quiet, inevitable softening, a peaceful return to the formless. This feeling, this quiet melting back into the undifferentiated, speaks to the gentle dissolution. It's the profound understanding that just as things come into being, they also, inevitably, dissolve. It's the recognition that endings are not always abrupt or painful, but can be a soft, graceful release, a quiet fading that is as natural and necessary as any beginning. It's the letting go of form, of structure, of what was, allowing it to merge back into the larger, formless flow of existence. Traditions but can. In the gentle natural world graceful release, it's the letting go of form, of structure growth, dissolve, body's formless flow of existence. Psychologically, this relates to the process of grieving, where the sharp edges of loss gradually soften over time, dissolving into a more diffuse sense of remembrance rather than acute pain. It also touches on the idea of ego dissolution in some contemplative practices, where the rigid boundaries of the individual self soften, allowing for a broader sense of connection and unity. The Buddhist concept of impermanence anicca highlights that all compounded phenomena are subject to change, decay, and dissolution, and that understanding this can lead to liberation from suffering caused by clinging to transient forms. Perhaps you've experienced this with a long-held belief that once felt solid and undeniable, but over time, through new experiences or insights, it gently dissolved, making space for a more expansive understanding without a sense of loss. Or consider a project you poured your heart into that ultimately didn't materialize as planned. Instead of a harsh failure, you might have felt a quiet release as the attachment to that specific outcome dissolved, freeing your energy for something new. You might observe this in relationships that naturally evolve and shift, where a previous intensity or specific role gently dissolves, transforming into a different, perhaps quieter, but equally valid form of connection. Even in your own body, the sensation of a tension or discomfort, when held with gentle awareness rather than resistance, can often begin to soften and dissolve, like a knot slowly loosening, returning to a state of ease. What if the things that end, the forms that fade, are not truly gone, but simply returning to a more fundamental state, dissolving back into the boundless potential from which they emerged? What if true liberation lies not in holding onto what is, but in trusting the natural, quiet process of letting go, of allowing the gentle dissolution to occur. Is it possible that peace is found not in resisting the tide's retreat, but in gracefully allowing yourself to merge with the endless flow of creation and uncreation? Allow yourself to feel the soft edges of things, the subtle softening of what once felt rigid. Rest in the profound understanding that everything in its own time undergoes a quiet, graceful release. Let the gentle dissolution wash over you, like a soft wave retreating, leaving behind a vast, peaceful expanse, returning to the source. Raindrop falling from the sky, landing on a leaf, then trickling down a branch, joining countless other drops to form a all stream. This stream flows into a river, which in turn empties into a vast, boundless ocean. Each drop, for a time, has its individual journey, its unique path. Yet eventually, through evaporation and the grand hydrological cycle, returning to the source, more raindrop ready to fall. Again, it's a journey outward, a unique expression, and then a quiet, inevitable returning to the source, a reintegration into the vastness from which it came. This feeling we are all interconnected, threads in a single. This concept individuality, spiritual and experience, separation, there is a central to the philosophical idea of fundamental ground of being, in philosophical monism. It's the recognition that despite our unique expressions, speaks to returning to the source, for a time, infinite tapestry. Traditions, its things arise and to which unique all-path things ultimately return. In philosophical monism, all reality is seen as derived from a single substance or principle. Mystical experiences across various cultures often describe a profound sense of unity with everything, a dissolution of the perceived boundaries of the individual self, indicating a return to a deeper, more fundamental reality. Carl Jung's concept of the collective unconscious hints at a universal, shared reservoir of human experience and archetypes, suggesting a deeper, common root to our individual consciousnesses. It's about recognizing the illusion of absolute separation and connecting with the underlying unity that pervades all existence. Perhaps you've felt this during a moment of deep connection in nature, a powerful sense of belonging, a feeling that you are not merely observing the trees or the mountains, but are, in some profound way, part of them, dissolving the boundaries of your individual self into the larger whole. Or consider a moment of shared, profound joy or sorrow with a group of people, where the individual identities seem to melt away, and a palpable sense of collective humanity emerges, a feeling of being in it together. You might experience this in the silence of deep meditation, where the constant chatter of the mind gradually subsides, and you touch upon a quiet, boundless awareness that feels fundamental and all-encompassing, a return to a basic state of pure consciousness. Even in the act of listening to a piece of music that deeply resonates with you, there might be a moment where the notes, the rhythm, the very composition seems to dissolve into a single, unified emotional experience, and you feel utterly connected to the music and to something beyond yourself. What if the deepest longing you feel, the quiet yearning for belonging or understanding, is actually an echo of this inherent drive to return to the source, to remember your fundamental interconnectedness? What if true peace is not found in building higher walls of individuality, but in gently dissolving them, in remembering the vast, formless ocean from which you arose? Is it possible that your truest self is not a separate entity, but an ever-present facet of the universal whole, always capable of returning home, right here, right now? Allow yourself to feel the gentle pull of this quiet, fundamental remembrance, a soft homecoming to the vast, formless essence of all things. Rest in the knowledge that you are never truly separate, always connected, forever flowing into and out of the boundless, quiet mystery. Let your being simply return to the source, the silence of understanding. You find yourself standing at the edge of a vast, ancient forest, just as twilight begins to soften the sharp edges of the day. The air is cool and still, carrying the deep, earthy scent of damp soil and pine needles. A profound quietness settles around you, a hush so complete it seems to absorb all sound. Do not always reck, of not just with your words' ears, but with your very being, expecting the rustle of unseen creatures, the faint murmur of a distant stream. But there is only this almost unbearable quiet, a silence that isn't empty, but full pregnant with the unspoken lives of trees that have stood for centuries, with the myriad communication stories of the forest floor, of roots entwined beneath the surface. You, a natural human urge to fill this void, to speak, to explain, perhaps even to whisper your own thoughts into the vastness, but something holds you back. It's a gentle, almost imperceptible hand upon your heart, suggesting that the deepest truths, the most profound connections, do not always require the articulation of words. There is a different kind of communication happening here, a resonance that bypasses the need for language, a knowing that exists in the spaces between thoughts. This is the quiet recognition that blossoms when understanding transcends explanation. It is the moment when a shared glance conveys an entire conversation, when a subtle shift in posture speaks volumes, when the deep empathy you feel for another's joy or sorrow needs no translation. It's the feeling that washes over you when you simply know something to be true, not because it has been logically dissected and presented, but because it resonates deeply within your intuitive core. This form of understanding is less about processing information and more about experiencing a shared state, a silent echo of souls recognizing each other. Think of those times when you've been with someone you deeply trust, perhaps a friend from childhood or a partner who has walked beside you through many seasons. You might sit in comfortable quiet, side by side, not needing to fill the air with chatter. Yet, in that very silence, a profound connection hums, a silent dialogue unfolding that is richer and more authentic than any spoken words could convey. You understand their mood, their unspoken concerns, their quiet joy, simply by being present with them. This isn't mind reading. It's a profound attunement, an empathetic resonance. This kind of knowing taps into what some philosophers and psychologists call tacit knowledge, that deep well of understanding we possess that is difficult, if not impossible, to articulate. The philosopher Michael Polanyi spoke of how we know more than we can tell. You know how to ride a bicycle, not because you can perfectly explain the physics of balance, but because your body knows through experience. Similarly, you understand a nuanced emotional state in another person not just by their words, but by the subtle shifts in their eyes, the tension in their shoulders, the barely perceptible tremor in their voice, and the way your own internal landscape responds. It's a holistic, felt understanding, bypassing the analytical mind. Consider moments in your daily life. You might observe a child grappling with a new puzzle, their brow furrowed in concentration. Without a single word, you understand their frustration, their determined focus, their eventual triumphant smile. Or perhaps you've worked on a creative project with a team, reaching a point where ideas flow so seamlessly that you finish each other's unspoken thoughts, moving together in a dance of silent agreement. Even on social media, you might scroll past an image or a short video, and a flicker of emotion, a wave of recognition, washes over yuan understanding that doesn't need a caption, a feeling that resonates deep within. What if the relentless pursuit of verbal articulation, the constant need to define and explain everything, sometimes prevents us from accessing these deeper layers of understanding? Is it possible that in our eagerness to speak, we inadvertently close off the channels through which profound, wordless knowing can flow? Imagine the burden lifted if you didn't always have to find the perfect words, if simply being in a state of empathetic presence was enough. The pressure to justify, to analyze, to intellectualize can sometimes obscure the simple, elegant truth that already exists in the quiet spaces. The silence of understanding invites you to lean into these moments of wordless connection. It asks you to trust your intuition, to feel into the subtle currents of human interaction, to listen not just to what is said, but to what is unsaid, to the undertones and overtones of emotion. It suggests that true wisdom often resides not in the grand pronouncements, but in the quiet recognition that echoes within you, confirming a truth that needs no argument, no proof, no validation beyond its own felt presence. As the last light fades from the forest and the deep quiet embraces you fully, allow yourself to rest in this knowing. There is a profound peace in understanding without effort, in connecting without the barrier of words. What if the most powerful form of communication is the one that happens when everything falls silent, the unseen hand of creation? You are standing on a vast, windswept beach, the sand stretching endlessly beneath, your bare feet cool and fine. The rhythmic roar and sigh of the ocean fill the air, a constant, hypnotic pulse. Yet swells with their calais, wonder at the curls sheer, shore in a burst of beautifully present in white every foam single wave that touches the shore, leaving behind intricate patterns on the wet sand before receding again. It's an act of immense power and beauty, seemingly spontaneous, yet utterly predictable in its essence. You know intellectually that the moon's gravity pulls the tides, that distant storms whip up the swells, that the ocean floor sculpts the wave's final form. But watching it, there's a deeper sense, an awe-filled wonder at the sheer, effortless process. You don't see the moon's pull, or the wind's breath across miles of open water, or the deep ocean currents. Yet, their collective influence is undeniably, beautifully present in every single wave that touches the shore. This feeling, this subtle awareness, introduces the idea of an unseen hand at work, not a literal hand, but a confluence of forces, influences, and energies that shape our reality in ways we often don't consciously perceive. It's the quiet architects of our experiences, the subtle currents that guide our paths, the ripple effects of choices made long ago, all conspiring to bring about the present moment. This isn't about fate or destiny in a rigid sense, but about the intricate, interconnected web of causality and emergence that underlies all existence, often operating just beyond the veil of our immediate awareness. Psychologically, this touches upon concepts like emergence, where complex systems arise from simple interactions, or the idea of unconscious processing, where much of our brain's work happens below the level of conscious thought, influencing our perceptions, decisions, and emotions. Consider the butterfly effect, a concept from chaos theory, where a tiny perturbation in one part of a complex system can lead to large differences in a later state. The gentle flap of a butterfly's wings, seemingly insignificant, could theoretically contribute to the formation of a hurricane weeks later on the other side of the world. While often simplified, it beautifully illustrates how small, unseen forces can collectively yield monumental outcomes. Think about your own life. You might recall a chance encounter that led to a pivotal friendship, a casual conversation that sparked an entirely new career direction, or a seemingly insignificant decision made years ago that now, in retrospect, appears to have laid the groundwork for your current circumstances. You didn't consciously plan for these exact outcomes, didn't foresee the intricate chain of events. Yet looking back, there's a sense of an invisible momentum, a gentle nudge here, an unexpected opening there, guiding you along. It's like the sculptor who doesn't see the individual molecules of clay rearranging, but trusts the overall process of shaping a form. Even in creative pursuits, this unseen hand is evident. A writer might sit down with a blank page, not knowing where the story will lead, yet as they write, characters emerge, plot lines intertwine, and a narrative takes shape, often surprising the creator themselves. An artist might begin with a vague idea, and as they apply paint to canvas, the colors and forms guide their hand, as if the painting itself is revealing its own destiny. These moments feel less like direct, conscious control, and more like a collaboration with an underlying creative current. What if much of what we perceive as ourselves or our choices is deeply interwoven with a tapestry of unseen influences, both internal and external. If the currents of culture, the echoes of ancestral wisdom, the subtle cues from our environment, and the vast, intricate workings of our own unconscious mind are constantly, quietly, shaping the reality we inhabit. Does acknowledging this unseen hand diminish our agency, or does it invite a deeper sense of humility and interconnectedness? Perhaps it's a call to observe more closely, to feel into the subtle energies that guide and create, rather than just focusing on the surface manifestations. Allow yourself to feel this presence, this gentle, shaping force, like the invisible currents that sculpt the ocean floor, or the silent roots that anchor the mightiest tree. It is not an external puppeteer, but an inherent wisdom within the unfolding of life itself, a quiet creator woven into the fabric of everything. What if the grand symphony of existence is being composed not by a single conductor, but by the countless, unseen vibrations of every single note playing its part? The dream we are living. You are drifting, eyes closed, on the cusp of emotions were so waking, the landscapes of a dream and the familiar sensations so contours of your palpable room. In the dream, you were flying, soaring effortlessly above a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, feeling the exhilarating rush of wind against your face, the boundless freedom of the sky. On the cusp of emotions were so waking real, the landscapes of a dream and the familiar sensations so contours of your, that even now, as the edges of the dream fray, a part of you still feels the lingering echo of that impossible flight. And then, slowly, gently, the awareness of your bed, the subtle hum of the morning, the scent of coffee brewing downstairs pulls you back. And then, world and this slowly waking world blur, and you wonder, which awareness one of your feels bead more real? Essence of your experience. The invites us to sense of ponder the nature of the coffee reality we brewing inhabit, akin to a dream pulls you back. Not in the sense that it's unreal or illusory in a negative way, but that it is profoundly shaped by our perception, our expectations, our deeply held beliefs, and the unconscious narratives we carry. The dream we are living suggests that our experience of reality is far more subjective, fluid, and co-created than we often acknowledge. It's like a deeply immersive simulation where our consciousness is the primary player, constantly projecting and interpreting. Philosophically, this idea resonates with concepts from various traditions, from ancient Eastern philosophies that speak of Maya, the illusory nature of the world, to modern theories of constructivism, which posit that our knowledge and reality are actively constructed by our minds rather than passively received. The renowned philosopher Immanuel Kant argued that we can never truly know things in themselves, but only how they appear to us through the lens of our sensory and cognitive faculties. Our minds, he suggested, actively structure and organize our experience, meaning we don't just perceive the world, we create our world through perception. Consider how your internal state can dramatically alter your external reality. On a day filled with joy and optimism, the world might appear vibrant, full of possibility, even when external circumstances remain unchanged. A traffic jam becomes an opportunity to listen to music. A challenging task transforms into an exciting puzzle. Yet on a day clouded by anxiety or sadness, the very same external conditions might feel oppressive, dull, or overwhelming. The traffic becomes an intolerable delay, the task an insurmountable burden. The facts of the situation haven't changed, but your experience of them, your subjective reality, has shifted dramatically. Think about the narratives you tell yourself about your life, your abilities, your relationships. If you believe you are capable, opportunities seem to appear and challenges feel surmountable. If you believe you are unworthy, you might unknowingly filter out opportunities, interpret neutral feedback as negative, and attract experiences that confirm that belief. This isn't magic. It's a fundamental aspect of cognitive bias, like confirmation bias, where we unconsciously seek out and interpret information in a way that confirms our pre-existing beliefs. The dream we are living is woven from these threads of perception, belief, and narrative. What if you could consciously participate more fully in the co-creation of this waking dream? What if you began to notice the underlying assumptions, the quiet narratives playing on repeat in your mind, and gently, playfully, experimented with shifting them? Would the dream itself begin to transform? Does believing in your limits create them, and believing in your possibilities open them? Is the very act of conscious awareness the subtle key to waking up within the dream, not to escape it, but to become a more deliberate architect of your experience within it? As the dream dissolves fully into the morning light, and you feel your feet grounded firmly on the floor, remember this profound fluidity. Your reality is not a fixed, external entity, but a living, breathing tapestry woven from the threads of your consciousness. What stories are you telling yourself today that are shaping the very dream you are about to step into? The awakened sleep. You are lying in your bed in the deep quiet of the night. Your body is heavy and still, sinking into the mattress, muscles soft, breath slow and deep. Your eyes are closed, but your mind is not racing, nor is it completely surrendered to unconsciousness. Instead, there's a delicate balance, a quiet awareness lingering at the edges of sleep. You hear the faint hum of the refrigerator, distant in the bark of a deep dog creak of the house. Your body is heavy and settling still. Sounds don't disturb you. Then your float eyes are away, but your leaves on a mind is not slow racing moving stream. There's a relaxation, a letting go of quiet all-awareness effort, yet an exquisite sensitivity to the subtlest vibrations of existence. You are profoundly at rest, yet somehow profoundly aware. This state, this awakened sleep, points to a paradox, that true rest isn't always about unconsciousness, and true awareness isn't always about active, strenuous effort. It's about a relaxed vigilance, a receptive presence that allows the mind and body to rejuvenate while remaining subtly connected to the deeper currents of being, yet somehow, away instead, striving self. And true awareness isn't always about active, concepts strenuous related to mindfulness, relaxed vigilance as states of deep relaxation, a receptive presence that allows the mind, and allows the body to mind and body to rejuvenate, while remaining subtly connected to the deeper currents of being, and the parasympathetic nervous system. When the parasympathetic system is dominant, often referred to as rest and digest, the body slows its heart rate, lowers blood pressure, and directs energy toward repair and restoration. This is distinct from active problem-solving or high-stress engagement. Meditation practices often aim for a similar state, a relaxed body with an alert, yet peaceful mind. It's about cultivating what some call non-doing, a state of simply being, free from the incessant urge to achieve or control. Consider the moments in your life when truly profound solutions or creative ideas have come to you, not when you were actively striving, but when you were in a relaxed, open state. Perhaps while showering, taking a quiet walk, or just before drifting off to sleep. The psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, famous for his work on flow, noted that while deep concentration is crucial, periods of mental disengagement can be equally important for creative breakthroughs, allowing the unconscious mind to connect disparate ideas. It's during these periods of awakened sleep of the mind that new neural pathways can form and novel insights can quietly arise. Think about a time you tried desperately to remember a name or a word, only for it to finally surface hours later, when you were no longer consciously trying. Or perhaps you've struggled with a difficult decision, turning it over and over in your mind, only for the path forward to become clear the next morning, seemingly out of nowhere. This is the intelligence of the subconscious at work, unfettered by the demands of the conscious ego, doing its work in the quiet background of your being. What if true rest isn't about escaping from the world into oblivion, but about entering a deeper, more profound relationship with either receptive state where you are open to receive guidance, healing, and insight? Is it possible that our constant need to be on, to be productive, to be actively engaged, prevents us from tapping into this deeper wellspring of wisdom that resides within us during moments of quiet surrender. Does true renewal come not from doing more, but from allowing yourself to simply be in this state of gentle, awakened receptivity? As you rest in this liminal space, neither fully awake nor deeply asleep, allow your awareness to simply be, like a candle flame burning steadily in a still room. There is no need to grasp, no need to force, no need to achieve anything. Just the quiet presence of your being, attentive to the gentle hum of existence. What if the deepest understanding emerges not from seeking, but from allowing yourself to simply rest, fully awake, in the quiet unfolding of each moment? Beginning, you are standing on a quiet shore, watching the last sliver of the sun dip below the horizon. The vibrant colors of the sunset bleed into soft pastels, then deepen into the purples and indigos of twilight. As the last glimmer vanishes, a profound stillness descends. It feels like an ending, a gentle farewell to the light and warmth of the day. Yet as recedes, but rather a darkening canvas of the sky trance. The air cools, or different a kind of energy gateway to emerges, quiet hum of the night, the promise of unseen nocturnal life, the vast, expansive silence. What feels like a finality, the end of one cycle, is simultaneously the subtle, almost imperceptible birth of another. This profound observation introduces a timeless truth, that what we perceive as an end is rarely an absolute cessation, but rather a transition, a transformation, or a gateway to a new unfolding. Every closing door opens another, though the new door may be different, perhaps requiring a different way of seeing or a different kind of courage to step through. It's not a mere philosophical platitude. It's an inherent rhythm of life itself, evident in natural cycles, personal growth, and the evolution of ideas. Psychologically, this idea relates to resilience, adaptability, and the human capacity for renewal. When something concludes as a relationship, a job, a phase of life will often experience grief or loss, a natural and necessary process. However, the ability to reframe these endings not as voids but as fertile ground for new growth is crucial for well-being. Carol Dweck's concept of a growth mindset is relevant here, viewing challenges or setbacks which are often perceived as endings not as failures, but as opportunities for learning and development. It's about understanding that the dissolution of one form makes space for another to emerge. Think of the shedding of a snake's skin. To the snake, it's not a loss but a vital part of its growth, allowing for a new, larger skin to emerge beneath. Or consider the changing of seasons. The vibrant abundance of summer gives way to the fiery beauty of autumn, which then yields to the stark, quiet introspection of winter. But winter isn't dead. It's a period of deep rest, of roots gathering strength, of seeds lying dormant, awaiting the explosive rebirth of spring. Each end contains the blueprint of a new beginning. In your own life, you might recall experiences that felt like profound endings. Perhaps leaving a beloved school, ending a significant relationship, or moving away from a familiar home. In those moments, the sense of loss can be overwhelming. Yet looking back, you often see how those endings cleared a path for something entirely new and often richer to enter your life: new friendships, unexpected opportunities, a deeper understanding of yourself. The very discomfort of the ending often acts as a catalyst, propelling you forward into uncharted territory, forcing you to adapt and innovate. What if the resistance we feel towards endings, clinging to what was, the fear of the unknown is precisely what prevents us from fully embracing the potential of what is to come? Is it possible that the deepest wisdom lies in learning to dance with impermanence, to gently release what has served its purpose, trusting that life itself is a continuous process of becoming? Does the universe continually invite us to let go of the old form so that something new, something more aligned with our evolving self, can emerge? As the night sky deepens, vast and full of stars, allow this truth to settle within you. Every moment of completion holds within it the seed of a fresh start, a new iteration, a different perspective. There is no true finality, only the ceaseless, graceful unfolding of existence, a cosmic dance where every ending is merely a prelude to a new dawn. What if the most courageous act is to willingly step into the quiet space that opens when one chapter closes, trusting that another is already quietly beginning? The still point of the turning world. You are standing in the very center of a bustling city square. Around you, life pulses with vibrant energy. Cars rush by, voices chatter, music drifts from open windows, footsteps tap rhythmically on the pavement. The world is a whirlwind of motion, a kaleidoscope of activity. Yet, amidst all this dynamic chaos, you find a peculiar stillness within yourself. Activity, circumstances, open, unmoving pivot around which life's unaffected by the ceaseless external flurry. Your breath remains steady, your mind clear, even as the world spins around you are in the turning world, yet simultaneously connected to a quiet, unmoving core. This feeling brings forth the idea of the still point, a concept explored by poets and mystics for centuries. Inner you are sanctuary of calm, circumstances, revolves. Drifts from this open still point is not a window's place you go to, tap, but a kithme rhythmically of on the being that you can access motion. You find a peculiar stillness within yourself, clear, world even as the unmoving storm pivot around which rages around it. Psychologically spins around you. This feeling brings forth the idea of the resilience, and the concept explored by practice of poets, mindful and presence mystics for centuries. When we can access this inner stillness, we are better able to respond to challenges rather than react impulsively. The ability to observe our thoughts and emotions without being swept away by them is a core tenet of mindfulness-based practices. It's about creating a psychological distance between the observer and the observed, allowing you to witness the swirling currents of your inner and outer world without being consumed by them. This inner stability provides a sense of agency even when external events feel overwhelming. Think of a spinning top. Its outer edges blur with rapid motion, but its very center, its axis, remains relatively stable and fixed, allowing the entire structure to maintain its balance. Similarly, in moments of intense stress or pressure, when you feel pulled in 1,000 directions, cultivating this inner still point allows you to remain grounded. It's the difference between being tossed about by waves and becoming aware that you are the deep ocean beneath them, vast and imperturbable. Even in moments of deep connection, this still point is present. When you truly listen to another person, without judgment or the need to formulate a response, you enter a quiet, receptive space. That space of pure presence, free from the noise of your own inner monologue, is a manifestation of the still point. It's where true empathy can blossom, where profound understanding can occur without words. Consider the wisdom found in ancient philosophies. For instance, the Taoist concept of wu-wei often translates to non-action or effortless action. It's not about doing nothing, but about acting in alignment with the natural flow of things, from a place of inner stillness rather than frantic striving. When you act from the still point, your actions become more potent, more efficient, and often more graceful, because they are not born of tension or resistance. What if the greatest source of strength and wisdom isn't found in external achievements or constant busyness, but in the cultivation of this quiet, unchanging core within you? Is it possible that our incessant search for external solutions, for more doing, for more acquiring, distracts us from the profound resource that already lies dormant within, waiting to be accessed? Does true power emerge not from control, but from profound presence? As the city lights twinkle into existence around you, and the world continues its endless turning, allow yourself to sink into that quiet center. Feel the stillness beneath the movement, the peace beneath the noise, the calm beneath the storm. What if the most turbulent experiences of life are simply invitations to return, again and again, to the quiet, unwavering heart of your own being? The great acceptance. You are standing on a rugged, windswept cliff overlooking a turbulent sea. Below, colossal waves crash against the ancient rock face with immense power, sending spray high into the air. The wind whips around you, strong and relentless, tugging at your clothes. Everything here speaks of untamed force, of nature's raw, indifferent power. You can feel the cold mist on your face, hear the roar that vibrates through your chest. There is no arguing with this ocean, no reasoning with this wind. You cannot control it, cannot change its course, cannot diminish its power. In this moment, there is only the profound, undeniable reality of its existence and your own smallness within its grandeur. Colossal recognition. A strange, liberating peace begins to bloom. This sensation leads us to the great acceptance, a deep, profound surrender to what is, both within ourselves and in the world around us. Leads us to the change itself-ality as its spray cannot hie into the. There is only the profound, undeniable without reality of its judgment. Everything here speaks of untamed force. Embrace of the present of moment, in all its complexity, beauty, and discomfort. Psychologically, this is closely linked to concepts of emotional regulation, cognitive flexibility, and the practice of radical acceptance, a key component in dialectical behavior therapy (DBT). Radical acceptance teaches us to acknowledge reality, even when it's painful, because fighting against it only prolongs suffering. It's not about condoning or liking what is happening, but about acknowledging that it is happening. This allows us to move from a place of futile resistance to a place where we can respond wisely, or simply find peace in the face of what cannot be changed. Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist, wrote extensively about finding meaning even in unimaginable suffering, emphasizing that while we cannot always control our circumstances, we always retain the freedom to choose our attitude toward them. Consider moments in your life when you fought against an uncomfortable truth, a change you didn't want, a feeling you tried to suppress, a situation you wished hadn't happened. Perhaps it was a difficult diagnosis, the end of a cherished dream, or simply a rainy day when you desperately wanted sunshine. In those moments of resistance, did you notice the added layer of suffering, the tension in your body, the agitation in your mind, the endless loop of if-onlys and why mess? This internal struggle often consumes more energy than the actual situation itself. Now, recall a time when, perhaps after much struggle, you finally relented, let go, and simply allowed reality to be. Maybe you accepted a difficult conversation, or released the need for a particular outcome, or embraced an unexpected turn of events. Did a quiet relief wash over you? Did the tension in your shoulders ease? This isn't passive giving up. It's an intelligent recognition of where your energy is best spent. It's about discerning what is within your sphere of influence and what is not, and then gracefully releasing the latter. What if the deepest freedom isn't found in controlling every aspect of your life, but in releasing the need to control what cannot be controlled? Does the universe continually invite you to soften, to open, to say yes to the totality of your experience, rather than resisting fragments of it? Is it possible that the very things we resist, the pains we try to avoid, hold invaluable lessons or hidden pathways, if only we were willing to meet them with an open heart? As the powerful waves continue their endless crash against the cliff, and the wind sweeps across the vast expanse of the ocean, allow yourself to breathe into the great acceptance. There is a profound strength in letting go, a quiet power in embracing reality just as it is. What if the path to true peace begins not with changing the world, but with fully accepting it and yourself within it, in this very moment, beyond duality's embrace? You are standing in a vast, empty landscape, stretched between a brilliant, blazing sun on one horizon and a soft, luminous moon on the other. One radiates warmth, light, and vibrant energy. The other casts cool shadows, reflects light, and evokes quiet contemplation. You feel the pull of both, the stark contrast, the seemingly opposing forces. Eternal, to casts categorize, other day interdependent, complementary light or shadow, quiet good or bad, Vulnerability. Profound both idea of yet moving, as you acknowledging stand their dualities embrace, suspended between them. Habitual you mind's tendency to realize that divide the neither can world into exist without the opposing author pairs. The moon's light is borrowed from the sun, defines the very lessons for concept of success, ether or shadow. They are not truly separate, but two sides of an indivisible whole, dancing in an eternal, perfect balance. This perception leads us to the profound idea of moving beyond duality's embrace to transcend the mind's habitual tendency to divide the world into opposing pairs, into ether or categories. Perfect balance, recognizing that many apparent opposites are, in fact, interdependent, complementary aspects of a larger unity. Joy often reveals itself most sharply against the backdrop of sorrow. Strength. GTH can emerge from acknowledging vulnerability. Success often contains the seeds of failure, and failure, the lessons for success. To truly understand one, you must also understand its counterpart. Philosophically, this concept is central to many wisdom traditions. The ancient Chinese symbol of the Tao, the yin and yang, perfectly illustrates this. Two opposing forces that are in fact complementary, interconnected, and interdependent. Within each is a small circle of the other, symbolizing that even at the peak of one, the seed of its opposite is present. This suggests that reality is not static and divided, but dynamic and unified. The philosopher Heraclitus famously stated, "The way up and the way down are one and the same." Psychologically, our dualistic thinking can be a significant source of inner conflict and suffering. We label experiences as good or bad, emotions as positive or negative, people as right or wrong. This often leads to judgment, avoidance, and a constant striving to eliminate one side of the equation. Cognitive biases like black and white thinking or all or nothing thinking exemplify this rigid adherence to dualistic categories, making it difficult to perceive nuances or find middle ground. Moving beyond duality means embracing complexity, ambiguity, and paradox. Consider moments in your own life where you struggled with an apparent opposite. Perhaps you felt you had to be strong and never show weakness. Yet, it was in moments of true vulnerability that you experienced the deepest connection with others, or found unexpected inner resilience. Or maybe you feared failure, striving constantly for success, only to find that the most profound learning and growth occurred precisely in the aftermath of what you labeled a failure. Even in relationships, we often seek someone who completes us, an other half. Yet true connection blossoms when we recognize the shared humanity, the fundamental unity that lies beneath apparent differences. The love and the fear, the joy and the sorrow, the light and the shadow wall are part of the rich tapestry of human experience, not to be separated, but to be woven together into a fuller, more authentic understanding of self and world. What if the incessant need to choose, to label, to separate, prevents us from experiencing the fullness and richness of life? Is it possible that in trying to eliminate one side of a perceived duality, we inadvertently diminish the other, and ultimately ourselves? Does true wisdom lie not in resolving paradoxes, but in learning to hold them gently, understanding that both sides are necessary for a complete picture? As the sun and moon stand in silent, majestic balance on the horizon, allow yourself to feel this profound interconnectedness. There is a deep peace in realizing that the light and shadow within you, the ebb and flow of life, are not enemies, but eternal companions, each defining and enriching the other. What if the deepest peace emerges when you no longer feel the need to choose, but simply to embrace the vast, integrated dance of everything, the unbroken wholeness? You are sitting in a quiet room, perhaps your own, feeling a subtle ache in your body, a whisper of anxiety in your mind, a sense of incompleteness that lingers just beneath the surface of your conscious thoughts. You glance at your hand, then your arm, your leg, your torso, each part seemingly distinct, with its own function, its own history. Yet you know intellectually that these are not separate entities, but integral components of a single living organism, your body. The ache in your shoulder impacts your mood. The flutter in your stomach affects your clarity of thought. Everything is connected, interdependent, breathing and moving as one. And as you sense this intricate internal unity, a deeper awareness begins to dawn, that this wholeness extends far beyond the confines of your skin. This realization introduces the profound concept of unbroken wholeness, the understanding that despite all apparent divisions, fragments, and separations in the world, there is an underlying, fundamental unity to all existence. It suggests that nothing is truly disconnected, no event is entirely isolated, no individual is truly alone. Everything is part of an intricate, dynamic tapestry, woven together by unseen threads of energy, influence, and relationship. From a scientific perspective, this idea echoes the principles of quantum physics, where particles are interconnected in ways that defy classical understanding, and the behavior of one can instantaneously influence another, regardless of distance. It also aligns with ecological principles, which demonstrate how every species and every ecosystem is deeply interdependent, where the health of one part affects the health of the whole. The philosopher David Bohm, known for his work on quantum theory, proposed the concept of the implicate order, suggesting that underlying our perceived fragmented reality is a deeper, undivided, and holistic reality from which everything unfolds. Psychologically, our tendency to feel fragmentito separate our mind from our body, our emotions from our intellect, our past self from our present self, or ourselves from others often leads to feelings of isolation, dis-ease, and inner conflict. We try to suppress parts of ourselves we deem unacceptable, or build walls between ourselves and others, forgetting that these very acts of separation disrupt our inherent wholeness. The path to integration and healing often involves recognizing and reconnecting these seemingly separate parts. Consider the human community. We often focus on differentious culture, language, beliefs, socioeconomic status. Yet beneath these surface distinctions there is a shared humanity, the universal experiences of joy, sorrow, love, fear, aspiration, and the fundamental need for connection. A global event, like a pandemic or a natural disaster, instantly reminds us of our interconnectedness, demonstrating that what affects one part of the world inevitably ripples outward, impacting the whole. Even your simple act of kindness towards a stranger can have an unseen ripple effect, touching lives you may never know. Think about the feeling of being out of sync with yourself. Perhaps your body is tired, but your mind insists on pushing forward, or your emotions are crying out, but your intellect dismisses them. This internal conflict is a manifestation of breaking your own wholeness. Conversely, recall moments when you felt completely aligned, deeply integrated, where your thoughts, feelings, and actions moved in harmonious flow. In those moments, you are experiencing the natural state of your own unbroken wholeness. What if the constant striving for more, for something outside of yourself to complete you, is based on a misunderstanding that you are somehow incomplete to begin with? Is it possible that the profound sense of belonging we seek is not found by fitting into an external mold, but by recognizing the innate belonging that is inherent in our very existence, as an inseparable part of the greater whole? Does true fulfillment come not from acquiring, but from recognizing the vast, unbroken completeness that you already are? As you rest in the quiet of the room, allow yourself to feel this profound, inherent connection to everything. Your breath connects you to the air, your body to the earth, your consciousness to the vast web of existence. There is no missing piece, no broken part that needs fixing. What if the deepest healing lies simply in remembering, in every moment, that you are already whole and irrevocably connected to all? Resting in the mystery, you are standing alone under a vast, star-strewn desert sky, miles from any city lights. The silence is immense, broken only by the whisper of the wind. Above you, the constellations blaze with an intensity you rarely see, countless pinpricks of light in the infinite blackness. Star, son, yet you know only invited to a tiny fraction of its simply be with its story, its age, its unknowable composition, its journey through space. You try to grasp the sheer scale, the unfathomable distances, the forces that govern galaxies, and your mind gently recoils. It's too vast, too complex, too wondrous to fully comprehend. And in that humbling recognition, a deep, quiet sense of peace descends. You are not meant to understand it all, to explain it all, to categorize it all. Instead, you are invited to simply be with it, to marvel at its unknowable grandeur. This quiet sense of awe brings us to the profound invitation to rest in the mystery, to find comfort, peace, and even wisdom in the face of what cannot be fully known, explained, or controlled. There will always be deep dimensions of life. The universe descends, and even ourselves that remain beyond our complete intellectual grasp. It's a liberation from the relentless human drive to define, to analyze, to master every aspect of reality. Philosophically, this echoes the concept of epistemic humility, the recognition of the limits of our knowledge. Karl Popper, the renowned philosopher of science, emphasized that scientific theories can never be definitively proven true, only falsified. This implies that all our knowledge is provisional, a continuous journey of approximation rather than definitive arrival. Resting in the mystery acknowledges that our maps of reality are always incomplete, and that the territory itself is infinitely more vast and nuanced than any conceptual framework can capture. Psychologically, our aversion to uncertainty and ambiguity is a common source of anxiety. We crave definitive answers, clear paths, predictable outcomes. We feel uncomfortable with paradox, with the unknown. Yet life itself is inherently uncertain. Relationships evolve, careers shift, health can change, and the future is always unfolding in ways we cannot perfectly foresee. When we resist this fundamental truth, we often create unnecessary suffering. Resting in the mystery is a practice of surrendering the need for absolute certainty and cultivating a tolerance for ambiguity. It's about trusting the process of life, even when the destination is obscured. Think of moments in your own life that defied logical explanation, moments of synchronicity, or profound insights that seemed to emerge from nowhere. Perhaps you felt a strong, inexplicable pull towards a certain decision that later proved to be profoundly right, even though you couldn't articulate why at the time. Or maybe you've encountered situations where the perfect solution arose from an unexpected source, or a seemingly insurmountable challenge resolved itself in a way you could never have orchestrated. These are glimpses of the mysterious, the inexplicable currents that flow through existence. Even in our personal journeys, there are aspects of ourselves that remain mysterious, depths of our creativity, the origins of certain fears, the intricate workings of our dreams. We can explore and learn, but we can never fully dissect and understand the totality of our own being. And perhaps that's precisely where our deepest magic lies, in that untamed, unknowable part of us. What if the most profound wisdom is not found in having all the answers, but in learning to comfortably dwell in the questions, in the liminal spaces, in the beautiful, shimmering unknown? Is it possible that our incessant need to control, to explain, to predict, robs us of the wonder, the awe, and the vast possibilities that exist just beyond the edge of our current understanding? Does true peace come not from solving the mystery, but from embracing it? As the night sky blankets the desert in its infinite, silent expanse, allow yourself to gently release the need to know, to define, to grasp. Just as the stars twinkle with their ancient, secret light, let your own being rest in the quiet magnificence of not knowing. What if the most beautiful truths are those that can never be fully articulated, but only quietly, reverently, experienced in the vastness of the mystery?